so many are unprepared, and I think it is the programming, the agendas in play. And again, there's so many things such as the mud flood optics or the world optics or the earth optics or this, that. It's the great deceiver, the deceiving, the deception, the great deception upon us. That's why I tell everyone to find their truth, yo, and just keep seeking it and spitting their truth, yo, because one of my favorite verses is Proverbs 3:5. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding. And if you're not religious, you got to realize a higher power. You could, take that out. You got to open a doorknob to open a door. You got to have the sun to have the plants grow and chlorophyll. So my whole thing is no one knows the ultimate truth, but we all have our truth, yo, as I say. And yeah, you're right, John. Nothing's new under the sun. And I think a lot of people are programmed and they don't understand.
Please, I agree with everything that has been said with one little, let's push the thought a little bit further. Okay? Because it is true. It's my opinion that time is an illusion, right? That's what Einstein said. That's what facts and logic show. Time is an illusion. It's all based on perception. The Bible contains many, many, many layers of truth. And I believe the Bible it's a story of us, for us, being lived through us. And so in the end, what I finally humbled myself to realize is it really doesn't matter. None of it makes a difference. It does not matter what was real or what is real. All that matters is what I say, what I think, and what I do. And so if I can keep my mind clear, clean, pure, then my words reflect that and my actions are supposed to reflect that. It all matters what we do, and we can only do in this lifetime. We can only do right now. So that's kind of the question. What do you want, and what should one do?
How do we establish what we want?
First,
without the baggage.
First, identify who you are and where you are. And then from there, once you do an honest inventory, right, of who I am, where I am, what I have, what's stacked against me, what am I standing on, what are my strengths and weaknesses?
Well, Jack, you said we got to figure out what we want. What if everyone's want is different and kind of collides with each other? I mean, there's a lot of people in this world, a lot of optics in this world, a lot of, good and bad, yin and yang. Money talks, money does. But my whole thing is if we all sat I guess my question is even if they sat there and said, okay, this is what we want, it's still going to be different, Jack. So that doesn't.
Wait, I agree. And I think I understand where you're coming from, because you could easily say that everyone doing what they want is what leads to the chaos of here. Thank you for that.
Good point.
What I'm suggesting is if we all do figure out what we really want, what we really, really want is to know who we are. But this world has taught us to learn who we are by external factors. And this is where I'm saying the spiritual teachers taught us to go within. And that's what I'm offering to people is please want to go within, want to overcome the confusion, want to increase your capacities of being. What do you want to be more of? Because if we focus on what we want to be more of, we'll find ways to build and to enhance it around us. In theory, this is just, it's stuff I've learned, stuff I believe, and stuff I do try and apply consistently. Welcome, brothers. We had some
Jack, how are you?
blessed and grateful for another day, grateful for another opportunity. I guess there's something, you build it and they will come. I debated if I wanted to. I had thoughts of giving up again today, quitting, changing directions, surrendering to the past results. I don't like doing that.
This is why I came on, especially Jack. After I left last night, I watched the stream this morning, and it was disgusting the way you were treated. And don't let them tear you down. No one has the right to tell you how to live your life. So
yeah, he's right. It was pretty
sickening.
wrong.
It was sickening last night. And
I missed it. I must have missed it.
Which part exactly was sickening to you?
Listen, Jim, I'm not going to get into it. I watched the other half. Just the constant.
Wait. What stream are you guys talking about? I want to see this.
There's a lot of victiming going on already, it seems.
Well,
right. There's a lot of victiming, and there's no need.
Yeah, why would you try to make him a victim and take his power away?
See, okay, everybody wants to speak. So go ahead.
Allow Paul to say what he was saying.
I will, but just because someone says something, does that make it true? So if they say, "Hey, Jack Talcott, you're worthless," does that make it true? Jack Talcott has to not cupcake it and fucking say, "Fuck that."
Snafu. I'm gonna, Paul, please. I do want to come back.
This is what I hear: the constant name calling, berating, always asking, "Why'd you do?"
What do you want to do? Take me to the principal? What the fuck? Are you you want to take us to the principal?
See, there you go. Another one doesn't know how to talk, has to curse and use obscenities.
Is this guy gonna vote for Donnie Trump again to be his daddy while whining on the stream?
Yes, Paul. Every time I come here, you got to come here too. But
right. Do you find it fascinating that you come here every day?
I find it fascinating that this man just brings peace and tranquility.
Right.
See, Jack, I'm not going to keep talking over him. I'm tired of that nonsense too. So you bring in look. They have this animosity against you, and I don't know what it's all about. I don't even know what I've seen from you. You seem to bring peace, tranquility, love, and all I hear is this constant nonsense of them beating you up for every little thing that you do and say. So listen. No, none of these guys have any right to tell anybody else how to live their lives. Worry about your own life, Jack. My little opinion. Again, I don't know what you have with these guys with the past or what you've done. It's only know what I've seen, and don't let them tear you down because that's what they want to do is tear you down. Don't let them tear you down.
Paul, thank you. Okay. Thank you for that encouragement, the observation, and for standing in the truth. I agree with you. We're all, I've said this before, and I'm not making excuses for myself or the others, but we're all figuring it out. We're all figuring it out together, and somehow greater purpose than just my choices or yours, something brought us all together at this fascinating and amazing time of human history. Thank you for seeing the value and my efforts of what I'm trying to do.
Again, Jack, I don't know a lot about you. I just know that I've been here a few times. I listen to you, and you just seem of a person who is just trying to bring peace, tranquility, and some love to this thing. I don't know your background. I don't know what's going on. But after I viewed that disgusting stream after I left, just constant. Give you a break, man. Give you a little bit of a break.
Hey, brother, in honesty and facts, yesterday was actually, I reacted probably more than I should have because yesterday was kind of tame, but it's been a frustrating and building.
And I saw that.
Have been building.
And I saw that.
I agree. I agree. It was frustrating.
And who's that? Is that the Moose?
It is the Moose.
The original
Moose. I wasn't interrupting. I was talking in between.
No. I'm just asking if you were the original Moose. That's all.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, I enjoyed your work. I really did. I thought you brought a lot of good things to the other side over there. I really did. I always told Paul that.
I appreciate that, sir.
There's there's a lot of wonderful things happening. There's a lot of areas for improvement for many of us. And today, Paul, this is where I finally led myself after my own self-doubt and wonder. I figured, you know what? I don't have all the answers. I don't. It's obvious, right? And I'm always prepared to admit
Well,
when I don't. So that's what today is. I'm coming online.
Well, I know who does have all the answers, but most of us don't have most of the answers. And you know what? If they want to criticize you, Jack, or anybody else, it's not the constant obscenities and the filthy. Just say your piece and get past it. Get past it. Whatever you did in the past, Jack, again, I don't know what this hard on is for you, whatever. Again, maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe you deserve it. I don't know.
Jack is triggering egos, and he's not even trying to trigger egos. You know, when you go into a room sometimes with people, and some people really love you, at least with me anyway. Some people really love you, or some people absolutely hate you, and you don't know why. It's the energy that you use.
That's
It's maybe the words,
bring.
but it's also the energy too. So obviously, there is a segment of Jack's audience that is really triggered by the vibes that we're bringing out, that we set the tone early in this podcast, and so they just wanted to disrupt it because they're insecure on whatever that may be, what we brought up. So obviously, there is resentment there to go on somebody's podcast and yell obscenities and interrupt everybody.
I just think, Jack, perhaps they look at you maybe because you are a peaceful guy, maybe an easy target. I don't know. I really don't know. But again, if you have criticism, do it properly, not this constant crap and obscenities and nonsense. I'm sick of the nonsense.
Paul, that has been it's been my trigger all my life. My purpose since I was a child has always been to try to resolve disagreements. And my youth, I used to jump in and pick sides. And that's a lot of what people do. They jump in and pick sides when they see a disagreement. And where I've finally come to learn, Paul, I'm pretty sure that my experience is just like everyone else's. I've just had some different perspectives and things that are different, but I'm really coming around to the words of the scripture, to the Bible. Okay. And specifically the ideas that Jesus was one with God, that for those who have faith and believe that Jesus becomes one with us. So if you connect those dots, that if you become a true follower of Christ, sharing the energies and the love and the light, the praise of God, you're going to get challenged, right? Because that's not what this world dominates, from the oppression, from the chaotic behavior. So it's my theory that God uses us as God, right? We're images of God. So what we would like within us, what we enjoy, is very much likely what God would enjoy. The good feelings we get when we help someone, when you brighten someone's day, when you're able to give of yourself, it makes us feel good. That's where the image of our Creator is at. So my thoughts is, okay, God took a guy like me at this time, and my life developed me into who I am and what I've experienced. I've been studying communication. I've been studying a lot of things with the purpose of being a messenger. And so when I say that I trigger egos and what John was saying, my mere presence, man, this is why I'm safest here at home doing this stuff online, because when I go out in public, man, people are weird. People are weird, dude. So
it's at least on here they just tell you like they're triggered, and they imitate you with weird pictures, and imitation is the best form of flattery. But that's beside the point. But that's just my ego talking. But anyway, but I'm just saying it's probably better than just talking to normal people, because normal people are not even that self-aware that they're communicating that what the energy you're bringing out is making them feel uncomfortable. So that just makes things even worse, because you keep going like, oh, well, nothing's going on. And this is the form of, I guess people would call autism, because you can't, read subtle social cues. I guess maybe I'm on the spectrum. I don't know, but I think that's a benefit for me, because there's some people, our world is lacking transparency, and there's a lot of people that like to, and even I do this too, but it's like to, I guess, put a veil on what they think people want to hear, as opposed to what they actually need, or what their wants and desires are.
go ahead, Paul.
Two things with that. We spoke about transparency. The problem with transparency is that once you are transparent, people always use that against you. I don't care who you are, where you are. No matter what you say, if you were transparent, that's the first thing they'll throw in your face and jam it right up your rear. And the second thing too is I have nothing against a little confrontation or a little disagreement, but do it respectfully. Go back and forth. You speak, he speaks.
Yeah.
She speaks, he speaks. Not screaming and cursing over each other. If you have a disagreement, talk about it. Speak about it.
Can I address you, sir?
Well, naturally, you're going to want to interrupt me. Of course, you want to interrupt me.
He asked politely.
It's the third day in a row. You've been running these lines for decades, and they don't make any sense to someone who's self-actualized.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Me? I'm running what lines?
What does it mean that if you're transparent and real and authentic, people will use it against you? Are you that afraid of who you are? You that afraid of who you really are, liar?
Here we go with the attacks right away. Here we go with the name calling in the attacks right away.
I don't seem to be worried about being completely who and what I am out in the open. So much so you told me.
Everybody's different.
Why are we so angry today? This is a beautiful day.
He's always angry, and that's the problem. And that he makes it sound like that I'm a very bad person, and I'm really not. I'm not. Well, if everybody listened to him who I was, they would think I'm the most vicious, ugly fuck on this planet. But that's his perception, and that's okay. But he proved the point exactly. We could talk, but the yelling and calling the names right away, I don't need it. That's why I don't even go over there anymore. Well, I don't need it. I come over here for a little peace and a little decent back and forth conversation. Yeah. That's all. And if he thinks I mean harm, I don't mean harm to anybody. But just don't come over here then.
Hey, Paul, if I may, okay? I know this is your relationship, and I don't mean to be, well, it's come here, right? What Paul was saying, I would like to ask him to better understand, but I don't want to be an argument between the two of you.
But that's all he knows.
Can you bring Snaff up?
Why?
Arguments. He's been arguing all his life. I don't want to come here to argue. If you have something to say it without the name calling me a liar. I'm not a liar. And he keeps making me out to be something I'm not.
I have a question. It's an honest question. Maybe it's two questions. So the first question is, he accused you of being a coward. Have you ever? Why would he be triggered? Why would he criticize you for being a coward?
Okay.
Have you ever done anything that would?
First, yeah, John, I'll answer the question, but again, what I didn't want this to be is me coming over here and becoming this over here. But I'm going to answer your question, John. He always calls me a coward because I'm successful. I drive with a license. I've got registration. I've got insurance. But that's my generation. That's what I choose. So to him, that's being a coward.
Well,
I don't think I'm a coward. Maybe in his eyes, again, perception. But just because I'm successful and have these things doesn't make me a coward, at least in my eyes, anyway.
I agree. And
Okay, I understand.
Back to, hey John, back to what was said. I mean, when Senior was describing that, it could based on the limited bit I've seen, that is, the man is speaking from experience, that this world will take, when you show your vulnerability, when you show your authenticity, when you show your weakness, people like Paul Jr. will quickly take that and throw it in your face.
If you listen to some of our other, let's call them back and forth, again, I don't want to make this about me and him. He's got to do his thing. But if you listen to the things he says, that's because in my life, I decided to be a little bit transparent. He wanted me to open and honest. And the minute I did, he comes on, says all these mean, ugly things. Paul, I don't need it.
I'm going to bring him. I know you don't need him, but I feel
no, I don't say I don't need him. I don't need it.
Right.
If he wants, listen, Jack, if he wants to talk civilly, that's fine.
Beautiful.
You're disingenuous, sir.
There we go. Oh, here we go again.
Are you going to put me down again when I address everything he's saying so I can't speak?
Well, may I help try and intermediate? Is that
how could you intermediate? You don't know the past and his MO of way of presenting to everyone, and he's already admitted he's not authentic because he's worried it'll be used against him to convict him.
Paul,
Jack Talcott was born for this.
I'm actually pretty good at understanding multiple perspectives.
Okay, so let's get the facts of the matter on record first while he says he's willing but also doesn't want it to be about him. So you can't have it both ways at all times.
No, I came here to talk to Jack and listen what Jack had to say for the day.
Right, so you came here to avoid truth like you always do, which is why you don't come to my panel anymore.
That's your truth, no. I don't come to your panel because of the disrespect, the ugly obscenities, the sex talk. That's not.
I'm not cursing right now, sir. You brought me up on Howard Stern. How dare you talk about sex talk and profanity?
Paul,
how dare you with your disingenuous false presentment, sir?
See, Jack, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I understand, and that's why
never gives the man a chance to breathe.
I don't want myself to be slandered and disrespected consistently. I don't want that for you or for any others. I would love an opportunity for dialogue, and
he doesn't know how to do it.
Paul, please, okay? Not yet. He's growing, he's improving. He has his own shit he's dealing with.
Absolutely.
And we're going to get through it. Okay, I'm seeing growth, and please, you're seeing it too.
He's maturing day by day. But if you heard the things that he said to me that a son would never say to his father in a million years, I mean, the vulgarities he said to me. And again, if he's got to do, and I've always said, you do what you got to do.
Well,
but if you come up and I'm on somewhere, then I'm not going to tolerate the disrespect and ugly abuse that I wouldn't put on my most hated person.
Can I don't mean to speak for him, but I can make my assumptions based on what I've heard. Okay. Some of the judgment is likely because if you are open about supporting the political system, that to him is probably just an absolute slap in the face after what he's learned and what he's said.
And he has said that, but guess what, Jack? That nobody's going to control my mind. If he disagrees with me, that's okay. And I told him, I'm not here to be mind controlled. I have my own brain, my own mind. If that's what I want to do, then that's what I want to do. Respect it in a certain way. We can agree to disagree. That's all I'm saying. If he tells me to walk off a cliff, I'm not going to walk off a cliff. I have my own mind. I'm not going to drive without driver's license and insurance. That's not my cup of tea. It's his. And whoever else wants to do it, that's fine.
Well, I certainly hope. Here's where I'm coming from. Okay, I have an empathy for him, for his radical views that kind of Okay. Well, I'm facing a similar challenge. Okay. My mother doesn't believe me. My father doesn't believe me. My son doesn't believe me. But I know that they're wrong. So it's like, and there's maybe you've got a similar issue with Paul, and maybe this, I mean, this is common between humans, relationships.
Jack, I've told him on the stream numerous times, I may not agree with everything you say and do, but I do support you. I've made that clear.
I know that.
I'm not going to be mind controlled by anybody. I have my own mind, have my own thinking, and that's it. If this is his thing, that's fine. It's just not all of it doesn't happen to be my thing. And I don't want this to become a Paul show too. I came over here to get a little bit of knowledge from you, whatever I could pick up with you.
Are you done victiming and obfuscating?
See, here we go with the names.
Can we move the topic?
Why am I not allowed to describe someone's condition accurately? Why is everyone so
That's
scared
your
of that?
accurate
You
opinion.
do that
That's
on your
accuracy.
panel for hours and hours a day.
So we can't do that here, okay? I didn't know there was rules.
Well, you can read the room.
Read the room?
We're not looking for arguments, and you know.
How do you think it feels being me? Do any of you ever consider that for 5 fucking seconds? No, you don't. Because you're fucking ego victims.
Bullshit. I've thought about you quite a bit.
My own father has rebuked me in front of the world. He doesn't even come over and on my platform. He fucking lied on me in front of everybody. He backpedaled and spins and cycles. He doesn't support me.
That's not true. See, Jack, the more misinformation.
Jack, why don't you just mute him? Why do you gotta throw him out? Why don't you just mute him?
It's not true. The thing he says a lot of he lies a lot, Paul, especially about me.
Please. I agree. What we're seeing, okay? Any human can watch themselves. Any one of us. And when you learn to watch yourself and identify your patterns of behavior, it's much easier to see the patterns of behavior that others are showing. And what I know for a fact is, Paul, understanding the human ego. Within us, there is the spirit and the insecurity. The spirit is strong. It wants unification. It wants love. It wants peace. The spirit is our emotions. But the ego, a man like Paul, from his experience getting put in cages, he has learned how to deny his emotions in some fashion, very strongly. But the scripture says that which comes from a man defiles the man. When we speak, when our emotions are driving us, like we're defending ourselves, we're attacking another, when those emotions come out, he's speaking about himself, Paul. Listen to him describing himself, and you can find pity and compassion.
Listen, there's a lot of things I could say, Jack. I'm not here to disparage him, but in the 5 seconds, in the 5 seconds he just came up, he told lie after lie after lie. It's not true.
Right.
And I told him a million times that if you want to talk truth about me, I don't have a problem with that. But making up, maybe again, perception isn't always reality. Maybe it is his perception. I don't know, but
we can move it off the individual. Okay,
absolutely. That's what I've always wanted to do here, Jack. You know, I've always said that.
I know, and that's why I'm just kind of encouraging and reminding.
Absolutely.
We can take it off of the individual. This type of behavior, we see it in the media, we see it on the news. It's this reactive nature of people, and the reactive nature of people in this world. Excuses and blame. Okay, this blaming each other for how we feel, blaming each other for what we think. How do we overcome
so right.
that?
I think you're so right.
The biggest problem here, Jack, is I'm not any of these other just people coming up here. I'm his father. And he doesn't want to respect it any way, shape, or form. So then just, if you can't respect it, then why do you keep running over here when I just want to have a simple conversation, peaceful conversation? What he does, that's fine. I have no problem with it. But obviously, for some reason, he's chasing me around. I don't know what he has so much. I'm nobody here to keep disparaging me in every which way, saying the most ugliest things, saying the most intimate things. And a lot of them are just lies, blatant lies. But again, if that's his perception, then I guess so be it.
Well, but here's something I want to remind you, putting some pressure on you, okay?
Sure.
I'm dealing with similar things, except I don't even have the benefit of having conversations, okay? But there is something about how we present ourselves. If we can believe that a peaceful conversation can be met, here's a man saying this, and I failed to achieve this, okay? But in theory, this is the way the mind and heart work, is if we can see the spirit within the other, we can see ourselves imaginatively having peaceful conversations of reunification. Our being will send those energies out, and the unseen can, I believe it can affect others. I mean, there's so much science coming out too. There's science that shows the abilities to connect through telepathy, through the mind. We connect with each other, but it starts with the belief. And if we're going to constantly believe that the patterns of the past, oh, we've never been able to communicate, we've never done this, if we continue believing in that, well, that's what we're going to have. And life is short.
Absolutely. I'm not into particularly the back and forth, the arguing and the name calling.
Well, yeah, we got what you're into and not
Here
into.
we go.
Can I have like 2 or 3 minutes, like City
Sure.
Hall, and just say my
Go
piece
ahead.
and then be on my fucking way if you don't want me here? Because my father, what's with all the noise?
That's not me.
My father continues to reveal himself, and he doesn't understand that anybody who understands psychology and sociology, you believe this guy has a degree in psychology?
Yeah.
It's laughable. He thinks that nobody could see through his nonsense. I don't have to reveal you. You're revealing yourself to anyone who can see. You're a narcissist manipulator. You're a controller. If what Jack said was true, that I've learned to shut out my emotions, there's a reason. Because you've been emotionally unavailable and disconnected from all your relationships, including mine, from your trauma as a child. You cannot be real or authentic with anyone. You do not have any long-lasting friendships or relationships. You're at war with yourself and everyone in your life. You can't lead women and children to yourself. You're a policy and code following slave. I'm almost done, Jack. It was only been 45 seconds. I asked for 2 minutes. Couldn't even get
why
that.
do you feel the need? Why do
I'm
you
talking to my father about my experience, and my experience doesn't matter to you or him.
No,
because you're more interested in controlling the narrative than me expressing myself. And that's been the problem since day one.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Junior, please continue.
This is a person who put me on drugs as a 12-year-old because he couldn't deal with me and my questioning. This is the person who's rebuked me in my vision since day one, called me a sick psychopath and everything under the sun, drove me into a hole on drugs with his confusion. I've come out better than ever, eclipsed him, and he's still claiming it's my perspective that's skewed, not him as he votes for policy and code followers to put me in a prison cell for how I live, which is on God-given rights and freedoms in Americana. He's a red coat traitor, infidel slave, like so many before me and after me. And the fact that he's my father will not give him an exemplification, exculpation from the charges, okay? He will not be exculpated from the charges based on his position in my life. Egoic narcissist.
My patience is wearing thin. You were allowed to really press forward, and Senior, hey, It sounds. I got a question for you, Junior.
Sure.
I
Oh,
hear
Junior.
your
Well,
blame.
can I
I
just
hear your
can I just
resentment. How long do you want to punish?
Who's punishing?
You.
These folks are causing
You're
their own
punishing
suffering and
yourself.
everyone around them with their inability to admit to their wrongdoing with their
Paul,
ego.
you're
So I can't
punishing
punish. God is
yourself.
punishing him and them. And
Jack, let me just, again, I don't have to prove myself, but just let me explain once again. If it's his perception, that's fine. But 99% of what he just said is false. And
Yes.
one example, he says, I can't keep her. I'm with the same woman for 14 years. Now he'll bring that up and throw that in my face. So that's just one of the many things he said. Put him on drugs. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, the things that he spews. But again, if that's his perception, then so be it.
Well, it's obviously his perception, but that comes down to the title of the video today. What do you want? He needs to accept the fact that those beliefs, he wants those beliefs. He wants to be able to blame you. He wants to be able to blame you. He wants to be able to blame. And that way it justifies his anger. And anger has been entertaining in this world of slavery. So he's found a way to profit from sharing his anger through the world. It's fucking amazing.
But he's been doing that all his life, unfortunately.
Right.
Even in pre-K, the teachers would call me and say, Paul's blaming others again. So that never left him.
Well, here, brother, Dad might have to accept some responsibility for showing an example of one who blames, because when we support our government, it's usually because we're blaming the others. So I'm not saying that's the case, but I had to recognize that with myself. My son is out of my life right now because I failed to give him an example of a man who knew forgiveness. And I failed to show him the example of a man who understood feelings, how to get over shit. I didn't show him how to do that. So we've got to own our parts, but we don't have to punish ourselves and each other.
Well, no, I'm learning from that, Jack. We spoke about it, trying to forgive, and I'm going to forgive myself for a lot of things in the past, and I'm going to do that.
Amen. You've already mentioned your own growth and your own stuff, and brother, we're all doing this. It's the human life, this experience. It can be a trip, right? It can drive us nuts. It can break us down, but it's also, this human life is such an experience. This is something I wanted to talk about earlier. I spoiled myself with some pears today, right? The nature of a pear, it's just like this friggin', it's a canteen of just lusciousness, structured water, flavors. It's just the perfection of this world that we've been given.
Nature's candy.
It is. And I was proud of myself. I bought some fresh pears at Costco, some organic ones. And then I had the self-discipline to not eat them before they were ripe, to let them soften and just get perfect on the counter. And today, in my frustration, that's where I found some of my strength. I humbled myself to who I am, where I am, and what's going on today. And today, because of the nature of nature, the fruits and vegetables and the giving of the land that we've been born on. God damn it, Lou.
Is Lou calling you right now?
Yes, he is.
He was pissed because you weren't putting him up.
You know what? Can we have friendly conversations? We don't have to talk about personalities and disagreements. Is that
I
all
would
right?
like nothing more, Jack. Nothing more. But I
Please
think
don't
it's
I just
confuse
don't
important.
me.
understand why you like put us backstage and don't let us talk. You like
Hey,
when you guys don't agree.
can you not make this about everyone else except me and my father? Because it's not only the
Yeah,
No,
good
I
content,
didn't
it's
come
what
here for
needs to
that.
yeah.
happen.
No, didn't come here for that. Sorry.
Right. You never want to go. When we went to therapy, you wouldn't come in and talk to him. When
That's
we
not
come to the
more
panel, you
lies.
won't be honest and talk. When
More
I come over
lies.
here, you
You
won't be
lie.
honest and talk because you're a
You
controlling, egoic
lie.
narcissist.
That's
You
not
brought
true. Everything you're saying is a lie.
Well, is this an opportunity? I'll leave the choice for you
Can I
too.
just why
Is
why
this
is
an
it I can't
opportunity?
have a back and forth with him without you interceding constantly?
Because I
You don't
wanted
know
to
how to
ask
have a
the
back and forth.
question and show respect. I wanted to
Why
respect
are we
both
showing
parties.
respect when I'm expressing pain? You don't give a fuck about my pain and past.
Well, that's untrue. If
You
you want to
don't
come into the
give a
now,
fuck, neither of you, about my pain or past
Not
or
true.
present. You
Not
don't
true.
care. You
all
never
Not
right,
have
true.
and never will.
And you
that's
can't have a conversation without cursing
You're
and
more
obscenities.
interested in having a fucking bullshit deflection seminar than owning your behavior.
Paul, until you realize that your opinion is not more important than the relationship that's available.
What relationship is available with a man who says he's going to forgive himself for what he did to me and never asked
I didn't
forgiveness to the
say to
person he
you.
did it to?
Never said that. Another lie. I didn't
Right.
say
So
for
you feel bad
another
about what you
lie.
did to
Another
you,
lie.
but not what you
What?
did to me because you're a
How,
Paul,
narcissist.
actually, can
how,
I
how
ask?
about
Let
everything that
me,
you did to me? That's funny that you don't
There,
bring that
now
up.
we're
But
going to flip it.
Paul,
oh, see, here
Let's
goes the
start
lie.
where we
Listen,
start.
Jack, I didn't come here for
I
this.
He didn't come here for
I
this.
know,
I came here for the peace and tranquility.
I understand.
I don't
Hey,
want to deal with this.
I understand, and that's where I was trying to mute him was to see where you were at in this. But Paul, here's something based on his words, okay, and the situation. I believe that if given an opportunity, that I could help you and your son. Okay, I believe I could. Personally, I would prefer to do it not in the public
I didn't
arena.
come here for that,
Okay?
Jack.
I
In
know you
in
didn't.
fact, no. In fact,
So,
in the past, I said I want to avoid this, but it seems every time I come up, he chases me over here. So
well, I understand, and that's why I wanted that offer. It's available, but this is not the time or place for it. And
I
so
agree, Jack. But
we can change the subject.
he doesn't
And
know how to have a civil conversation. Look, every time he comes up, it's name calling, telling a lot of lies and mistruths, and it's really not fair that he puts me. And again, if that's his perspective, then I guess so be it.
well, fortunate, unfortunate, it is the life you are living. The offspring of yours has chosen to put himself out there and to become greater known. So that is part of the experience you guys are sharing. Um, what is and is not. Well, Paul's asking for
Yeah, I
please.
got to go soon because I can't continue this for my own sake.
Right.
So now we'll just point out again more narcissistic traits. I started a broadcast. I did everything he wouldn't do because he's admittedly too scared to do it and won't stand on rights and freedoms or talk to a camera. But what did he do when he first came on my broadcast? What was the first thing he did to support me? Try to get me to sell his book and constantly push his book when I asked him not to. So there's the
That's
loving
so
father
bad,
who's always leading and supporting.
so bad that I don't fault that. You know what? Hey, can I promote your book or
But
I believe
you would think, Jack, and again, he doesn't tell the other side of the coin. I told him whatever we do, the proceeds I'll give to him. So see how he leaves out the important part of it. And I wouldn't think that my own son would want to promote something that I've accomplished, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
it's well, brother, it for whatever reason, there is resentments within him towards you.
Oh,
And so it's obviously, well, hey, it's a role that maybe he feels his personality, his character is developing into this, but he plays the role of the prosecutor and the punisher. I've been through many trials and convictions of his, and I've seen yours. So I don't want to attack because he's not a man who needs to be attacked, and he's a very, very worthy adversary. But I think he's a better friend than an enemy. As are you, as are we all.
Jack, if I wanted to tell the truth, I'm not going to air out all his things here. It's not
Amen.
the proper place. But he insists on saying all these negative things about me. And listen, as a parent, we all make mistakes. But in the situation that I was put in, I did the best I could at the time. And if again, again, you can have a civil conversation. You bring him up for 2 seconds. Here we go. The name calling, the cursing.
Is anyone ever doing the best they can?
Civil conversation.
Paul Senior, is anyone ever doing the best they can truthfully? I mean, honestly, have you ever known anyone to actually really truthfully do the best that they can at any time ever?
I have. I have.
Well, who was that? The most?
No, it's that Sean.
Oh, Sean.
No, he was bullshitting again to try to seem like he's a good man.
Right. He was playing an interference, trying to deflect and to gain some points.
You know, I just did the best I could. Did you really?
At the time, with the position I was in, absolutely.
Right. Hey, so you have all the qualifiers.
Everyone can do better,
all
Paul.
The
maybe everyone can.
Oh, absolutely. You can always do better. Absolutely.
Right, but you'll never admit to your wrongdoings.
That's not true. And again, it's another lie.
You've yet to admit to one direct thing that I brought up here today. You've not admitted to one thing is true. It's all lies.
Hey, Paul, that's enough. And Senior, let's change the conversation. Okay?
I agree. I'll repeat this, Jack. I didn't come here to do this.
Yep. So, hey,
and I mean, it's your show. If you, I don't mind having a civil conversation. He doesn't know how to do it.
Well, so here, help me out with this, because I'm trying to figure out what should I do, what would be beneficial on this platform. Admittedly, the idea for this format, it came from Paul Enslaved. Okay, so I've met many personalities online. Some of the talents I really admire, but what I hoped for this type of panel would be, I'd love to get, reach up and get some of those people with greater platforms. I would love.
So how do we do that then, Jack? How do we do that?
Stop wasting the time insulting me and interrupting what I'm trying.
I'm not though. I'm actually sitting here being a member today.
Today you are, and I'm grateful for that. So if you're serious, if someone could consider the idea of trying to help that, well, please just believe that you can be a part of it. If you think you can be a part of helping include my name or don't include my name, if you think you can be a part of helping raise and elevate the message of live without fear, well, please do. I believe a way to do that is on these platforms, having some really, I'd love to sit and participate, have some really deep philosophical conversations regarding the connections between our mind, between spirituality, consciousness, and world conditions. I would love to have deep discussions of economics, politics, religions, not for the purpose of argument, but for the purpose of sharing expanded awareness and getting ideas of thoughts planted into the minds of whoever happens to pay attention. That's what I want to see, is use this for Use this as a tool for sharing knowledge, right? The public square, the forum that we have amongst us. Because, well, Senior, the government systems, I used to believe in them because I didn't think there was any other choice. Today, I don't believe we have any other choice but to overcome the political and economic systems. I think if our species wants to survive and thrive in the future, it's dependent upon us, those of us who are alive today, the people we know and don't know. It's up to us to create a better way for the future. So the question I had for those who have come across me as I'm trying to build this path in this direction, what do you want? What should we do? My ideas are limited. My ideas brought me to this. Since we're changing conversations and topics, I'll welcome more participation back.
Are you going to kick me if I speak?
Because
I'm not trying to
Can you stop being disrespectful, Lou? You come in here being disrespectful, Lou.
I came in, I never said a word, and he kicked me.
Moose, yeah, he wasn't being disrespectful. Lou didn't say a word. He came in here.
Lou hasn't said anything yet. Lou didn't say a word yet. He didn't say anything yet.
I have a question. How many of the
May I
guys
say
on
something
here are
without getting kicked
fathers?
out, Jack? I'd like to just say one thing without getting kicked out, Jack. This PFL guy, he's an adult, and the way he's talking to his son, I mean, for one,
it's none of your fucking business as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sick of hearing your
It's
opinion.
amazing.
Thank you, Jack.
The way I talk to my
I
son,
appreciate you, Jack. I appreciate what you're doing. Lou, how are you doing tonight, man?
Well, I'm not. I don't feel really happy right now. I think that if it would be, I think it would just be fair that we spent a little time with Paul and his father, no matter if it got rough.
We did that already. Lou.
Hey, Giggles, how are you, Gigs?
Oh, wow.
How you doing, Nubs? I don't know.
I'm doing swell.
Met. What's that?
Yes, we have many a time.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the reminder. Did you
Moose, I've never met Jack.
Or just irritations?
What's that?
You know, I was asking about the past, if you brought anything positive or just irritations, but it really doesn't matter. What are you offering today? The discussion
is a good man.
What should we do with this? Any suggestions for me? What should I do with this platform and the goals that I've been discussing that you're here participating in?
Well, I would say definitely honesty and integrity would definitely be a good place to go. Not to say that it's not here. I'm just saying, like, as a general rule, honesty, integrity, follow through, not saying the same thing over and over and over, doing nothing different and expecting a different result.
Okay, so what are you bringing?
The reason that I came up is I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Criticisms? You asked me a question. I'm telling you an answer. How is that a criticism?
You brought no specificity. You're just saying general. Yes. Okay, Nubs, no disagreement. All throughout this world, including this platform, we should want honesty, transparency, actions. Okay, so
that's what I was getting at.
Offering did that make you? It didn't. Okay, what is your point? You said you.
Why are you so angry, Jack? I did nothing wrong.
I'm not angry. I'm frustrated by the incompetence and the lack of value that people think they are bringing. Okay. So
hey, Jack, are you serious? Do you like?
Hey,
Do you
what's
think
going
that
on,
it's
Patricia? It's good to see
great
you
to
again.
have this control? Like, oh, I can pop him out and
What
pop him
is
back
your
in. I control.
purpose? Stop
What is
your
your purpose?
bitching.
I'm not
My
bitching.
purpose is exactly what I've said, trying to get people to stop their stupid egoic nonsense. Stop complaining, stop blaming, actually recognize the opportunities that we are sharing today. It's called a day. Doesn't have to be taken for granted or just wasted over arguments, nubs. Hey Timmy, good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Hey Jack. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, why do you like have this thing that like you want everybody else to bring value, but have you demonstrated your value?
Yes, I have. So Patricia, you said you had something. How are you? I don't think we've met. You and your father
We
are.
have met, Jack.
Maybe we have.
But I
Thank
know
you.
that you wouldn't remember that. I'm well. Thank you for asking me. We have met. You were on the panel when I came on Paul's for the second time, which was the first time my father and I had like, a public display.
Mm-hmm.
I came up today, frankly, because I'm really triggered, to be honest with you. And I just wanted to say my piece. I think no matter what differences me and my dad have, I think we're both on the same page when it comes to this situation with Paul, his father, and you right now. I think.
So you've gathered
Can
opinions.
I speak? I do have an opinion. If you would let, you were there. I don't know if you remember it, but you kept nodding your head. Yes,
Okay, but
you seem
is
to be
there
so moved
relevance
by
to
it.
today?
So
Is what is the
there is,
relevance
yeah.
to today?
The
Okay.
relevance is it's so relevant. Actually, it's like unbelievably relevant. Like I had an experience with my father on Paul's channel. Okay, and I am
Okay.
here letting you know that there's big value I see for Paul and his father to have their opportunity
Yep.
to do the same. And I personally, my
Yep.
opinion is you owe it to Paul. You owe it to Paul to give him that
I
chance
owe
because he has
Paul.
given you nothing
I
but
owe
the
Paul.
opportunity to speak. He has been there for you. He has been
Oh,
loving
Paul gave me
towards
the
you.
opportunity
He
to
has been
speak, not
angry
God.
towards you.
God didn't give me the opportunity to speak. I tell you what, Patricia, you mentioned that you were triggered. You mentioned, and you're up here defending opinions. You obviously
Yeah,
have
my opinion.
admiration and respect for Paul. So if you want to go get more counseling from a man who has no respect for relationships, God bless. Have fun on Paul's platform. I think it's quite ironic, and honestly, it's kind of dumbfounding to me that there aren't more people who see that. The hypocrisy of someone like Paul and Z. Well, and maybe for myself too. Maybe I am a hypocrite believing I can help relationships. Because obviously my relationships don't work. But see, the difference where I was going with that is Paul Jr. and Z clearly don't respect relationships. But that's the platform that gets regular listeners and gets, lots of fiat support. The chaotic offering advice to families to separate from one another. I remember hearing that advice to one of the Bastogne children. Maybe 15 years apart wasn't long enough. Maybe
Hey,
you should
Jack.
separate longer.
I'm
That's
not
all.
trying to interrupt you, sir. I'm just saying you're getting kind of angry again today.
Hey, you know what?
Can we take it off into a positive light?
You're right. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Yes, positive light. We are here to appreciate life. Because there really is. There's so much to appreciate. I mean, just in every moment. Right now, at this moment, in my state of being, I'm sitting here very comfortable. My feet planted to the ground. The seat, it's a blessing. I could be sitting out in the cold. I could be one of those people in Ukraine right now, or in Palestine, or in Israel, where there's chaos and fucking weapons flying through the air. I'm not, though. And if anyone's listening to me today, they're probably not in war zones or the midst of civil disruption, or maybe floods, tornadoes. There's a lot of disasters going around today too. And for whatever reason, it seems my life attracts people who want to complain. Excluding this general, I mean, the intermittent additions we've had have been nothing but complaints.
Right, but I think the world is hurting right now, Jack, and I think that's why people are complaining, because they're focusing on the hurt and they're not focusing on the gratitude, like you were saying.
Well,
is it possible that people are hurting because they lack purpose in their lives? Because we have a peaceful existence, and so people go out and they look for conflict in order to fill a void. And
John,
you, sir, have filled that void to some degree. And I think our panel here, have some inner peace here today. And that, I hate to say, it, but it goes back to what I was saying. If you carry yourself a certain way, you inadvertently trigger egos, and you don't. You hate that it's the fact of the world, but it's just a fact. And I'm not trying to be facetious or arrogant about it, but I think it's something that we need to be self-aware of, but that we can also learn from as well too. And I think this is a very constructive learning experience today.
John, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you said something that really very insightful. Something I hadn't considered before, for a while at least. But the tendency of humans, right? Our human nature, we're dynamic. We want privacy, and yet we want to be seen. We want to be social and alone. We want consistency and variety. And so what you're saying, John, at a time of peace, the egoic mind, right? There's some of that truth. An idle mind can be an evil, foolish thing. When people are at a time of peace, well, then they start imagining ways of excitement. And an easy way to get that adrenaline rush is with a disagreement. So find someone you love and you care about, imagine disagreements with them. Shit, you got drama that'll carry you through for life. It's a tendency of the beast that we can overcome. And honestly, when I started creating the habits of my mind to break myself from the agitation and the insecurities, having time of peace, it felt weird. It felt abnormal. And I started really second guessing myself. Is this something wrong? But, everything I was learning from people who spent their lives meditating, who spent their lives studying philosophy and inner sensations of being. So I was learning from people who knew, but it was still very weird for me once I started putting it into my actions. And so now I guess I'm just at a different point where I'm saying the words from my experience, and I get responses like this. Good job, Lou.
I think it's probably best to just stay out of the comments, Jack. Right now, people are just they're trying to pull that out of you. They're seriously like you turned into positive, and then they instantly went negative on you.
Moose, thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Keep me purposeful and on track. Honestly, dude, hey, thank you. My mind wandered to the idea of a relationship. That is what I'm looking for in a woman. I want to meet an inspiring woman who will keep my standards, who will help me keep my standards of myself higher. Because I know my susceptibility. We're all susceptible to allowing ourselves to make excuses. But honestly, I think that's the benefit of finding someone who loves you, someone you love, someone who's willing to point out your vulnerabilities in a soft way and say, hey, zip up your fly. Pull your head out of your ass. You're being a fool. We all need someone like that in our lives. And if you don't find someone like that, well, it's got to become you. And that's the path God allowed me to live the past few years, is to, well, to learn about me so that I could understand the other versions of me, which are all of you. And I don't claim to understand. But yeah, I do. I don't know. I do still have a couple of people in the back. I don't know whether to bring them up.
May I suggest something?
Jack, do you still have the free StreamYard, or do you have the, did you buy the whatever 20, 30 a month one or whatever?
No, I invested in the first pay level.
Oh, well, man, you could have 10 people on here then, right? Or 12, or yeah, 10. So yeah,
Wow.
man, do your thing. Get your money's worth, man.
Well, we could have 10, but I have been more selective about who I've been letting up, because I don't want this stream, this channel, to become known for just a panel of chaos. I'd prefer to have a place.
I agree with both of you guys right now. I agree with both of you guys, because the more people we get, the more kind of perspectives we have. But also, yeah, we've been having a lot of chaos. I think you've been doing a really good job moderating it. As long as you're in a positive mindset, I think that it's cool. But if you start slipping, then you got to start kicking.
Moose, thank you. You know, I appreciate the understanding you're offering, right? And encouragement. There's, seriously, if I'm right, and there's been no convincing arguments presented to me to show me that I'm wrong. But if I am right, we are part of something incredible. I mean, my goals of speaking at the UN, they started out as kind of a joke amongst another friend. But the more I thought about it, there's truth. There's truth in that possibility of what could be. And if the Bible is right, it says something about, it'll be in a flash. In a flash, everything will change, and it could change. But if this is the time where the truth is going to become known, where the Spirit of Christ may take over and start leading us, I never thought that could be a reality. I couldn't push my mind to think about a world without fears. I couldn't think of a world where I didn't feel alone. That's probably the most honest truth for most of my life.
It's just dark in here, isn't it? I ain't this black, goddammit.
Joe Cool walking in the room. What's going on, my man?
What's good? I think I don't have anything to chastise Jack with, but I saw him fought 3 people. I went over to Moose's. I thought I was in Jack's. I'm an idiot. And in 3 fucking minutes, he slashed 3 motherfuckers who had opposing opinions. And then someone was like, "Hey, idiot, this is a restream. Go over to the other place." And Moose, you're over here like, "Hey, if people do, you gotta kick them." I am in total disagreement. That's all I hopped up here to fuck that. You know, Jack needs to be tested a little bit, just like everybody else. Not beat up on, but I thought Moose was being awful soft. I didn't even know the conversation, to be honest with you. I was in the other chat just dying. Like, it's a bloodbath in this room. What the hell is going on?
There's victims everywhere, Joe Cool.
Victims everywhere. Dead bodies abound.
It's true, man. It's true. Bodies were falling. But Jack, hold on one sec. Before you go, I just want to say that another thing to be grateful for is you've got 440 subscribers. You've got 6 people sitting here with you tonight. So you're not alone. You've got people following you. It's going up every day, man. Sorry, I yield.
You got people restreaming you like Moose and myself.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, Moose. You're right about that shit. And Jack needs motherfuckers in his corner right now and all that shit.
We all do, Joe.
We all do.
Well, when you throw people out of your corner, it's hard to keep them there, you know?
Hey, Nubs, what was the note you wrote? Show me that note.
Oh, the note? I said, "Jack, are you a bad dad like Paul Sr. appears to be?"
Oh, be nice.
Well, you can take your offensive opinion and shove it up your ass, Nubs. And because I don't see Paul Sr. as a bad dad, and I don't see that about me. So, and Joe, as far as people testing, yeah, there's a time and a place for testing.
I agree. I'd have popped Nubs right there too. That was kind of rotten.
Hey,
He's been
Joe,
on a high vibe lately,
whether-
and people keep coming in here and they keep just shitting on him and trying to ruin the stream, man. It's terrible.
I imagine most said some of it is just that negative energy that doesn't like Jack's positive energy. But I know Jack well enough to know that he is also sensitive to people who disagree with him. I'm wondering if he's not taking advantage of this moment to pop a few motherfuckers just for disagreement. I don't know.
That's a good point. I'd like to know that too.
Here, let's try and present it from my perspective, because I don't know. I don't agree that I shy away from disagreements, but I'm very happy to engage in discussions on many different topics, including those I disagree with. But the here's something I know for sure, Joe. There's a lot of motherfuckers out here who think they ought to be testing each other. Yeah. Well, these motherfuckers better realize they are not in the position to administer the tests.
I like it.
They are there to serve one another, and there are ways to serve each other education without the egoic nonsense of insults and imagination.
The insults suck. However, if someone wants to go against your logic or something, I'm all down for that shit. I don't like the insults though.
Brother, challenge the logic, but don't ignore the facts. And that's,
yeah, man, the insults they're harsh, dude, and they really, they cut deep after getting the insults every day, Jack, right? I mean, you've been doing this for a while now.
5 years. Try and picture this yourself. There's been minimal exceptions, of course, but in the greater scale, for 5 years, it's been nothing but negative criticism.
Is that all on YouTube or on and off YouTube?
No, dude, offline too. I'm talking about physical ass beatings included.
Right.
So there's been, brother, I have.
Don't you think this is like mm-hmm. Jack, do you ever have the feeling that you have too many enemies in this realm? Because I have. I contemplate it all the time too.
John,
story. There's truth to it.
In this realm, you said, John, or in this world, in this room, what did you say?
In this world.
In this world.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just like, I have the thought. It's just a random thought. Like, I have too many or anybody on here. I have too many enemies in this world. How am I still alive?
Hey Jack,
How am I
if we
still
can,
here?
if I could just jump in here real quick. There's a guy in the chat, Ben Ja, really cool guy. He says this is your show. You should be on the top and the center, just for presentation purposes. I think he's right, man. I think he's right because this is your
I
show.
agree.
You should be the center of attention, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You know, there's a lot
there's
of
people on here imitating me, and they think I'm part of the show, or I'm the head of the show,
Yeah, host.
whatever. All with his Jim Vance imitation. They always say imitation is the best form of flattery. So I'm flattered by that, Paul. Thank you for putting my face on there when you came on. So I just want to say that.
I appreciate the tips in broadcasting too, because that's honestly I'm weak and growing in that as well. I'm just noticing some of the private chat here too.
And I gotta say, I appreciate you giving me a chance tonight, Jack. You know, it makes me feel, I can provide here. I can provide.
Most you can, and you're welcome. All are welcome to join, but please, if you're going to offer stuff, see if it helps what we're doing. And I know there's a place for the egoic entertainment and distraction. I know there's a place and a purpose for that, but I got to find a way for I'd be happy and have a hell of a lot of fun joking and making fun of myself with others if I wasn't coming from a place where I have been rejected
For 5 years.
by everyone.
5 years is a long time, Jack.
It's crazy, and I don't know why it's been happening. All I know is that it brought me to me and who I am today, and who we are today is.
And so over these 5 years, has it progressively gotten worse, or would you say it's just pretty much a hollow feeling the whole time?
That's a good question. The first part, has it gotten progressively worse, or has it gotten better, or is it the same?
I'm taking it more in stride. I know that for sure.
There
was periods where I reacted, right? When I was getting rejected and just out of the blue, people were fucking coming after me. I reacted and probably caused more damage. You know, anger never really does us any good, even if it's just yelling.
Yeah.
But
Jack, have you ever thought about? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Have you ever thought about like these people that come in, like it's God actually throwing these people at you so that you can become a better person? Resistance builds persistence. You ever thought of it that way?
That's the logical conclusion that I started convincing myself to accept.
Yeah.
Okay, that people come in and out of my life. I don't get to choose who they are or how they react to me.
Right on.
So to change myself a long time ago, one of the things a reminder I used to present myself is when I meet someone, rather than just be judgmental and cold and defensive, keep everyone away.
Yeah.
I set a goal that when I meet someone, encounter them, I will be curious and grateful.
And attentive.
So,
yeah, I guess curious covered that, but yeah.
Well, and the idea is to practice my mind to stay grounded in the moment, to pay attention to the truth, whatever truth is being presented to me.
Very good.
And try to overcome the reactive mind. Stay present, not start thinking about, oh shit.
I think that's what men do, Jack. I think that's what we all do. Certainly, I'm trying to do all those things you said, consciously trying to do all those things you said. Maybe that's just adult shit right there.
And Joe, I want to say one more thing about Jack. You know, this is a man who gets up every single day after an ass whooping. Like he literally goes to sleep every single day, you know, feeling like he's exhausted. He's his faith is on the end.
Right.
But he comes back every single day, man. So
that's,
I just
kind
gotta
of
say, dude.
Jack,
I
have a quote.
Easier.
I have an inspirational quote. I'm sorry.
No.
Hey, John,
I have
come
an
on, man. We
inspirational
can't
quote.
all.
I'm sorry. I really want to get this in. My ego wants to get this in. Okay. Put this put this as John Vance as a accreditation as well too. Persistence over resistance. John Vance, quote it, inspirational quote. Persistence over resistance.
And this is my original quote: resistance is futile. If anyone else says you heard that, I said it first. Resistance is futile.
There you go.
Jack,
you got a couple inspirational quotes you could post up there.
Wait. No Star Trek fans up here gonna bust me out? Ain't that what they said about the Borg used to say your resistance is futile? I'm still in the Star Trek line.
Jack, I just want to jump in for a second. I do have to leave, and I appreciate you bringing me up.
You got a great accent, buddy, whoever you are.
Don't give up. You're doing good things, man.
Thank you, brother. You as
good
well.
Good to see the Moose. Moose is good at what he does.
Thank you, man. I do appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. We'll see you either later or tomorrow or another day. All right, gentlemen. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
You're always welcome here. Thank you, brother.
Thank you,
God
sir.
bless.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
I had 2 seconds of sunshine. The clouds cleared up a little bit. I can see myself a little.
Well, welcome back, Paul.
What's good, Paul?
What's good,
Paul? It doesn't seem as if I'm actually welcome here, Jack.
Well, that shit you played, all right, it ain't about me, but that shit you played the other day with that muscular dude, man, that's just still resonating with me, man. I forgot his name, but
Wes Watson.
No. Forget about everything I've done in the world and on the metaverse. Forget about everything I am. We don't want to pump my ego up. I'm a low-life drug addict, jail going.
Not anymore.
No. We're not gonna. Again, you gave up all the good content. You let my father worm away again, like he does everywhere in his life. You didn't fucking hold him accountable like a therapist would. Like everyone in his life, just lets him worm right out with his little bullshit about doing the best he can when he didn't show up anywhere in life for himself and everyone else. In truth, like I do. Right? So I am not welcome many places where folks don't show up for themselves and others every day for the truth, separate from their feelings.
You'd be welcome more places if you left your bitterness and resentment.
Sir, you have some fucking balls on you to talk about bitterness with how you've conducted yourself here today with all I've done with you and for you.
You sound pretty bitter about what you've experienced.
No, I'm bitter about a bunch of fucking weak-ass slaves who try to get control.
Maybe your expectations are your problem, Paul, not mine.
Yeah, let's keep this vibe high, guys.
Oh, I'm finally back up.
Can I just ask a quick question? And then I'll go. I have to go.
Let Patricia, please, go ahead. You said you had a question.
Jack, my question is, if somebody, anyone, got your son on a panel and he wanted to speak with you, and the host of that show continuously kicked your son out or kicked you out and didn't allow you guys the moment or the opportunity to have it out, have dialogue, how would that make you feel? How would you feel if you were wearing
that would make me feel pretty bad. I mean,
I'm
honestly.
asking Jack.
Sorry, Patricia. It's good to see you, though.
You too, whatever.
So in this
hypothetical got an attitude today, Jack.
In this hypothetical scenario where we want to entertain Patricia's imagination instead of what is real, let's play along. So you're suggesting to me that in some fantasy world, maybe Paul's platform, where I'm there on the platform and my son comes in belligerent and just insulting and disrespectful. And I've already expressed the intention of trying to have a conversation. Yeah, if my son came in and presented himself as a real dumbass, who didn't give a shit about what was true, yeah, I'd fucking
Yeah,
On
and see
Tim.
how now if one of these guys act out and start saying crazy stuff, you're not saying he has an obligation under those circumstances, right? If father or son decides to be like, "Fuck you, you piece of shit," so and so, the host may
It's called
decide.
moderating, Joe. What are you talking
Right,
about?
right.
A fucking
It's showing
moderator.
respect for the people who
No,
were
Jack.
already on the platform.
Why? If the
Anyways,
truth
that
is
was my
spoken,
question. I gotta
All
go.
right.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Easy, Patricia.
you followed the
like, if the
pattern
truth
of your
is spoken
father,
with
Agent
thorns,
of
does that
Chaos.
make it not true?
No,
Say
Does
no,
it
that
make it
I'm
not
again.
true if
asking.
it comes out angry with thorns on it?
Well, one should
Does that
make
make it not a
sure, actually, Timmy, regardless if the words come from care or anger, there should be a humility and an acceptance of responsibility to make sure the words expressed are actually factual rather than just some fucking
how do
narrow
you know?
perspective.
Look, as an
How do you
agent of
know?
chaos, I know that
As
Timmy
the
is an agent of
moderator,
chaos, Paul.
I know,
how do
I
you
Timmy.
mean,
know
Jack,
He
you know
is.
that.
I'm an agent
I
of
know.
chaos, Moose?
Well,
How do you know? I'm
Timmy,
just asking a question. How do you know as a moderator if the words are truthful or not
Timmy,
when you
Timmy,
weren't there?
Timmy,
What?
I know based on what I know. And what I know comes from the
Right. So you're
facts. What I know comes from the facts that God has allowed me to see and to reveal. And Timmy, where the agent of chaos is, the agent of chaos likes to come in and control the narrative, present things, partial facts, and manipulate them around to present a picture that isn't actually real. So, honest people, Timmy and Paul, and any other listeners, honest people present facts, maybe ask questions to understand the truth rather than to present the false narrative.
Doesn't by definition, if you're a moderator, you have a responsibility. You're not just a door bag. People come up and they just do what the fuck they want. Just you being a moderator means that you may have to be subject to do a damn thing.
Thank you for that point as well,
Can we
Joe.
go
Please.
Socratic? Is that possible, Paul? Can we maybe try the Socratic method?
Hey, Jack, how are you able to ascertain all the things I said about my father that you kicked me out for and never asked him directly about were not true? How did you ascertain that?
They were irrelevant to the moment at hand. You were
So
bringing
I
up.
came here to trust you to
Well,
moderate
that's
between me and
not
my
true.
father.
That's not true.
So nothing I'm saying, according to you and my father, is true ever now.
Paul, you've expressed very little trust to me. You
Okay,
don't
so
trust
you
me.
are going
You
to
don't
decide
trust
what
your
trust looks
dad.
like from my side, right?
Well, Paul, trust is pretty simple to see, especially when it's not there.
Oh, now it's simple. Apparently it's not, because I'm telling you what
Paul,
I'm feeling and you're not listening
okay.
like my father because you don't respect my feelings.
Well,
then you expect
how
yours to
about
be
this?
respected when
How
it's not
about this?
equitous.
Paul, let me
Do I
accept
treat you like this on the panel when you come up?
Hey, let's not get into comparing how one is
Do I
treated,
throw you out every 30
motherfucker.
seconds when I don't like what you say, or do I spend 4
No,
hours looping with
you
if
allow ignoramuses to just say whatever the fuck they want about me.
Jack,
And you know what?
we're getting low vibe
Just a
again. We're
reminder.
getting low vibe, brother. Let's
Yep, you're
take
right.
this back into a positive light.
Yep. Thank you for that reminder.
Deep
There's a
breaths.
much more positive energy already. Paul, I would love to have a conversation with you, but I am not going to sit here for hours and hours listening to you go on and on with your false narratives. Now, if you claim to have come up with the purposes of trusting, please forgive me for not recognizing that, because I saw the same patterns of combativeness that were just, instead of combating me, now you were just back to looping on your dad.
Wait, I know
Okay,
Paul ain't got a
okay,
white
so
girl.
now
Fuck
what you
that.
just
Paul got
said.
a white girl. I don't
Hey,
believe it. I
guys,
know
can we
Paul
keep
ain't
it
got
one
no
at a
white
What
time?
you just said is exactly my point. You didn't care about the facts I laid out, the feelings and intention behind it, the truth and veracity of it. All you did was identify with my father, defend him, enable him, and protect him from me assailing him with truth. That's a problem.
Interesting.
You
how
can't
you
moderate
feel.
and do therapy
Right.
if you're going to identify with the wrongdoer who
You
I'm
didn't.
asking to be held
Hey,
accountable.
Paul, if the purpose was therapy, well, God bless. Please allow that. But this is
Were
not the
you
best
guilty, Jack? I'm
area.
sorry to
How are
interrupt.
you going to
Hold on,
decide
Paul.
what
Were you
therapy is for the
guilty?
being?
Were you guilty of siding with Paul's father?
Of course he was.
Here, let me
He was
answer.
siding as if I was his son, giving him the.
I was guilty of trying to maintain order on the platform because Paul's father had already expressed several times today and previously that his intention was not to get into this on my panel, that it was actually just joining for the purposes of the general conversations.
So the answer to that is no, you don't think you were siding with Paul's dad?
I do not believe I was siding with Paul's dad, other than moving past the blame and trying to find resolve.
How do we find resolve where there's no accountability and culpability? How?
So
they're going to go do the same thing they've been doing and claim they're right.
Paul, I've seen your father express his own words of regret, of growth, of recognizing that he was imperfect. There was things he did wrong.
I don't understand. If he did it and owns it, why was today different? He must not really own it. So was he lying then or today?
Paul, what is not different is within you.
I don't have to be different for someone to own the truth day after day and stand on it and
I thought we were going to
repeat
keep this day high vibing.
Right. That was the idea.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you guys.
Moose is fucking with you. You're so inept, you can't even tell he's fucking with you.
No. You know what? If he's
See, I try to be positive and they try to drag me down.
Right. And I don't see trying to keep a positive energy as fucking with me, Paul. What that is fucking with your energy to try and control shit. So, and here I am, more profanities. Reset. Restart.
Did the Paul thing and the father that happened today? That's why emotions are so high. All right.
Yeah. Some of that was today. And
all right, thank you.
And
Jack, if it's worth anything, I think it's the first time I've heard Paul admit that he has pain to express. So take that as it is. I
yeah,
view
man.
that as
Maybe
a
you're bringing
breakthrough
a
of
new
some
light.
sort. So
Sorry, John.
yeah, I view that as some sort of breakthrough. So don't get too discouraged.
We're all on our own paths. Paul, in his persona, in his role, he's doing his growth as a man publicly, and that takes an extra layer of
it means you're gonna make mistakes publicly as well.
Yep. So I don't know what to do, honestly. Okay.
Very good. Very good.
I admire Paul. I looked. There's many attributes. I see incredible potential, but this chaos, it's not healthy. And so honestly, I've offered to try and help Paul a long time ago before I got to know his dad. Just because it's Paul's life. I care about him and I care about the land we live in. And I thought if Paul, I'm going to use him as an example. And Paul, since you're here, please let me speak and then I'll.
Did you notice, Jack? Can I ask a question first? Did you notice, see, John Vance, maybe a detractor of mine, but he pointed out something that I specifically use certain words to communicate an idea, and no one gave a fuck, and no one listened, and they went right back to treating me how they always do. So if you ever wonder why I'm not the most nice and kind and loving and forthcoming being, it's because you shit all over me every chance you get, like my father says. See, he doesn't.
He has a point, Jack. He has a point here. We got to listen to him.
He wants to hide from the lies. I bring the truth out and stand on it, and I say, I'm not going to give energy and attention to my emotions and pain. I resolve that. The point is, we can't have resolution with folks who won't admit they've been wrong and are still wrong and say, I have my own.
Will you ever admit when you're wrong, Paul? Will you
Sure,
do what
sure.
you
Where have
say?
I caused loss, injury, or harm, or not represented myself in truth?
Let's
with the flesh of
define
the matter?
those words and then we can discuss. You want
Sure,
to just ignore and deny any
sure,
culpability.
sure. I'm still waiting for my father to come to me to apologize for putting me
Right, because that's
on
what
drugs.
sons do.
Hey,
Sons,
guys,
sons
let's not
expect
draw
their
Because
swords here.
fathers aren't
fathers.
supposed to.
Sons expect their fathers to cower and to come beg for forgiveness because they didn't raise you the way you wanted to be raised. Fucking grow up, boy.
That
Paul
sounds
Jack,
like
wants to
some
Jack,
say,
you're doing
Paul right
grow up.
amazing.
there, right? That sounds like a Paul line right
Mm,
there.
Jack,
mm.
you're
I can
amazing
hear
right now. You're
Paul
hot, you're
saying
on
that.
fire, but we need to take this onto a positive note. Like we got to flow, man. Talk to us about the spirit. Talk to us about some gratitude or something. Like, the people in the audience, they may not resonate with that, but that's where you resonate with. You're a positive person.
I don't think the spirit seeks to control in this way, though. Jack. I think that I think that
Hey,
you
Sean,
shouldn't.
you're talking out of your ass about things you're not sure of, but
My
if
question
you're
But
is,
Sean's a
talking,
smart guy
what are
too.
you saying the spirit doesn't do what?
do you feel that the spirit seeks to control, to have control?
The spirit of truth, there's no fight for control. The control is that which is true. And that which is true is loving and peaceful.
There's
So,
a I was gonna say there's a phrase, a proverb or something that said,
Aren't we supposed to turn the other cheek?
the truth does not need defending. It is a lion,
amen.
set it free. A lion, set it free, and it shall take care of itself.
Well,
I'll give a shot. Truth
amen.
does not fear investigation.
Right.
Amen.
Yeah.
Fear doesn't mind questioning. Fear doesn't mind being asked, but
Hey Jack, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you for a second. I'm sorry because it seems like I'm interrupting you every fucking time you're talking. If you and Paul would be able to communicate, and Paul, it doesn't seem like he's capable of letting you speak. When he says his, and when you come back to hear your side, you say, well, what people need to do also, and he jumps on it. If you could find a way so that we could hear both sides, the crowd, I'm not hearing and know everything, then I think you guys would communicate better. I'm sure Paul have a shorthand already, but it would help if you guys both get your sides out.
Joe, you're right, and I've been trying to find a way to do that, but communication requires willingness and cooperation.
Well,
And
he's
those
willing
who,
because he's hanging in the basement a bunch. You may just
well,
have to mute him or sit him down when you say your side, because you're willing to listen to his. To respond, if he can't be quiet, you may have to mute him or sit him down. But he's willing to communicate. That's shown by him hanging around. And it's a
That's right.
desire, not just a willingness. There is a desire to communicate.
And Jack, I gotta say, there's got to be some love there for you, man. Because why would he sit there in the back, just sit there, you know?
Moose, please, I know this. I have no clue what's within Paul other than the nastiness and negativity he
True, that nigga
says.
lives bad, bro.
So I trust in the divine. And based on the evidence and the facts I've seen, I know that me, Jack, my name is in the minds of many. And
Right.
my name is in the minds of many because I have reached into their hearts.
I go for
People
that.
do care about me, what I'm doing, what I'm saying. I know that to be true because the things I'm saying and doing are what we all can do.
I
So
know. I mean, you're resonating greatness right now, Jack. You're coming off a 5-year bender, and you're going up, dude. You got 440 subscribers. You got 4 people up here on panel. We're with you here. We got the high vibes going. It's Monday night.
Most
I'm
you're
loving
jumping
it,
the
dude.
shark. Most you're jumping the shark over there.
yeah,
Most are trying to be quiet over here.
yeah,
Let you
I'm
do your
just I'm
thing.
just saying, man. I
nothing.
mean, why is it bad for me to have a good time and be enjoying the experience and enjoying the conversation for once?
You're fine. We are on the ground floor here, but what Joe was saying too, I envision a way. When I saw Paul, when I heard him, I saw the gift and the fact that he has been touched. He is a messenger that people should be listening to, but he's creating contradictions from his words and his actions. And so if someone's a walking contradiction, you can't trust what they say. And well, my dreams are the truth. I know Joe, I know Paul can say the things I want to say better than me. And
better than me.
I have the dream of speaking to the public servants in the American government and at the UN.
Yeah.
I'd love for Paul to believe that it's a worthy idea, and then maybe if Paul actually saw his potential in working with me, the two of us together, he'd see his potential. His father and others would see him moving forward to even greater things than what he's already done. And then
relationships can be mended, right?
Way.
Hey, Paul, whenever you come back up, tell me if there's such a thing as working with Moose, and can you envision it? I'm sorry, not Moose, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
I mean, he's already working with me, but Jack, he'll work with Jack.
I meant Paul. He said Paul can him and work together. All these things are possible. Is that even something that Paul thinks is feasible or logical?
I have a question. Why does Jack?
I was talking about the payment plan.
My thing is, Jack, you have space for 10 people up here, and because you keep kicking people.
All right, now we're interrupting. We're interrupting him, and it's rude.
John, yes. Paul was brought up
Agents
after being
of chaos,
patiently
man.
in the back. Please allow him a chance.
Chaos.
Oh, okay. Now he
Agents
gets a
of
chance.
chaos.
Now you get a chance, Paul. So sorry, my fault. Now you get a
What
chance.
makes Jack or anyone else think that anybody has to or should trust what anybody says, whether they're a walking contradiction or not, rather than look at what they do?
Right. Look at what they do. Look at how they aggressively come after people. Look at how they're watching for defenses and creating enemies all around. Watch what they do. I don't create enemies. And someone asked, John, I think it was John asked, can you ever feel like you're in a world of enemies? Yeah, I used to feel that way. And then Abraham Lincoln, those words, if I convert an enemy to a friend, we eliminate enemies in the end.
He did a great job with that, though, wouldn't you say, Jack? I mean, he kind of got blasted by the enemy.
He's doing it again, man. This guy's such an agent of chaos, and it really kind of upsets me to see you sit right next to him and let him feign praise and make it.
So now you're going to throw me under the bus when I've been nothing but a good player today.
He's heaping praise on you, and when you agree with it, he's going to set you up as egoic and make you look like a fool. And when I call that out, I'm being an asshole, right? Okay.
No, you're just truthful. You're truthful, but at the same time, I've been nothing but kind today, and I've been part of the program.
Right. So kind is the measure of respect and honor for men, right?
Have I not been
kind is the measure of respect for men and honor throughout history? All the kind men got us out of slavery, right?
Hey,
cut it out.
To deny kindness as an attribute.
I didn't deny it, Jack. I fucking watched them. You son of a bitch. I watched a video last night of a man shave a woman's head for cancer, shave his own head. They cried together and held each other, and I cried and thought of you, you son of a bitch. And I was going to fucking link you in that, but I thought everyone would fucking laugh at me for being emotional in a moment, thinking about kindness separate from all of your slavery, cowardice, and insanity. All I do is show kindness and reparation, the ability to repair.
He does have a point.
Ask the Moose and everyone else.
He's shown me nothing but kindness lately.
What, because I don't suck dick in public? I'm not kind?
Paul.
I don't forgive trespassers and ungrateful infidels over and over again who want to shit on my name and what I create while they do nothing except try to create off what I create. And I still present that for them like you. Give my whole fucking viewership over to you while I ask what my problem is. Have I gone completely insane?
I destroyed my
enemy. Is this supposed to be an open panel, Jack? Or a limited panel?
Maybe we should open this up, Jack, if you're feeling like it. I mean, if you're
I'm
feeling
just
like
being
it,
real. You're not even getting your money's worth right now. You're using 6 people. You can have 6 people on the free thing, man. I mean,
Because
this
he
is
still doesn't get that his path to running his mouth at the UN or anyone else is not going to come from him being a guru. It's going to come from this fucking Mishigas, whatever this is. Trust me, I've had to reconcile myself to it. No one was listening when I was talking kind and loving and polite. They thought I was a joke till I got real serious and militant, got in everybody's fucking face over the truth. Now some folks are listening. Okay. And everyone who doesn't want to listen and or look at what I'm saying and wants to point at how I'm acting, they're the fucking problem. They've been doing it since the beginning of time, like my father. Paulie's uncivilized. He doesn't know how to have a civil conversation. What, be a punk ass bitch and present like a legal attorney and obfuscate with doublespeak and ignore the facts of the matter and label me to have me convicted when you're the wrongdoer? Who came first? Who
nothing but
created
truth
what?
here.
Who's done nothing to stop it? Who's eclipsed who on the scale? Who will still not listen to who, even though they've eclipsed them, because they want to push their bullshit book on my broadcast while they ain't nobody anyone's going to want to read about? Ego much? I don't have a book. Why does he have a book? No one knows who the fuck he is or what he's done worthy of reading about except be him. But in his mind, being him is worthy enough to read about when he's just like every white boy suburbanite boomer who wants to avoid accountability and responsibility, live off the back of a system in debt, actually own nothing, and claim to be successful when he has no lasting, valuable, deep bonds and relationships with friends or women. I have a 14-year relationship. Thank you, Jack, for finally letting me point out all of his bullshit and hypocrisy. I don't care how much money he gives me and helps me with throughout my life. I will still speak the truth because I'm not for sale, just like he said. Jack, he didn't bring up that I told him, if you let me push my book on your broadcast, I'll give you some of the money. That makes me more credible. Because I said, I ain't pushing your book, even though you're my daddy, even though you're going to pay me to do it, you punk ass bitch. I'm not using my audience to shill products I wouldn't want to read, let alone them. Because it's off my name, you fucking narcissist. Create your
I
own.
remember those conversations.
Right, over and over again for weeks and months, and then him being passive aggressive and putting the book
So,
up
Jack,
and doing
Jack,
it when I
maybe
guess
this
not.
is justified anger right here, Jack.
No, none of it is. When he gets angry, it's justified. When
Can
I get
we,
righteous indignation, it's anger.
Hey,
Jack,
can
put the
we
picture. Can you put my picture up? Jack, put my picture up in 1 second.
Is that pyramid? I've been reading that motherfucker. And I
Maslow's hierarchy.
screenshot it.
Could you imagine the
No, it's
same guy who
Yeah,
brought
that's
me to an
nice.
insane asylum and would have had me committed if they made a certain determination forever, brought me there out of confusion and fear, now wants to use my broadcast to push his book and still not admit to all the wrongdoings along the way. It's
Hey,
it's the archetype of having it all ways.
when are you gonna when is this gonna be out of you? When can you let this shit go? I mean, holy shit.
Sir, I don't talk
You're
to these
so much resentful. So much
You want to
resentment.
see? Do you want to hear my? You want to hear my messages to my father?
No,
the private
not really.
messages.
No.
I'll show you how I talk to him, just like a loving human. I'll show you how I talk to him like a loving, loving human being with truth, and I'll show you how he gives me one-word answers, lies to himself and me, threatens to run off and not speak to me again if he doesn't get adequate respect.
Paul,
Cut
you
it
do
out.
not make it very easy to have conversations with.
Why is it you
That's
think
not the
anything about
point.
life is supposed to be easy? What is your
Why
problem?
do you insist making it as difficult as you fucking can?
No, I insist on being truthful, which is very
No,
difficult for
Paul,
liars.
This is how do I communicate with you? Jesus
That's a
Christ.
different argument, Paul, that Jack is giving right now. He is not saying you're being untruthful. You can be truthful and still give a tone or whatever to trigger a motherfucker.
Why
make it
do
difficult.
I
They're not
have to
necessarily
come
opposites.
into a discussion with any kind of tone that a victimizer or wrongdoer is determining I should?
Only
Why?
if you intend to make progress or intend to make a change. In all reality, truth is truth. You should be able to say it how you want, and people should be able to suck it up. But if you know, like me, I deal with a motherfucker who's sensitive. I have to change my approach. It's still truthful, but I can't do certain things. If I'm trying to sincerely, earnestly actually build a relationship. You got to build trust. When this person trusts you, then they'll become honest. Blah,
Joe
blah, blah.
Cool, you're off again. You
No,
don't
he's
build.
right on.
So you think. Now watch the revelation.
Paul.
Trust is not built through presentment. Trust is built through honorable actions.
Trust can only be denied.
I wasn't
dumbass.
saying trust is
Trust
built through
exists until you withdraw it.
That was not my argument.
Not
My
everyone's
argument is-
trustworthy. I know you want to
According
rewrite
to
the damn
you.
dictionary.
You don't trust the people. You trust the facts. You trust the evidence.
Right. So when I lay the facts out and he doesn't cop to any
You
of them and says,
You ignore
when
so
I
many
lay
facts,
you're
Paul.
talking over me.
Yes.
Then you're going to throw me out.
Very
so
likely.
who's
It's
clutching
coming
for
soon.
control?
Well, there's also reading the room, recognizing the moment, understanding.
Right, because you're an
who it
expert at
is.
reading the room 4 hours a day
What
for
is
months.
your purpose right now?
To put the facts of the matter on record.
The facts according to the truth or the facts according to Paul?
Well, my father was here and he said he's not here to put the facts of the matter on record. I said I am.
That? He said that?
Yes, multiple times. He's not here for this. He doesn't want it. He wants peaceful conversation away from truth.
So what does that have to do with now?
Right. I'm calling out once again how you said you were going to moderate and you were going to build trust with me.
Against me
you
and your
just
father.
talked about trust.
Right.
You want to build trust. You want to build trust talking about love in a nice way. But when I come over here and bare my all to you in front of you and my father, he goes back on the trust and says, I'm not here for truth and real conversation. You enable him and throw me out and then defend his bullshit without knowing anything conclusively because you identified with him.
Paul, I've already explained a different narrative than the one you keep repeating. So you're rejecting my explanations. You're rejecting, right. Well, your rejection of facts is what is keeping your ignorance, and your ignorance
and you're the arbiter of all facts.
You.
Right.
I'm explaining how the mind works, Paul. You just happen to be a wonderful example, a teaching lesson. Okay? And maybe in the chaos, the explanations aren't coming through as clearly as I hope, but welcome
Jack, can
to
you explain this
my
picture?
world.
Can you put the picture up?
Oh yeah,
Please,
that shit
Jack,
is dope. I was reading it the whole time.
Please talk.
So
tell us about that.
This is called logic, right? So you're down at the bottom, the three up from the bottom there. It says responding to tone, criticizes to the tone of the writing or speaking without attacking the substance of the argument. So this is what you and Paul Sr. are doing, and you're not actually letting the facts or the central point to be discussed. Is that not what's occurring here? Just because you don't like the delivery of a message, you're saying that it's not okay.
So in your opinion,
this is just logic.
That is what you see is the entire responsibility and the breakdown of communication today between Paul Sr., Jr., and me is because Sr. and I criticized the tone. So you're saying the fault
I
and
think he is saying that the
responsibility.
tone that when Paul speaks in that certain tone, I wasn't here for the father, but right now he has a tone. In my mind, he's venting. He has that tone, and you're taking something from the tone rather than hearing his argument. That's what I thought he just said.
I would also like to. I would also like to point out. I would like to point out.
Is that what you're alleging?
But Jack, aren't you throwing him out because he's saying tone? He's saying things with a tone that you don't like, and then now you turn his point into an opinion, right?
Right, but beyond the explanations I've already given, what could I present to you for you to accept that it's not only his tone that I'm not accepting. Okay, it's his false narratives and his complete obfuscation of the facts and ignoring the reality of what
Jack,
is relevant.
It's probably a bit of all of them, and you were handling
if
the
you're
tone
if you're a
better
magistrate,
But this is
towards the end.
also
You were handling
this is
the
also
tone
a
no,
better.
John,
this isn't
no,
this
no,
isn't a.
John, I'm gonna respond. No,
But
John, I'm gonna
I
respond.
would also
If somebody
okay.
is no, John, no. If somebody is actually leading some
What?
interaction of two other folks to have some sort of resolve, Jack, if you're playing that role at that moment, you have to be impartial, and then you have to let point by point, fact by fact, actually play out. So
I'm
yes,
down with
you know,
that.
you might have to.
Are you actually
If
being
somebody
impartial right now,
presents you
Timmy?
for
Thank you,
yes,
John.
that's
No,
how
Are you
you're not.
actually being
impartiality works.
impartial right now, Timmy?
Yes,
You
John.
obviously
This is
have a
how logic
bias,
works.
and you don't want to listen. You want to speak
Right.
But
before
I'm looking
anybody
at what
actually
just
speaks.
happened.
You already have a
I'm looking at what just
you already have
happened.
a pre-planned presupposition assumption.
No, I just
Assumption
watched
is
what just
always
happened,
with the
John.
saying is you make an ass out of you and I. You're making an ass out of all of us
Why
right now
couldn't
with
each
your
side
assumptions.
say their piece and then address the central point of what the person was
Well,
saying?
there if
Timmy,
well,
And then Paul Senior made a reply.
if someone
Timmy,
is being disruptive,
What do you? It's just tone. I
obviously
just
if
showed you
someone
the
is
logic
being
here.
okay, so as soon as
It's not
okay,
just
so
tone. He is talking over Jack. It is not just tone. It is they're physically
yeah,
unable to
and
communicate.
obviously, yeah, anybody who comes from
Then
Paul's
why didn't
camp
Paul
with his
Senior
influence
respond when Jack's thrown out? When
always
Magistrate
talks over
Jack,
people like
John,
this.
hang on. When John,
Well,
I don't need
Tim,
your
why do you
psychological
feel the need?
insanity.
Why do you feel the need to talk over people? That's my question.
Because I don't want to hear what you have to say.
That usually
have no
means that
track record of
they're
saying
insecure
anything
in what they're
logically.
saying.
hey, John.
No, I
No,
just
if
don't want
you
to hear from
yeah,
you.
And let me jump in here, Timmy.
all right.
The
Yes,
same thing, what John is actually saying, I do hope you will consider, okay? Because he's sharing truth, honest observations that I actually agree with. And regarding what you're saying to me, you know, allowing the details to come forth, allowing each side to present and all of that.
Sure.
I'm in agreement. Now, but the question comes back to you. Are you willing to do as you speak? Because I've tried.
Yes.
I've tried communicating with you. I've tried communicating with Paul. I've tried communicating with many others.
Okay.
Let's stick with Timmy. He can't speak for everybody else, but you're saying he's unwilling to genuinely communicate with you. Is that what you're saying?
I've seen Timmy. I've seen you somewhat try. Okay. I think you are, for the most part, you've allowed your mind to be unconvinced of me, that you've allowed some skepticism and some doubt. But
yes.
But your doubts have prevented you from understanding me.
I love it. The same shit you're accusing Paul of and the father shit. This is great.
I've heard hundreds of hours of what you say and then have seen very little of what you do. So I have to make some sort of discernment on why I should listen to what you say or not, or what you don't say.
Brother.
So that's just a discernment. This is a survival mechanism and a thing that us beings do in order to see where something is of value, right? So now us, me and you, it's something different, right? You have to be able to understand a father and son with fucking years of stuff going on. That shit, you got to be able to recognize that shit is hard for it to just be like cordial. Yes, Papa, I'll have my 2 minutes and then you have yours.
Timmy.
It's like,
right on, Timmy.
I mean, come on. So yeah, maybe after the 2 minute
I
mark,
would also like to put the fact on the record. Yeah.
I don't want to fucking hear from you.
Hey, there's an important fact on the record that needs to be inserted here. Not everything has to be public.
Why is John's mic so loud and Timmy's mic is so low?
Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear from you.
Why are you so mad by me, bro? Why are you so triggered by me?
Shut up. I don't like you. Shut up.
John, you are triggering him. Let's not push the trigger, okay?
Yeah, because I
I'm sorry. Just high vibes here. I apologize.
Come
so
on,
Jack,
Timmy was
could have had
well.
you could have had 2 minutes where Paul went, and even if it was full of tone and right, and then at the end, like, let Paul Sr. speak and have his 2 minutes. Maybe you got to mute Paul. I get it. Throw him out, let him back in, whatever. But Paul Sr. would not speak and address a man with claims against him, saying, Papa, you did X, Y, Z. And then Paul Sr. just like, no, I'm not going to handle this now. I'm going to run away. But that's an issue. We can't plan life when somebody's going to bring claims against us and just, I'm going to run away now.
Right.
I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
That's it's fucked up. So
sound like my ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
Can I talk?
If I may,
no, let them ask
okay.
a little bit.
Actually, John, please just give.
Yeah, you know what? I have something important to insert on the record here. I'm not just inserting just for the sake of it. Paul Sr. actually said, and you can rewind it, I'll timestamp it, that he doesn't want to air this out in public. He wants to do this in private, and Jack agreed. And I think there's one party wanted to do it fully public, wanted to air all their dirty laundry, and another party didn't want to do that. They wanted that privately.
All right, thank you.
So I think that's very important when considering when you guys are debating. Thank you.
John, thank you. That's actually where I was going to go with this too. Okay, because Timmy, you're right. There's different ways it could be handled, and there is different ways I could have handled. But as I was reading it, Senior wasn't interested in dealing with it at that time, and he's been, not to say anything about anyone, but he's been supportive. He's been a quote unquote a fan, I guess. So for me to defer and show him a little more respect, I can't necessarily be faulted.
He is saying that, the old man's been there for him and blah, blah, blah. So maybe he did show a little favoritism.
And so in fairness, I can't diminish what Paul has done with me and for me either. Okay.
Yeah.
I've spoken my gratitude many times, and I continue to be accused of not being grateful. So it's like, Timmy, you're speaking well on behalf of Paul. And Paul,
I'm not speaking on behalf of Paul.
I know you're not.
Here with a
everyone has to speak on behalf of me because I'm not civil enough. So go ahead and everyone represent me like they do at court and tell all of my life story with all the right things and not the right things, and then throw me out in chains because I didn't say it just the right way with my right demeanor. It's called a misdemeanor. You all are just like your masters.
We're not.
Yeah, you are. Timmy's not. Timmy's not. But you and my daddy are. You learned great from our masters.
We're actually big fucking fans of you.
I don't want fanatics.
Right. I don't want fanatics either.
Some fans. With fans like yous, I don't need enemies.
I want friends. You're a friend when you stop fucking fighting me.
Yeah, my father was such a fan. He said I had pinned dope buys the other day when he started losing the argument. Went back to 8 years ago. Wasn't me doing heroin. He's such a fan.
You're taking your dad's anger that you have with your dad out on Jack a little bit today.
Sir, don't tell me what I'm doing and not doing. You can't even read the room half the time, Joe Cool. Let's get real here.
Again, now you're mad at me for giving my opinion.
Because you folks are lacking in awareness. Now you say all around.
You jump me in with everybody else. That means
lacking in awareness.
A bunch of people. I think I'm right, and you're proving.
Jack has 4 months of history with me. My father has 33 years of history with me. There's a reason why I have this tone.
We said that.
Here's some fun.
So why are you telling me I'm misdirecting a tone at somebody who's acting exactly like my father and identifying with him as he's not addressing the truth and claims?
What I said was the emotional shit that you feel for your dad. We're all catching it right now. And I'm right.
Joe.
Are you upset by that?
I'm fine.
You didn't say that.
Right. So why is it I can't be emotional, as you say, without everyone else throwing me up and down and making determinations on who and what I am and not?
I say let you vent. That's my position.
Right. So now I'm emotional. I'm venting. Tell me more about me and my process and what I'm doing.
You didn't know you were emotional and venting? You didn't know that?
I didn't know this was emotional and venting. You've made the determination that's what this is. I could do this 6, 8, 10, 12 hours a day. Is this emotional and venting?
Let's stop. let's stop. Let's break
Or is
the
this
pattern.
inspired by truth in a world of lies and liars? Is that
Let's
what it
break
is?
the patterns, please. Okay.
Break what? Patterns. The patterns.
The patterns of conflict. We don't have to keep renewing
Right.
them
Let's
over
break
and
the
over
patterns
and
of
over.
conflict, which always reveal truth and weakness. We wouldn't want that.
Paul, conflicts also hide the truth. Okay.
Oh
They
yeah.
hide the
And how?
truth.
How do they hide the truth?
Can we discuss that? Because they
Please do.
Conflicts keep us distracted, focused on the problem, focused on the danger. Okay.
What
and
needs to be solved? Yeah.
Well, but Paul, life is short. Okay, balance the fucking attention of the conflicts.
Life is short. Why take 30 and 50 and 60 years to become who you need to be?
It takes a lifetime to discover who we are.
It didn't take me a lifetime. Why did it take everyone else so long? Maybe they're not prioritizing their time, energy, attention. Ask my father. He's voting and watching Fox News all day. Maybe that's why we haven't had a solution to the problem.
Paul, hey, your dad's not here. Let's just focus on you and I. Okay?
Well, you identify with him, so same.
He and I and you have many similarities together.
Right, and there's many differences that need to be noted.
So let's overcome the differences and find out.
Okay, let's do it. Address your weaknesses and ignorances.
Will you do the same?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Then we'll compare over which ones are a little bit more intrusive for the self and everyone else involved.
You know, we don't have to have
an objective standard of right and wrong. Of course not. We can obfuscate with smoke and mirrors. Why wouldn't we?
That might be a good place to start.
See, I'm always promoting objective standards. You all are always promoting your subjective standards of what's going to be true and right.
Let's come back to now, and we can establish agreements and the ground rules together. Are you willing to do that?
Right. So start with my list of weaknesses. Make sure you don't project, because I'm going to correct you, because I know my strengths and weaknesses. And then we'll go to the other side, all the things you and everyone else come to me for or run from me because of. Go ahead.
I'm not sure why we need to communicate in that manner. I'm not sure.
Right, because we don't have to do anything. I communicate how I please, and so do you. And I'll accept it, and so will you. If you're equitable.
Let's start with, can we agree with
because you find my abrasive gorilla likeness kind of annoying. I find your passive aggressive, I find your passive aggressive fake love just as annoying and or fascinating. So we're equal. Go ahead, sir.
He won't get.
Have you ever tried my method? I'm sorry, I didn't.
I was saying he won't get his sentences. You're getting to that point where Jack gets one sentence and then you start again.
How long you want to let him speak then? Just 2 minutes of bullshit? Or like will he actually...
Can't we just...
a little bit and blah, blah, go back and forth. He knows when he's interrupting Jack. He's aware.
Thank you. We don't have to have an aggressive, combative style of communication. I'm pretty confident.
Again, it's just the tone, Jack.
Get over the tone, Timmy.
Yeah, you get over it. You get over it. You're the one who can't get past it in every fucking conversation.
Hey,
you're the broken hoe who can't get past how it feels. Rather than what I'm saying. I got a woman here who will ignore how I'm saying.
It's a show of strength.
Right, Paul.
I got a fucking
I think it's a show. It just shows strength. It just shows. It just shows strength. It's to show strength to actually show humility and humbleness in the face of person yelling at you and
humbleness
cussing.
And humility, man. You're a punk coward. You don't serve anything.
You're a faulty judge, man. Your vision is fucking skewed, Paul.
God's gonna be the judge. Bet on
it. You better believe
Bet on it.
Yeah.
That's just the thing, Paul. John was right. Those who don't humble themselves to know, it'll be a big fucking surprise to them at the end.
Just like it will when the Christed being said, Go ahead, string me up. I was waiting, but you're gonna have to stand to be counted, punk ass coward infidels.
Yep.
Exactly what he
Yes,
said
you
in the
will,
same tone.
Paul. Yes,
Go
you
ahead.
will. You
Go
will be
ahead. I fight you
judged
not.
for
For which
how
one of my
you
good works
treat.
do you stone me, slave? Go
Let's
ahead.
look at
So
how
do you
treat
think
your
persecuting you
brothers
right now, Paul?
You
yeah.
have all gone on other panels and continue to call me a cult leader, a narcissist, while you
I'm
exemplify
doing
those
it right
qualities.
here and right
You
now.
continue
You are
to
a
prostitute and persecute
narcissist
with
who's
false narratives. Are you kidding?
Paul. I'll say it right
He's
here
got
and
whole
now.
channels
You
shut
are a
down, you and all them.
narcissist
Are you kidding?
who has found his way into leading what could easily be identified as a cult, the cult of Paul.
Easily identified by
right.
somebody who
Paul's
identifies
freedom.
with loser
Paul's
failures who
truth.
can't get traction.
Paul's truth is the only one because it's the
Paul's
loudest
truth
one.
is what got you an audience, fuck not.
You know what it
He's
is?
he's
God
the
works
he's the
in
god of
mysterious
media.
ways.
He causes it is very
Look, the
mysterious.
bozo still can't figure out God of all media is pimping and macking. I don't believe that. I'm just a bozo in a trailer smoking reefer talking about what I see and live. You stupid motherfucker in your
You
ego.
obviously you
Triggered.
believe it. You believe it in some level. You believe it on some level.
I believe I'm a lot better at all yous at doing anything. Build a lemonade stand, I'll run it better and get more customers and sell more lemonade. It'll be better lemonade. Yeah.
No,
I do
you're
believe
bad and
that I'm
wrong,
more
Paul.
confident
You're
than you in
bad and
every
wrong.
arena, and I've shown that. So next.
Bad and wrong for being confident, Paul.
It's like dodgeball, Vance. Let's go back to dodgeball. It's a real simple thing that they took out of schools for a reason, right?
You gonna share some of those fucking pears?
So we got me. It's got to always be all about Jack and his delusion and bliss, which he always is getting triggered, showing he's not blissful and loving. So let's go back to dodgeball. I'm on one side, and there's two captains on the other side, Talcott and Vance. So it's 2-1. Who do you think up against the wall is dying for Paulie to pick him to be on their team? Who do you think sitting there going, please don't pick me, Talcott and Vance? Because I'm going to peg yous both right off the bat. I'm going to peg you. You're going to throw it. I'm going to catch it and peg you. And everyone who's on my team is going to win. Okay? Everyone who's on your team's going to lose. And you'll be sitting there after whining about all the reasons why it happened while we're off celebrating.
We're
That's
not on
the
the
difference.
same team here.
You are
We're not all on the same
incompetent
team.
in all arenas. Dodgeball, broadcasting, legal, lawful, spiritual, linguistic. Shall I go on and on and on?
Would you please stop? Would you please just take a fucking breath and chill out, brother? Holy shit. Life is not all about engagement and competition and domination and survival. Holy
Have you not noticed? That's almost exactly what it's all about, directly or indirectly. Simple motherfucker.
Paul, I'm taking a break from you, okay? Just for a few minutes. Holy crap, man.
I've definitely, you know, I wrestle with that concept of, you know, people just say this Malthusianness of survival of the fittest. There's only so much to go around. It's a scarcity mindset. It's not a mindset of abundance. It's
brainwashing.
It's thank you for bringing me back up,
counterintuitive.
Jack. You're doing such a great job tonight, going with the flow. You're keeping things going. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for letting us be here today. You know, if it wasn't for you, you know, we wouldn't be on here, right?
Well, thank you for that, but my mind just went, yeah, you wouldn't be on here. You'd be out living your life. Fucking
Well, brother, I'm saying I'm trying to put it on a positive, right? I'm trying to say positive.
I know you are, and thank you. And actually, my gratitude to those who are up here on the panel and those who are sharing time with your attention and energies. And if it's triggering you, I'm sorry, not sorry. if you're enjoying it, well, welcome to the experience. And I hope people are enjoying themselves today.
On my goofy ass, I think that we're all on the same fucking team. You are all
What
assets. What team?
What
You
team?
or me? I really believe that we make up one individual. If I can get the best
We
you, I
are.
can get the best me. If that means if I know yelling at Jack or using a certain tone triggers him and takes him off, then I don't mind. It's a small thing to change my tone up to make me, meaning Jack, a better person. We
Where does
are
it begin and end, and
on
why
the
are you
same team.
characterizing a better person as more socially acceptable or manipulatable
We're
or willing to
stronger together,
manipulate?
Paul.
We've
Paul, we
seen
are
over the past
stronger
3
together.
years. Just talk right over me. It's fine. Then
I
throw me out.
will.
Then throw me out.
Well, I don't
We've
want to
seen
do
over the
that.
past 3 years compromising our presentment and inner space for what others feel better about is slavery.
Two different things.
It's not
Well,
two different
since
things. If you
since I
can't
gave
handle
gratitude,
I'm not
truth,
compromising.
stop
sir,
That was your
focusing on
word.
how it's said. Focus on how you can't live in truth,
You
not
said
I
how
gave
it's
gratitude
compromising.
to
Live in
That
Jack, and
was
truth.
I
not
want to
my
give
word.
gratitude to you
Compromising.
too
There
for
is no
bringing the numbers.
compromise. I'm not compromising
Hey, Moose,
myself.
stop,
If
please.
if I know a person gets triggered by a thing and I'm say my truth differently, there's no compromise there. The truth still comes out. There's no
Listen,
shame
you
in it.
are all either profoundly unintelligent or purposely obtuse in your ego. You know exactly
No.
what the fuck I'm saying the majority of the time. If you don't, I can't talk to you. So I'm going to
Well,
go
Paul,
All right,
because you
peace.
get
go
exactly
ahead.
what I'm saying. You don't want to
Yeah.
live it. So you're going to
No.
pretend you don't get who I am and what I'm saying.
Paul,
All right.
So
if
we'll
you
just
live,
settle on.
Everybody's
well,
attacking Paul. Yous are all against me. All you guys are against me. Pay
that's
attention to what's coming out of your mouth.
thank you, Joe. And Paul can live in that life where he lives all alone and the whole world's out to get him. And if he doesn't live perfectly, he's going to end up in some prison or FEMA camp. And sounds like a pretty fucking terrifying life to live. No wonder he's so arrogant and defensive.
Let's go.
Hey Joe,
Okay.
have you ever led any men to any kind of success?
No, he
before?
hasn't. He can't even
Who,
lead
me?
himself. I
Yeah,
never
Joe's
if
said
you're talking
idiot.
everyone
about
was
me, I
against
could give
me.
you
I
great
want to correct that
accomplishments
last
and
statement because
some of the shit I've done.
Joe Cool's off again with his projection. This tone is not everyone is against me. This tone is everyone is against truth
You're
objectively.
assuming tone. It had nothing to do with your tone. It's the shit that come out of your mouth when you say y'all. That's the first thing I look for a nigga who feel like he's been attacked by
First of
everybody.
all,
When
why
you were
are
talking
you
about Joe,
identifying with all
why'd
the
you interrupt
losers
me?
again? I wasn't
Why'd you
talking to
Hey,
interrupt me,
you.
okay,
right?
Paul. It
Why'd you
sounded
interrupt
like
Oh,
me?
so that how it
Why?
is
Wait.
now?
Why
Come
did you
on, man.
interrupt
We
me,
gotta
Paul?
keep
You
it.
can't control yourself right now. You don't see that? Everybody's wrong but you.
right. He came back to set the record straight. He repeated his patterns of insecurities and defensiveness. So obviously he's triggered. Hey guys, this is what I've been saying for those of you who do react to Paul, which I was guilty of. He triggers egos. And hey, by the way, you guys that are dealing with those inner feelings of me where you're just disgusted by my existence, guess what?
That's the thing.
I trigger egos. Fucking get over it. Figure yourself out. You'll
Just
feel better.
disgusted by my
Right.
existence.
Once again, another man that doesn't lead anybody to any kind of success. You guys want
Well, that's
any
what
kind
you
of
keep
accountability?
See, Timmy, you're another
What?
one. I'm really losing my patience with you as well
Hold on,
because
I'm okay with. Let me get Timmy my fucking resume. I
But
think Timmy
this
said
all
is
right.
y'all. I don't know
the
if
Yeah.
he's talking
okay.
about y'all or just Jack. But shit, man, I've been an activist since I was a kid. I was the first one out there alone with the adults
Not what
carrying
I
the
asked.
sign. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was asked for my accomplishments and never led anyone. I was about to give you my
Said, have you
resume.
led any men to some sort of success
Yes, I was about to
directly?
tell you that.
He's
Yes,
Or
I
are you
was
explaining
about
it.
to
standing
explain that
outside
to you.
with a sign? Okay,
No, I
please go ahead.
was starting from the kid. I'll move forward. I started 3 different magazines with the men in my group. I got the gang members to stop beating up on in the Cook County jail, the roughest jail in the fucking world, certainly in the U.S. I got when neutrons, the non-gang members came in, we just robbed them immediately. I got them joined up and got them strong, and that holds today. This was in the 90s, and it still holds today. They are no longer taken advantage of. I did that. I started 3 Men's magazines. I got some guys together, and I fucking opened for every rap group that came here to Chicago. I put niggas in the studio. Not to mention, before I even get to the shit I do now, which is cop watching, how many motherfuckers I put on. And every fucking lyric, everything, and every magazine, I was the editor. I was the guy who booked every show. I was always the guy.
Right. So you weren't actually taking guys and leading them to a specific situation, a specific success metric, and then when they fuck up, you held them accountable and were responsible for them. Were you doing that, or is this just like your role? You're like the people person, meeting people, making connections, putting people in place. But did you have people that were quote unquote under you that you were responsible for them to perform?
Yes, I did both. I was always, when I did the rap shit, the magazine shit, we toured the country. I was one of the top fucking 20 activists in the country at that time, and I was the leader of everything I did, including all those guys who did the raps and the books and the magazines. Even they went to other states, I stayed with them. I would visit them there and make sure their things were successful, if that's what you're asking.
So when they fucked up in your eyes,
yeah,
you would go to them and be like extremely soft and
no.
never be like, yo, you're fucking up, you got to do X. If you don't, like, you got to go.
No, it's a toolbox. It's a toolbox, right? I do what I think is appropriate for the moment to make it work. Sometimes it may be silence. Sometimes I gotta shun them. Sometimes I gotta be harsh with them. I got a toolbox. I don't never just think I got a hammer and go beat them with it. If that's what you're saying.
Then why are you telling Paul, oh, you have to be nice to Jack right now? Like, why are you saying that?
I'm not saying he has to be nice. All I asked was that he not talk when Jack is talking. I understand he's angry, he's venting, emotional shit happened. I'm okay with that. I'm trying to sit up and shut up. The only time I speak is when he gets to where he's over talking Jack and Jack can't speak anymore. Things is what it is. I'm not gonna change that, dude. And I'm hard on people. I got a reputation for being hard on people and talking in his tone specifically. You know what else I do? I do the soft approach. I do this. I never leave a friend. I don't give a fuck how shitty they are to me. I stay there, and then when they're down, broken, and hurt, I come over there and say, listen, you can do better. And that's the truth. I'm not just talking.
Well, hey, Joe, thank you. So, Timmy, you asked the questions, but your mind seems to be just filled with doubts and not really able to accept that other people lead in ways that maybe you haven't. So
I do a lot of cop watch shit right in the 1A community. People consider me a leader. I wake up with put out a half a dozen fires every fucking day because people look to me for help in the 1A community. I still do it.
Okay, that's great, but when there's a dialogue happening, there's like, you can't just let the other side speak for 3 minutes and then expect that like the other side is going to be able to make a cogent response to like each point. It doesn't really work.
I'm aware of that, and I'm not expecting
that. I can't have.
Okay, I think Timmy is deflecting here.
For like 3 minutes.
I'm aware. I don't.
Yeah, he's deflecting.
Right.
I know people
if I'm leading him,
Timmy's deflecting.
No, there has to be deference. There has to be deference from the student to the leader, right? And there has to be some metric that we're going off of.
Jack, I think he's detracting from this stuff.
I see all of those things, Timmy, and I agree with you.
How am I detracting?
You're bringing up irrelevant. You're bringing no relevance to the topic, to resolution. You're just taking us off on some fucking tangent of your beliefs and what you think is required in all these imagined scenarios.
There's
some
his
truth to what you're saying, Timmy. There should be a difference between the positions. And they're all imagined positions.
Hey, Timmy,
they're not imagined positions. They're based on merit, Jack.
Shouldn't there be a difference to the host just because it's his show? When I see the host lips moving in any room, I shut up. Shouldn't there be a difference to the host?
To some degree.
Thank you.
Okay, and there should be a difference to student teacher to some degree. Not totally. We're not children here. No one's saying that.
Right. Timmy,
Okay.
the things you're bringing up, I'll give you, there is some relevance and some reasoning to what you're saying, but the direction of responsibility, brother, you've got to open your mind up. Too many people, and I'm gonna use the example because this is where I know you from. Too many people from the Paul Unslaved platform see only the good in what they see, and they don't accept that there's bad there as well. Just like beyond the Paul Unslaved platform.
Wait. That was really good. You see some negatives in Paul, Timmy? Can you point them out?
Yeah, of course. We all have negatives and positives.
No. I was
sure.
talking about Paul's. Don't deflect. Can you point some of Paul's out right now? Because right now he's accusing you of being a Paul cult so-and-so. Can you point some of Paul's shortcomings out right now?
Jack, you're showing me to be a Paul cult member?
No, don't deflect. Can you point out Paul's? Wait. Please let him answer, because the longer he's take, the harsher I'm gonna think of him. Can you point out some of Paul's shortcomings?
I'm not in a position right now to be like let me find the shortcomings of
we all
Paul.
have shortcomings, like you said.
He doesn't know how to trust.
Take just a
so
moment.
he doesn't let people in.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm not here
let's not be combative.
Talk shit about Paul.
All right, thank you.
Like I'm gonna sit here and talk shit about Paul when he's not
You're
here.
quick to talk shit
that's
about me, Timmy. You're
I'm
quick
talking
to talk
shit. You're
shit
right
about
here.
Joe.
Hey, Paul's on the panel.
It's just a question. It's not. It's just a question.
Can I ask a
So
question?
the answer is there's no fault with Paul.
No, can I ask a question? Moose just brought up something great. He says, I'm not easy to trust, right? It's not like I didn't trust two people with moderators, the Wizard and Moose.
Yeah, and I messed that up totally.
So maybe the reason everything happens for a reason that I'm so reticent to trust is because every time I trust folks who demonstrate they're not trustworthy, they break the trust.
Welcome to the real world. Everybody has that complaint. You're not
right.
alone.
So why would I continue to extend more than a normal, cordial amount of trust?
Hey, Paul.
For everyday ethic to somebody who's deemed untrustworthy or not trustworthy. They may not be untrustworthy. They may not be deemed trustworthy to I have that boundary. Thank you.
I understand. That's how you should play it.
That's how you succeed in life. Don't get used. Don't have to use others. Learn to be self-sufficient and not be codependent. So thank you for allowing me my boundaries that are leading to my success. You don't have them. That's why you're using and being used. Good job.
I have no boundaries. And now you'll complain about the boundaries.
So, Timmy, we know Paul is here. Do you have a shortcoming yet?
Yeah, time to think.
Does Paul have shortcomings? I mean,
you just said
he's abrasive sometimes. You can call that a shortcoming, I guess, because he doesn't want to let you say what you got to say sometimes. Yeah. Is he right a lot of the times? Yeah. So it's like, does he need to work on his physical appearance? Does he need to work on his physical fucking workout program? Yeah. Like, what is this?
Good-looking guy.
So what's the point of this?
See the denial?
I see the
What kind of denial? What do you want me to say?
I'm saying you could have you just met me and you had 8 different complaints and thoughts about my shortcomings to the point where you asked me questions. You've been with Paul all this time and you couldn't rattle off half a dozen. Right? You've been
around Paul being a snake everywhere you go.
I didn't hear that. You've been knowing Paul all this time. You should have been able to rattle off half a dozen.
Yep. Timmy, thank you for that display. And I'm interrupting. Joe, thank you. That was a good test, because in my opinion, and each viewer, each one who observed will have their own conclusion, but in my opinion, Timmy demonstrated what my claim was, that the Paul Unslaved, that the results of what is being impressioned from that platform.
Be nice.
You know what? It's a symptom of a greater society. And the greater society that we are living amongst today, it will pick a side. It'll say, this is good, and then just ignore the bad.
Right on.
In our governments, in some of the other streaming platforms in many different
Is
ways.
this in
Pick
YouTube?
a
Every
side.
room I am, I'm asked to pick a side. How can you hang with that person? I'm asked to pick a side. I'm known as the fence rider, but you know what? I didn't build any of them fucking fences. Someone else is building the fucking fences.
Amen. You're walking the truth, trying to find the answers of the truth. Joe, I see that. And for that, I don't know what Timmy knows, what Timmy doesn't, but I've only seen a couple of your videos and I see you as a leader. So there's that. Comes down to what is a leader? Paul's got his hand raised.
Hey, Jack, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so now let me just offer an insanely egoic possibility. I don't want anyone to get triggered here. Is it possible that most folks show so many shortcomings right off the bat and so many unredeemable, non-redeemable qualities don't have that, right? So let me rephrase that. I might have got tripped up.
Yeah.
Is it possible that the majority of folks have so few redeemable qualities they show and have so many irredeemable qualities that they show that it becomes more apparent to some folks who's more competent than others? So I may have a list of shortcomings. They're just not that apparent to folks because everyone else around me is so fucking incompetent. Their shortcomings just shine right through. So all of my goodness outshines my bad qualities. All your bad qualities outshine your good qualities. Is that fucking possible? Maybe
there is some truth to that, and
right.
Wait. There is some truth to that, and certainly it's not just a possibility. It is a real thing, but I think that applies to every fucking body.
Right. So go ahead. You asked a question. Now answer it. It's an easy question to ask. It's apparently a difficult one to answer, especially with my gorilla mouth always moving. So go ahead and list the qualities that are so bad. And it's interesting how everyone always
the qualities that are bad about you.
It's interesting how I become the benchmark for where all the negative qualities are. All you're saying is
no, you're in your emotions,
you're not.
bro. We were strictly doing an exercise to see.
I know what the exercise is. I'm saying it's telling that you would think it was necessary.
I thought we were going to keep it positive tonight.
To put me up and then ask other people if they could find negative qualities.
You missed the entire point of what was going on. And your denial, dude, your fucking denial is strong, Paul. And it's infective.
Hey, Paul, you're able to point out a shortcoming in everyone that you meet. I'm sure that you see shortcomings in everyone. You pointed them out in me and everyone I've seen. When someone points it out in you, is we're just not as smart as you are, not as wise as you are.
I didn't say as smart as me. I never said
or
that,
not as genetically superior as you.
I didn't say that either. And if I did say that, the characterization
you did.
Again, sir,
you said those that don't agree with you are strictly inferior. I can go to videos and I can tell you that you said that before.
Sir,
and you called me genetically inferior incel. You called me a genetically inferior incel. That's on the record.
All right.
And you're denying it right now. That's another thing that's obfuscating.
John. Okay.
I was copying to it, child.
Okay.
I said if I made the statement about genetics, it's on an epigenetic level. Sorry, you don't understand, like many things, epigenetics from a cursory standpoint, from a rudimentary standpoint.
So your point
epigenetics, sir, epigenetics flip on and off based on environmental stressors. So if you live a comfortable, fearful, unchallenging life, you flipped off your genetics. If you do what I do day in and day out, you flip them back on. So what appears to be anger is a masculinity coming out of me that you've had flipped off in you.
Jack's been living this suffering for 5 years already.
Environmental stressors with challenge.
You don't understand when you're triggered and angry, you don't see it. Is that what you're saying? You don't get angry? Then if someone points it out, they're wrong?
He's making that claim.
Can we get a book definition of what anger is straight from the
Well,
book?
Paul, here.
I'm saying something. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want that.
Right, your false narrative.
I'm out of here, you fuckface. Enjoy your slavery.
Go ahead. Because
throw me in the back.
What is a
I'll
better
listen to your slavery from the back. You don't want to hear me anyway.
I think there's some irony when you talk about. I'm sorry. I'll just stop this.
Don't throw the king in the back, man. Don't do it.
Inner peace. Okay, we can argue about levels of anger.
You don't have it.
You claim to have inner peace, yet you deny.
Don't worry about what I claim. We can't argue about what's inside of us. It's anecdotal.
Right. I'm presenting to you, and others are presenting to you, that you should look at what you show others.
Right. You
Not
should look
what
at
you
the
say
fact,
to others.
You should look at the fact that there's different venues and you mistake aspects for the whole like you do with God constantly because you can't fucking read between the lines.
You're projecting and...
Would you like to ask Jennifer, firsthand witness, to bear testimony about how angry I am?
I don't need to appeal to
Of course not, because you saw me on the metaverse and you took that for the whole. Great job.
Paul,
your masters are working wonders with that.
Paul, you are a... God bless it. You are an example of today. You are a man who is confused, who has created and found himself enablers. Enablers are what create oppression and the slavery mindset, because the enablers constantly reinforce the victim mindset, the anger and the hate and
oh, that's dope. Let him. He's gonna yell at you, but I would like to hear his response. But that's dope. Enablers will, not accusers, Paul, but enablers will. Blah blah blah. Whatever the fuck he just said.
Right. Yeah. And you're so promotive, Jack, that he doesn't even know good content when it's right in his face. Because I offered him Jennifer talking on here, which everyone would like to hear, but he just passed right over it because he's such a broadcasting genius.
I'm not here for entertainment.
Yeah, you're not here for viewers. We know all that rap. You're not here for everything you don't get, money and views without me. Right. You're not here for everything you can't and don't get. I know.
Hey, Paul. Please, thank you for pointing out my ignorance. You are right. That is...
I usually am, sir. Thank you for acknowledging it for a change. I usually am.
If Jennifer would be kind enough to share her presence and insight, please, by all means.
Right. So, Jennifer, I'm not
Jack,
going to say
I think what Paul's feeling right now is a lack of gratitude.
Another...
No, I'm trying to say, man, we haven't given you enough gratitude, and I think that's honest.
Yeah,
that's honest. I'm not even
bullshitting. Do I have to crack this fucking screen right now? I don't give a fuck about gratitude, motherfucker. Look me in my eye and see if I'm lying. I don't give a fuck about your gratitude.
Your inner peace. What would
Did I ask you for gratitude when you fucking shit on my channel and cost me a living? No.
You actually did ask for gratitude.
No, I said you didn't show it. I didn't ask for it.
Yeah.
Face.
Well, you complained about
it. You asked for him to show it. There you go.
Coward, man. I smell it all over you, and no amount of obfuscating.
Right, and I'm staying calm despite your anger.
Calm, coward. They like calm cowards like you. You never do nothing.
Why is that inferior to you?
You're a punk-ass coward, Vance.
I'm not really swayed by your words. I'm not swayed by your tone.
When you get to a camp,
we're trying to...
Jack, I thought we were going to be high vibes.
Okay.
This, man.
High vibe,
so who's one that's afraid right now? Are we afraid, or are you afraid right now of somebody coming to kick you up in a camp?
Like you're not. I'm empowered, and you want to act like I'm not. That's the difference.
How is acting empowered when you're people named and being angry, man? We gotta be more positive. I'm sorry, I don't mean to come across as arrogant, but
ignore the negative, so it persists.
I'm not even trying to be arrogant. I'm sorry.
Right.
You're a cupcake. I know what you're trying to be.
He's not a cupcake. He's a man of reason, trying to reason with the unreasonable. Trying to reason with the disagreeable is like, holy cows, man.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Jesus, man.
So what do? We do live in a world that's filled with people who are disagreeable. They're bitter and angry at what the world is.
We get over it and we stop being so fucking sensitive. People are going to be what they are. You don't let it affect you. You don't get in your fucking panties about it.
How do we help those that are stuck like that, though?
That's when the skill comes, right? That's when you must be adjustable, flexible, right? Because everybody wants to push your way. They want to call your name and be disagreeable so they're not held accountable, right? So you got to find ways around them. And there are many fucking ways to do it. The biggest thing is going to be patience. It takes time. It won't happen today. It won't happen every time you're on fucking panel with a motherfucker. You might have to sit there and be quiet for a very long time.
Joe, thank you for that reminder. You know, that was a lesson I learned yesterday, and I admitted it earlier today. Yesterday, I ended the stream in a sour note, and that was a direct result of my expectations, my hopes, my lack of patience. So, Joe, today's a new day. I think whether or not agreements and resolve are accomplished today, I think communication
is key.
It has happened,
yeah.
Right?
I
Yeah,
heard
it
some
is
wonderful
key.
things from everybody, and it does seem like there's some side choosing going on up here. But everybody has. Can't say for Moose. Fucking Moose is just having some fun. But everybody who's really kicking in on the conversation, as said, enlightening. Try to communicate, well. And if you'd have I screenshot that dude's pyramid, Timmy's pyramid. It talks about all the arguments up to the good argument as opposed to the different arguments. It's really good. You should check it out.
You just reminded me of something. You know what? There's people
that
who
model is a two-dimensional model, and that's the problem of it. It's not flexible. It's not that flexible.
Yeah.
For the situation at hand.
I'm with John on this, dude. It's really not.
You didn't like the pyramid, Timmy? Let's see the pyramid.
I'm not saying like I'm not logical. I'm just saying
Timmy's all about the pyramid, man.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. It started off with some.
No, I'm sorry to ruin your vibe. I apologize. I'm
fine. I'm fine. Stop it. Stop it.
Hey,
it's false logic, composition, division.
Thou shalt not commit logical fallacies. This thing is a interesting resource.
Yeah.
They've got playing cards and
that's dope. That's the name of a site.
Yeah.
Thou should not commit logical fallacies is the name of the site.
The name of it is yourlogicalfallacyis.com. I'll try and see if this goes in here.
But do you see, like, when you actually point out, like when I pointed out a fact that that he didn't ask for gratitude from you, but like that's what he does half the time is he asks, why aren't you grateful for letting you on his panel all his time?
Hey,
you know what
John.
I mean?
Hey,
but,
John.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, but a lesson from that I've learned for myself: we seek that which we don't find within. Okay. And so if we don't have gratitude within ourselves, we don't have a lot to offer. And then we'll be looking everywhere for people to show us the gratitude that we've misplaced.
Mm.
I'm bringing.
Hey, would you like to go to like more good material for you where we could get away from me lying or anyone else? Would you like to go to all the text messages I have from all the people showing me gratitude I didn't ask for and me telling them, please don't do that. You're embarrassing yourself and me. I am facilitating a way to the way. I am not the way to the way. Would you
I've been grateful to this man because I am grateful for his message.
Would you like Jennifer's text messages to me, Michael Cino's messages to me, Lewis's messages to me, every single fucking person who I've come on here who've interacted with me privately. Would you like to see my
point? You're bragging about opportunities to show humility.
Yeah, all he said was that
bragging about
you
opportunities. First they make the claim that I don't have it. And I'm bragging to show opportunity. See how you can never win with a fucking manipulative narcissist? Oh, I didn't know I was back on. I was giving her some good game on how not to get pimped by a bunch of fake love motherfuckers like you.
You're always teaching. Never learning. Always teaching.
Oh, that was dope. That was dope.
And you did donate $300 last week to me, and I still speak the truth as I see it. So I must be unthankful and grateful, even though I
No.
probably told you
learn from these
specifically,
guys,
personally,
Paul?
privately, that I'm thankful and grateful and I love
Paul.
you, but I'm unwavering in this truth. I'm not for sale,
Right.
bro.
And
Do you
Paul, I
learn?
donated
truth.
because I admire the conviction in
Right,
the,
but you said
in-
today you get nothing again from me. You every other day it's you don't get nothing. So who's
Well,
inaccurate, inconsistent, lacking in clarity, and can't get the
let's
story
look
straight?
at the
I
results.
can see why
on
he's
their
mad.
Always want to fucking go
because
to
they're on a
results.
feeler trip, which go up and down. My feelers are just like this, with a gun in my face, just like this.
Stop putting guns in your
Okay?
faces and you'll
No,
feel
I don't
fucking
put
better.
them. Nice try, Jack. I don't put them in my face.
Stop
Low
imagining
life
guns
thugs
in
on
your
the street
faces.
have.
Stop
right?
being an asshole. People stop pulling guns
No,
on you.
no,
I don't
no,
know.
no, no, no.
Your
No,
experience
no.
is different than mine.
You know
Paul.
why? Don't you remember the story, Jack? It was
Which
a
one?
fake blood gang member who nobody liked, not even his own people. And he didn't like me because I was quiet and humble. And I'd walk around town and do whatever I wanted and needed, but I didn't really say too much and get involved with too many. I just did what I had to do with whoever was with and moved through different crowds. So he'd follow me every day and say, "Want to fight me yet, big pussy? Want to fight me yet? Want to fight me yet?" Right? So you could tell me all about humbleness and humility when I've been doing nothing but walking it around a bunch of prideful, egoic, arrogant motherfuckers who, when push gets to shove, they ain't got it in them. Funny enough,
Paul, stop
he ain't
carrying
got it in
around
them.
so much bitterness from the past, and you'll feel better about today.
I'm not bitter about it. I'm tired of you bullshitting yourselves and everyone else within the sound of your voice. I'm tired of the bullshit. Keep it real or
all right, keep it real and keep it going. I don't give a fuck at this point today, Paul.
I got tears in my eyes.
Here's a question. I have a legitimate question for you,
I'm
Jack.
sure you do.
So, what kind of response is that? You're coming at me all wrong, buddy. I'm asking you a legitimate question, and you're throwing me under the bus just like you threw me out of your room. You're all about censorship.
Listen to the fucking complaints.
I'm high or something. I didn't even hear the question. What was your question?
He hasn't
all right,
asked
here's
it.
my
He's
question.
again.
What is your definition of being a good father? The reason I'm asking is because that has been the topic of the conversation for the most part all the channel. So I'm curious as to what your thoughts are, and then any other person that is a father, also I pose that same question.
You know what, Jack? Don't answer this question.
No offense to people that don't have children, you just don't have the
stuff.
experience. Fatherhood is a positive thing if you let it be.
Right. Being a parent changes your life.
Yes, you put your child first and foremost all the time.
Right. So do you want an answer or you want just fucking talk?
Relax, Jack.
Well, this clown came up with an agenda for the fifth fucking time.
I can see it because you triggered it. I assume
I keep trying to say, let's keep it positive.
Well, hey,
just communicate.
You know what?
No. He's obviously he's insecure in some way.
Parenting is an important subject, but this asshat is coming to my home, my panel, with the inference that I don't understand what a good father is. But what a good father is,
I talked to my son last night. Did you, Jack?
You can
see that's the inference right there. There you go.
Yeah, God controls.
You saw that one coming, didn't you, Jack? You saw that.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit who's got no morality whatsoever. He lacks character. Rather than having understanding for a father who cares about his son, witnessing the fact honestly that the only thing I have asked for help from on YouTube, not for money, not Wizard's bullshit anger and Paul's mockery. I haven't asked for that. I've asked for help to help me have a conversation with my son. And this motherfucker wants to come up and throw that in my face. What?
Hey, whoa, come on, breathe.
How
Jack,
disgraceful is this human race?
I don't,
come on, man. Don't show this part of you.
People are people, man. Ain't you been saw this enough time on fucking YouTube where You don't get emotional about it. He's not the first
No,
passionate
man, that's
that
a
he
personal
is.
Well,
question,
hey,
but
you're
you know,
right. But serious, what is the problem with this society
yeah.
where people want to come up and brag to another? I talked to my son last night. Why didn't you?
This is the way I
What
see
the
it, Jack.
fuck is wrong with you?
This is the way I see it.
Mm.
This is a negative energy, the low vibration. However
Yes.
you want, it wants you, right? And
Yep.
But how do you get
it,
better, Jack?
this is
If
how
you
the
don't
vibration.
acknowledge if you made a mistake, do you ever get better, brother?
We heal by coming to the present, with acceptance, surrender, to gratitude for the fact that, yeah, my relationship with my son and I has drifted apart. I will always love that young man, and I pray for an opportunity in the future for us
So
to
you're
meet each
saying,
other again.
but right now you must just accept it.
Unfortunately, life brings us shit that we don't like, right?
Yeah.
But I've cried my tears, I've screamed my anger, and belittled my injuries and misjustices. But you know what? It doesn't matter. The topic that was started out is an important one. What makes a good father? What makes a good mother?
Yeah.
It makes a healthy. What it requires is a healthy and a whole man or woman, not one that's dependent upon the child, not one that's dependent upon the spouse or the partner, and not one who's dependent upon the job, but a man or woman who is strong and competent and whole in themselves, one who can get out of their own head and get out of their own problems so that they can get into the heart and perspective of another. That's what makes a good father.
What makes a good father is firstly being there, being a good example. That makes a good father. What they see is, rather than what you say, is more important. Personally, I don't make this shit about me, but whenever my kid had homework, even through college, every college assignment, I read the books and sat down, did reports with her, and that type of shit.
Good for you. Being involved. That's what's a good father, a good mother. But that's a good friend.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
a good
being a
partner.
good friend is being a good father. Maybe a part of that.
Well, there's a fine balance.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You know, you
There's a
always you
balance.
don't always want to be the
You and
A
Jack
balance.
just
you
said
don't
the
always want to
same
be their
thing.
friend. Yeah.
It's a balance. It's difficult, man. It's not easy.
Another part of this, though, too, is that we've been brainwashed, right? The human ego in this societal conditioning has taught us to make things more difficult than what they are. And here's the reality I've learned. I've learned since the mistakes with my son, but what I truly believe is we adults and children, we are children of the utmost. Okay, so our job as
Is your
parents.
son grown? I keep thinking he's little. Is he older?
He's 20 now.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But our children are actually, we do and we don't have to care for the children. I mean, we are there to nurture them, to be responsible for them, to help them grow, and with
To guide
support,
them, to
guide
guide them.
them. And I heard this somewhere else. You know, if you think about it, children are coming to us with a more natural and clean slate, perhaps from an origination closer to the creator. Maybe we should be listening to our children a little closer, learning what it is they're bringing, the new perspectives, because the mind of a child will ask the most obvious questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the obvious questions will reveal that the adults are fucking enslaved.
That's a good
insane.
That's a good thing. You know, that book, everything I learned that I needed to know, I learned at 5 years old or in kindergarten or whatever the title of the book is. But I think that now, When you were a kid, grandmama told you to be nice to people, treat people how you want to be treated, have manners, all of these things. And I find myself relearning them in my 50s. Right. And everybody else, I see the same faults. Like, for instance, in my cop shit, it seems clear to me that if an old lady moves or says, "No, young man, I'm not getting out of my car. You can't bust the window and electrocute her." Your grandmama would have told you that's insane when you were a kid. But we've been programmed to believe that that's what you do. She shouldn't have moved so fast. She should have just said what he said. We believe in sanity, and you got to get back to what grandma taught you.
We do.
Why do I have to be nice to anybody? Why can't I hate you?
Can you not understand the benefits of being nice? It's actually a method of self-preservation by sharing kindness with others.
Yeah, if you hate me,
So it's
you hate
fear.
yourself.
You know
If
the
you
root
hate-
of the word nice, right?
Yeah, I know, but
I do
words-
not, but I assume it's the same as a smile or fear or so and so. But if you hate other people, it means you hate yourself. If my theory is correct and we wake up one person, I can't hit Jack without hitting my own toe. I can't cut you open without cutting myself open.
Yeah,
So it's
I'm aware of that.
better for you and the other person.
Right, but why can't I hate how you are? Why can't I hate how you are? Why can't I hate the
think that's-
state that you're in?
What
I
is the
think
benefit?
I think that's fair, right? I hate that thing in you. It's totally fair. I think that's fair.
Yeah, because I think we wear
Can I-
states. We are all God in the waves of God, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
like in the wave in the ocean. But like
Yes.
most men right now are wearing this state, the jacket, the garment of slave, and not
Agreed.
honorable and not accountable. So why do
Yeah.
I have to, in this world, in an interaction, why do I have to
I'll
talk to
explain
them
it to
with
you.
respect? Why do
Because
I have to give
I
them
don't-
respect?
I
That's
don't know if you-
grandma's just bullshit survival mechanism.
I don't
This
know
was
if
back
that.
over
But let's get respect out of it for a second. Do you agree that you must save that person, even though they're by the state and they're wearing this and they're doing all this horrible shit? Do you agree that you must jump in that water and save them because they are you?
No, because I don't think it's done externally. I think it's done in consciousness. I don't have a duty to another guy that's killing himself to go in and jump in with him.
Do you have a
and kill
duty
myself
to?
too.
Do you have a duty to anyone else other than yourself?
What in in the world? You mean?
Yeah, in the world, yeah, the same way you don't have a duty to wait in there and help that guy. Do you have a duty to other people? Maybe those who you deem as good people. Do you have a duty to them?
I mean, I do honor my word. So if I make agreements with someone, then I have a duty to them.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I meant the duty to help someone, your neighbor next door, an old lady. She can't get a cross done or whatever. Do you have a duty to help that person?
Like, yeah, on some level, obviously, but like in it, like my neighbor, there's some level of trust already there, perhaps, right? An old lady crossing the street, she's not like doing me harm or doing others harm. So,
Wait, your duty is only to those who you've developed trust with by what you're saying so far.
No, that's not what I said. I said if an old lady's crossing the street and it looks like she needs help. I mean, I told the story before. I saw a little girl almost get hit by a car. I kicked the car and was ready to talk to this motherfucker, and but he didn't get out. So I've told this story before on air. But like, so because I have a duty,
we agreed you
to,
do have a duty. You're not saying it directly, but I think you're saying you do have a duty to others. And the reason you're hesitant is because I'm going to ask after that, which others? Do you get to decide which others you owe that duty to?
Well, I have a duty to protect those that can't protect themselves on some level, but I also have a duty and the masculine side to point out when men who should have the ability to be men, how they're fucking up. So
That
I
doesn't.
feel I have
We're
a
just talking about
duty.
your duty. Yes, we all point that out, and we enjoy
that's
doing
how
it
I
too
feel.
much. Well, yeah, we all love to give niggas a hard time. That's part of the duty too, as well. When you're helping them, sometimes you get to give them a hard time. We're quick to do that shit. But if we do have a duty, then you agree. I think you agree to help some people. You be careful if you determine, well, I'll only help good people or kids or people who are pure. because as far as God is concerned, I don't know where you guys are at with God, but I would assume that he wants surgeons, not just nurses and doctors. He wants surgeons, and surgeons don't go after those who are fully healed and perfect. There's nothing there. A good doctor goes after the trouble, the broken. That's the soldier. That's what soldiers do. So the guy you're sent here to
Soldiers are
help will look shitty.
sold to die. I mean, look, why we have a way too big over preoccupation with, like, at the end when somebody's like about to die, and why does nobody go to the root and go to, like, prevention? Why do we have to wait until somebody's like at their deathbed for them to, like, for us to start caring, and then, oh, the hospital, and then the hospital, I need help, and then, like, oh, the doctor's like the only one in that situation that is like doing good. So what about earlier thinking patterns with somebody that is on some level has some sort of trust with me and is in my environment when I see them fucking up and their thinking patterns are horrible and their results are horrible, and I'm standing there
The
like,
only
okay,
way
bro.
you're gonna, I know you want to talk, Jack, but the only way you're gonna develop some type of trust with person, and this sucks, is if they have a soft place to land. It sucks, but most people, once they realize that they can make a fool of themselves in front of you, and you're not going to say something, reveal from personal, and you're not going to post it all over YouTube, then you develop a trust where they'll open up and tell you shit that they hadn't before. Now the door and the ability for you to make a change has been swung open. So the first thing you do, one of the tools, as well as us jumping on them, one of those tools is finding a way so that that person can trust you and open up to you. Then you can start some healing with that person, if that is your goal intent. If you're saying fuck that person, it's not your goal or your intent. That's another tool in your bag.
On some level, I know what you're saying about giving them an opening and then letting them be honest with you. But, like, I get that if you're talking about an initial interaction. But, like,
no, I'm talking about over years of time.
But, like, why do you think that
all the time?
Why do you think that giving unsolicited advice is actually helping somebody?
But then after the deploying, like, the thing that they need to do, if they're by merit under you based on merit, then they've got only a few chances to follow the correct action, or they're fucking out. They gotta go. Like,
you're insane.
You follow me?
Okay.
Yes,
you
that's when they call in cats like
this
me.
Is the,
when you throw away that patient because he's too difficult, that's when soldiers like me step in. Because I've been developing tools.
Why do you have to? But, like, you're not being.
What do you mean they have to go?
Again, this is John. John, I really don't appreciate you speaking right now. Can I make my point, Jack?
I would love to.
No, but look, Jack. Joe is so lukewarm. He's like he's trying to be lukewarm with everybody. And, like, Joe, what do you get done? You got a couple broken A1A guys going out there, and they listen to you.
Yeah,
you're like,
you're never gonna please these people. So
I ain't just that. I didn't mention that I got a decent YouTube channel with 80,000 subscribers. I didn't mention that. A lot of people have been helped by what I do. And they're appreciative, and they leave in my comment section. Thank you, Joe, for teaching me to stand up to the police. I hear you, but you have no evidence.
You don't believe Timmy's truth.
If your shit is that I've done nothing,
Joe, Joe, that doesn't matter. Joe, that doesn't matter. You don't believe in Timmy's truth.
You don't have to explain it.
You know what I mean? You can post all the accolades you want.
Always, yeah.
I can't believe it.
But I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just going to go in one year, not the other. And he just still wants to come here and give unsolicited advice to people who didn't ask for it.
I have an endless appetite for the shit like this. I do this shit all day. I have an endless appetite. I don't get in my feels and emotions about it. I'll be fine. He's entitled to his opinions.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
This is entertainment, man. People are loving it.
I'm not worthy.
Like, shut up.
Submit to Jack Talk as your Lord and Savior. I'm saying.
I come to you, hat in hand.
No, how about we just be friends?
You don't have to do that. Yeah.
No hat in hand. Just
hey, Humpty Dumpty, can you just, like, fall off a ledge?
Timmy, can you back? Yeah, Tim, back away from the edge for a minute. All right.
He hasn't gotten any in a while, Jack. You got to understand.
You know what? Hold on. let me address
Moose.
something.
Jack still
Paul
can't
has
figure
been
out what the
patient.
Moose and John Vance are doing in tandem. He
Hold
still
on.
can't figure out what they're
Hold
doing.
on. Paul has been patient, and as I'm interrupting him.
Wow, big fucking surprise, right? But I'm the egoic one. Go ahead.
It's true.
You know, I could sit back there 45 minutes.
Yeah, you're the one here.
Run right out. I mean, you run off the panel for truth anyway. So I know I'm the egoic one. I'm the impatient one. I'm the angry one. I'm
No,
the
not
hate-
you.
You're challenging. You're quite the enigma, the paradox to try and navigate through to
Right.
understand.
And that's again, if you went to a Zen master in the East, they'd say, don't spend that much time trying to figure me out. You got enough problems trying to figure you out.
But that's where I've been learning. Through learning
Jack,
of you, I'm learning more of myself.
Very good. That was dope.
Can you check your email,
yeah.
Jack? Can you check your
I
email?
love it.
I sent you an image.
Yeah.
You don't
I
get
want
to
you to
know
tell me if you like it or not.
Epigenetics at play here. Epigenetics at play here for sure.
You don't get to know yourself by knowing others. That's not the ancient scroll on the wall. It's know thyself, know the universe, not know others, know the self.
You are absolutely wrong with that one, bro. The way I learn about myself, you are my mirror.
Well,
I
that's
learn
why you
about
know so
myself.
little
I
about
wasn't
self and how to
done. I
generate
wasn't done.
results.
There you go. Hopping
That's
after the
why
first
you know
sentence.
so
That's
little
why we
about
failed to
yourself and
communicate.
how to generate results.
All right,
No,
He
but
does
not
generate
true.
results, though.
Because
That's
you've
yeah.
learned
crazy.
Results
how
are
to be yourself
generated.
by looking at other versions of self who are not you. So that's great.
All right. So can I say my point then? If you're
Sure.
done, yes. You all are my mirrors. The way I see my shortcomings, if I see it in you, I know I need to correct myself. I make myself a better person by watching and dealing with other people all day. That's a fact.
Okay, so you immediately project on a false equivalency to someone else's internal space, having you have to work on yourself. Where does
You know
that?
what that means? I don't even know what that means. You went off my head.
You just said that you observe other people and then
Yeah.
use it as a reflection to figure out how to make you better. So
Yeah.
then you don't have self-awareness, because if you observed yourself without observing yourself in others, you would make changes by looking at you without looking at you in others.
I can't do
That's
both, Paul.
called
That's logical.
self-awareness.
You can't do both. It's logical. I obviously do that. And you know what added benefit? I can go on YouTube and see other people make mistakes and learn from them. It's a real thing.
Right. So when does the time come where we be authentically ourselves, whatever that is in this moment, actualized and realized, rather than just learning from other selves by playing around with them and kicking it around, but never
Simultaneously.
identifying objective value
So,
systems and facts?
Paul, do
You
we
do
have
it
to agree with you on everything?
simultaneously. You will never reach perfection.
No, you don't
It's a
have
progress.
to agree with me on
Like,
anything.
You really don't. I have no issue with
The
this.
question is,
I
why
don't.
wouldn't you agree if it's observable, demonstrable, explainable, definable, and experiential? Why wouldn't you
yeah.
agree?
Yeah.
Right? And then we can.
I think we do agree, Paul.
I
You would
think,
agree that
yeah.
you can learn, like Confucius says, not a day when I walk with man, woman, or child that they are not my teacher, meaning I can learn by watching others, right? Meaning you learn, you make yourself better. You would agree with that statement. I said nothing
Absolutely,
wrong.
a wise man can learn from anything, especially a fool. The difference is that I see so much reacting and controlling and spinning of narratives that I wonder if everyone's actually trying to learn or tricking themselves into pretending they're seeking truth while they waste their time and everyone else's.
A bit of both.
Right.
I
Okay.
would,
So cool. Thank you, sir. It's not like we could have 3 conversations at once.
I would venture to guess that we actually learn from our critics more than enablers. Like, there's a lot of famous people out there that surround themselves with enablers and yes men, and
Perhaps
they don't.
that's because you
And then
haven't done
that
any
in itself
self-criticism of yourself
is
ever, John. Have you ever done any
well,
self-criticism?
obviously.
Timmy, why are
I've
you so
been here
angry?
humbly, and
Why are you so pent up
the first thing
aggressive?
I
You're really
said.
angry right now, bro. Timmy, you're
So
projecting.
angry. I'm just pointing out the obvious for
Tim,
John.
you're
He doesn't do
Timmy,
self-reflection.
Timmy has some unresolved
He's
issues
talking
with
about
me, and
not
I don't
having
know what it
enablers and
is.
yes men. Timmy, he's talking about not having enablers and yes men. Okay, we're against that. So please don't project your opinion onto him by trying to be critical, because that would be angry and hateful. Okay,
I'll fix my tone. Okay.
Right. It's
John,
important that we all have the
you ever
same
done?
lukewarm affect and do a horrible broadcast as well and really never get anywhere because we're all just trying to navigate this political ocean with no rudder.
I gotta ask
Do you
Jimmy.
have to run around? Do you have to like prance around like a buffoon all the
that's
time
why I
and
came
to make your point?
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. He
Yeah.
said it 3 times as if I'd want to imitate him in any way other than to make him a joke. So I come on as Jim Vons.
Why were you going to emulate you?
You know, the whole lukewarm,
All right, it's all a bit.
indecisive.
How do we know when you're serious or not?
Lukewarm, politically appealing personality.
Right,
Which
we're
is
the
always
lukewarm ones, but you're the ones doing bits all the time.
And then what
we can't tell if you're
out
serious or not.
when he gets angry enough, it's he's a demon, he's a cult leader, I hate him, he's got to be shut down. So
how do we know if you're being serious or not? You're calling us lukewarm, but we don't know if you're when you're serious or not. You always do bits, right? It's like you always deflect to, oh, I'm doing a bit when you have criticism your way.
Well, that's the thing.
So there you go.
When you're imperceptive, you don't know when anything's going on whenever.
Right.
Well, hold on.
That's the whole thing about lack of perspective and awareness. Is you can't determine what's going on anywhere in life ever, in the room with you, outside, in the government, in the banking system,
I'd like to
in the
say
universe.
something, if I may.
Yeah, please, Jack. I mean, it is your show, right?
You know, one of these days, I'm going to write a book like my father, who no one has any reason to read it, and I won't promote it. And he's mad about that. I'm going to write a book and I'm going to publish all the findings of what they say about me. So I look forward to seeing your IQ test, John Vance, at 12 years old and everyone else's, because I want to see how many connections you can make in reality. Then maybe we'll get down to the bottom of what's really going on here and all the confusion.
I'll have an encyclopedia of the epoxy.
Can somebody pull out the measuring stick?
Approaching the 80s,
Yeah,
90s,
I'll start with the encyclopedia of all your hypocrisies.
average at best. Right?
I'll get all the evidence of you being a hypocrite, and I'll post a video about it.
You'll build evidence of me doing 12 and 15 hours of broadcast out of context, saying things that sound different. I'm going to show you to be unintelligible, like I've already been doing with all of you.
Sure.
For the love of God, one of the things you might want to consider, Paul, you mentioned earlier about seeing. It's been a while since I've been trying to speak up, but you said something about seeing people presenting false narratives and you can't trust this and can't trust that. Well, Paul, consider the environment and the space you create in the experience of your life. That is very likely you see that because that's what's within you and that's what's surrounding you is an echo chamber of people creating false narratives, feeding into your anger and your disagreements.
Right.
And
I have a very vivid imagination, Jack, and I'm always projecting my inner space on everyone else. There's really very little discernment going on with me. I'm just
it requires
always having internal.
Self-control is required to limit us, right? Our ego, here's a tip.
Okay.
The ego is the insecure one. The way it finds security is by establishing itself. The ego is the one that always wants to talk.
But you're the one always talking while I'm the one always doing and creating.
I know you fucking around, Moose, but that was well said.
Right. So true self does and creates, has results on record.
False self being real.
Ego is the insecure.
There you go. There's one of them. There's 2 or 3 of them piping up. Just yapping most of the time. Just yapping.
I just don't think it's important what we're saying right now. We're
it's
getting
never
nowhere.
Important. It's never important to like show how
Jack
is completely hypocritical in all of his
That's the first genuine shit you said all night, Moose.
I missed it. I was listening to Paul, unfortunately.
He was like, I just don't think we're getting anywhere with what we're talking about. He's been having fun most of the night.
No, thank you. If that's what you said, thank you for pointing that out, bringing it back on track, because, there's a reputation of me that I've been looping over on Paul's platform for months, yet I'm still saying it's not me. It's Paul. Paul's the one looping in the past over and over and over.
Takes 2 to loop.
Well, it does. It does, admittedly. And for whatever reason, the spirit, hey, there's something connecting. I started down this earlier. I know I'm in the minds and hearts of many already. There's still a lot of confusion in the minds, but there is a connection. Paul and I have a
Agreed.
connection.
Of
I don't
course
know
you
what
do.
it's going to lead to.
Yes, very good. That's where that patience comes in, right? Ain't no shit ain't gotta happen today. You know, you're good. You know, fuck.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, and think in
Until there's
long
not.
terms. When I tell myself I got to talk to someone about that, I think in terms of days and weeks to start. What the fuck is the hurry? Everybody thinks as soon as you see a person, you gotta do this, blah blah blah. And shit takes time, especially if a person's angry. Your friend, she's a chick, and she's mad at some guy who broke her heart. You might have to be patient. That bitch is gonna vent for a long time, depending on how sensitive she is. She won't hear nothing you got to say, man. And you gotta fucking think in terms of it'd be a month before I can talk to this chick. When you got two friends at war on YouTube, it'd be fucking 2 months before I can get in this guy's ear and try to calm him down because I know how angry he gets. I think in long term.
Wow, Joe.
These aren't really. Are these really like real life situations though, Joe? It's like you're
I've been
talking about
traveling.
like a.
Here we go,
Like the
Timmy interrupting the
community.
flow
okay
again. Jack, why
As
do
like
you
a
have him
big.
here?
Listen, I've traveled for almost
just
3 years.
asking a
I've met
question.
most of these. Yes, I've met most of these people personally. Been over their house, spent time with them, went out with them. Many of the cop watchers I've went out cop watching with them and spent time at their cribs. I'm only in Chicago. Usually my car's broken now for like 3 days out of the fucking month. Yes, these are personal relationships I'm talking about. You keep trying to find shortcomings. I got to do what the book says. Wait. Let me ask. I got to ask you about the men that you've led and your accomplishments, because that's the rules.
Yes, I've led many men. I've been in business for 10 years and I've been successful doing that from nothing. And then as I had success for the past 6 years or so, I was also on the side mentoring other men to be better themselves and then to be able to do what they got to do. And so I've done that with hundreds of men in a very hyper specific situation to become better, be businessmen, to learn marketing and sales, how to promote themselves.
Very good.
And to get results on every area of their lives, also even beyond business.
Very good.
Yes, I do have a track record of that.
Very good. And I won't doubt what you have to say because I don't believe you have enough accomplishments. I hope I get the same. I could keep going. You know, I've tutored motherfuckers, done free writing classes for the community, worked in every community organization around here. I could go on and on. Let's not doubt each other, and let's not have me have to jump to some standard to prove that what I say is valid. Yeah, let's argue on what I say and not who I am
hear
and all that.
That's all I've just brought up before your question was just like, the way I think about it is like small, specific, like mission driven units. And because that's all I have experience with. And I don't like, you're more talking about political, like managing 100,000 people in the community.
I've done great gang things, shit. When I was 10, I joined a gang. I was the first guy who could go to different gang territories. I broke the bread and made all the GDs and the vice lords and four corner hustlers and blah, blah, blah. I've done big shit with a bunch of fucking people over here and in the world. I've, been to travel to colleges to lecture and much more.
That's building bridges, right? That's sort of like moderating and building bridges between folks, right? Aren't like,
it's leading
perhaps
others
what I'm
to
thinking
do the
about, what
same.
I'm looking at is,
I
said, small units going farther, like a lot deeper and further. You're talking about more like this wider approach of connecting different kinds of people, right?
Yeah.
So
why not?
I think that could be a big difference.
There we go.
Right?
There's ego wanting to control everything.
Joe's talking.
Yeah.
Getting bigger.
Who's ego? Look, John.
Yeah, your ego. You want to control everything.
John,
you keep starting fights in here.
You want
this feminine nonsense. Let me make the point.
You say this feminine nonsense.
What are you trying to get him? It's feminine nonsense to want to get somewhere in a conversation rather than just sit here slanging.
Yeah, thanks, Moose.
Well, no,
look,
Timmy,
calm down, kid.
Can I make my point? Can I make the point or not?
You're dancing around all sorts of points, thinking you're scoring.
Dude, you can't show a fucking TV screen, bro.
Out, we could have conversations, but this.
Kobe Bryant.
Well, because John, I didn't say nothing to John.
You're
He was
kind of
talking to
proving
me.
you're proving Jack's point about the human ego wanting to control everything, and you're literally
John,
making gestures. I'm just saying
and
that's
control to get shit done. You don't get shit done. You don't know how to use your masculine energy to any effect,
Timmy,
bro.
you are ignorantly trying to teach when the conversation, the topic.
I'm not trying to
is not
teach
even,
anybody right now. I'm just speaking. I'm just expressing what I'm feeling.
Okay, all right.
John doesn't know what the
Forgive
fuck he's talking about.
Forgive me for thinking that you had a reason for speaking. Going on and on with the comparisons and the stories and the opinions. I realize this is a panel for discussion, but what I think Joe was getting at is there's no reason to build these standards of comparison to determine
Wait.
what I'm
Joe
saying
just
is,
flipped the switch. Joe just flipped the switch. I think his point where he's coming from is you may be commenting on a thing that you're not qualified to comment on. Now he may have his doubts about me from naming a bunch of accomplishments, but his mind hasn't changed that his opinion is more valid than John's and perhaps yours because he's actually done things. I think that's where he's coming from.
Why is that a crime?
Yeah, I mean they have done some stuff, Jack.
I'm asking, like, please show. Like, I appreciate Joe what you're saying. I think you're talking more like a surface level, like communities, not just like in a small unit and like going far. Like,
I don't know what a
dealing with
unit
people.
means going far, but I've been within this same gang since I was 10 years old, and you can certainly consider it a unit. And I've put in work and been there all the meetings
going
and
on,
shit,
Dick?
and led those guys in different forms and fashions. Wasn't a business, but it's a certain unit. And these niggas is armed and all this crazy shit. I've led a unit for years and years.
Right, but is it just like surviving and not like growing, or is it's just
no?
Come on,
Why you gotta
Timmy.
pick until you find that shortcoming? No,
you can't.
He's
The
trying to
answer is
nitpick
no.
something. He's trying to nitpick something to fit his narrative of incompetence.
Jack, he's totally detracting from the whole stream.
Why does everybody just lets John speak? John, why are you speaking?
Why do you hate me so much?
Hey, RCA, dumbass.
No, just answer the question.
Let me ask
No, let's not let John off the hook. Why do you speak when men are speaking? Let John answer.
So I'm not what I don't even know. That's just crazy. He's just facetious now.
I can't show the TV, but we can replay like other broadcasted stuff that I can use. So how does that make sense?
Say again.
What?
Somebody's fucking crying that I'm showing the TV, but people can replay the news left and right, shit on TV left and right. So what's the problem?
Are they playing?
Somebody's crying that I have the TV. Oh, dumbass.
Okay,
why?
was that someone on the panel or something you saw elsewhere?
Somebody on the panel. Somebody on the panel. So is that an issue?
I think you might have kicked him, Jack.
It apparently is not an issue. Can we move past it?
Okay, man. Yeah. Wait. Tell that one guy shut the fuck up.
Well, how about?
He might have been kicked out already.
What in the hell is going on here?
Do we need this kind of attitude on? Come on, man. We're trying to vibe high tonight.
Yeah, no, RCA.
Real quick,
RCA, take a breath.
Hey, real quick,
all right,
just keep
real
it
quick.
quiet.
Rest in peace.
Slim.
Rest in peace to Kobe and his daughter Gigi and everyone that died on that helicopter crash.
Right on.
These people on him.
That's what they were showing on TV. It was just like a Kobe, LeBron James retired or something. And they were
okay,
showing,
can we move past it? It's something that's
Yo, this guy's an agent of chaos. I can't believe I had to wait back there so long with all these agents of chaos.
Rest in
Right
peace,
now,
man.
everybody's safe.
Rest in peace. I don't give a shit. Rest in peace to those people.
It's like a
I mean, he's got a
marketplace
point.
of
You got
chaos
this monkey up here, and you won't even let frickin' the man up. Come on.
No, does everyone keep forgetting I'm the reason we're all here? I don't want to keep bringing up the uncomfortable stuff. I don't want to keep bringing up the uncomfortable stuff I'm not supposed to have to mention. Jesus.
Thank you for bringing me back.
I'm not even streaming this. I literally came over here to support your goofy ass, and I have to wait in the back. I'm not even getting no content out of this. Doing this all for you and your family over here, and you still don't give a fuck.
Hey, Paul, I did not recognize that. If those are facts that I didn't I didn't
Oh
recognize.
my God, I'm doing so many great things all day,
You
every day. No
are.
one recognizes. They only have bad things to say. This
You
is,
know
you
what?
understand my problem, man? Can I try to you? Can you put everyone out of
I
you so I
kind
can
of.
really open up to you and tell you how hard my damn life is? I'm so put upon. You don't understand what it's like to be Paul enslaved. I'm not even really that guy. Just
My
a
heart is
loving,
breaking.
kind. It's breaking. You were that easy to manipulate. See, that's what I mean. You're a fucking fool. I was clearly. I just proved it again. Just like Vance has been doing all broadcast, manipulating you.
Oh
Like the
my
move.
God.
Fuck, man. Remember
You know
I
what?
did
We
it
need to get this man some tea that like Dick drinks. It's $50 a bag, but that stuff. Come on, tell him about that tea.
My Chinese slave labor tea, my communism tea.
That good stuff. That'll
Good
calm him
tea.
down a little bit, so he won't be so uppity.
This is
Yeah.
kind of chaotic.
No, I drink the high octane stuff. It's not gonna help.
Chinese slave labor tea.
Yeah,
The
it's high
slave
octane. Or a
labor.
good Scottish, Irish malty blend. But regardless, it's
All
still
right,
gonna,
we're devolving
it's
here,
gonna put
Jack.
pep in your step.
One thing is for certain that when this group of people comes together, you never know what the hell's going to come up.
Yeah, when this group comes together, there's always a big mess to clean up.
You know, that's like humans. Humans are messy creatures, man. You get them together.
Well, if Jack would just eat the biscuit.
The biscuit.
You know what? I think it's about time that maybe some of these people might have to go in the back for a bit, like I did pretty much all broadcast. Yeah, it's real
I'll
peaceful
view that.
back
I'll
there, right? You tend to find yourself and how not to be an agent of chaos back there. I've learned a lot back there. Did you see me submitting? I was doing
So
all
now
different.
you're turning it on me now. After
No,
I've been
I
a
didn't
great,
say you.
I've been a
You're
great
liar.
person all night.
I didn't say you specifically. You must be projecting now. See what he's doing? He's a hateful agent of chaos.
Why am I saying? Why am I an agent of chaos? Why am I an agent of chaos?
Why are you
Why
an
am I-
agent of chaos?
Why am I
RC?
an
Why
agent of
do
chaos?
you?
And
why?
he's
Why
now
do
this
you
guy.
do it?
Fuck.
Fuck.
It's crazy.
I'm trying. Hey, I'm gonna roll with your suggestions there for a few minutes here, Paul.
All right. That's a good idea. Watch yourself, Vance. I'm in control now.
Well,
that's the bane of your existence. Anywhere I have control, even if it's given to me. Like the man was just talking about control. See, Timmy's horrible at arguing. He's not as good as me. Right. Sometimes folks deem you to be the one they want to be in control because they can't manage their own affairs. And then that's when I go, hey, bro, it'd be best if I show you how to control yourself and your affairs and you go do that because I can't control you and your affairs. But it confuses them when everyone goes, hey, you should have all control. Just like they do with the masters. Donnie, my daddy says, Donnie should have it all. He's the man we look up to. We want him in control. He goes, thank you. Give it to me. He don't teach you how to be led back to yourself and control yourself and not be a slave. They're
So what did I
threatened by
do to you,
power.
Paul?
They're threatened by control.
Well,
They're threatened by
hold on.
folks who are competent because they can't compete. Not in dodgeball back in the gym. Not here with linguistics. Not in a courtroom. And not with women either. Let's be real about it.
Hey, Paul, if you actually look at humanity honestly, people do compete. They compete for control.
Absolutely.
And then there's also others who compete to avoid control. They
Right.
don't want responsibility.
Some people just compete to get better.
There's always two
That was
jurisdictions.
dope, Paul.
Hey,
That was
Jack,
dope.
there's somebody banning people in your chat.
Sorry, I'm taking on the motions of
Read
those folks.
the chat. There's somebody banning some of the users. They're kicking people out and banning them apparently.
Oh, yeah, no, that was just me. It wasn't people. I did that, and I only did it to my father and Mitchell. So if you want to, like, try to reveal something, I'll just tell on myself because there's nothing. That actually, they told me you should block all Jack's subs since he put you in the back. I said I wouldn't sabotage Jack's channel. I'm just going to block Mitchell, the agent of chaos, because he's scum and making names about me. And I'm going to block my father because he's been here the whole time, didn't say nothing till he could use one situation to shit on me. So I blocked
Mars,
and Provo Kid's trying to come up.
Why do you always
Hit
look
the
for a
link,
fight?
Mars. Hit the StreamYard link, Mars.
Why do you always look for a fight?
Because you're a bitch-ass motherfucker who runs from every fight.
You know, like, I really
The
don't
metaverse
want...
is filled with bitch-ass motherfuckers who run from every fight. That's why I'm always looking for folks who are willing to stand on truth, because they don't, just like in prison, right? They call me jail boy. Why, when you come into jail, they say it's so mean and unkind? Well, if you're going to do your time here, we might have to jump you 6-on-1. Why would you do that if you love me and care about me? We got to know you can stand when you ain't going to win. If you can stand when you ain't going to win, you're guaranteed to lose. You'll stand everywhere else. So they're going to test you and take your temperature to find out if you can live amongst them. Because if you can't, they ain't going to get a knife in the back because you ran during a riot, bitch ass motherfucker.
Right. Let's get out of the imagined riots. And
Imagination. Tell all the motherfuckers in jail like Wes Watson about his imagination. He'll put you in an imaginatory headlock.
Let's come back to right now, unless you and I have a fucking conversation.
Let's
do it. I want to discuss your betrayal of my trust that was just revealed to me in this moment.
Why?
You didn't ask for the responsibility of a moderator or access to moderate on my channel.
You gave it to me.
But yes, I did.
Right.
You think
and I was censoring for hateful tone like you did to me.
I wanted you to block your father? Get the fuck out.
I didn't know.
Get the fuck out. I'll repair the damages at a later time.
See, I wasn't trying to be an agent of chaos, man. I was trying to help you.
Moose, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Out of respect and admiration, Provo, thank you, brother. Thank you for seeing you up here. Out of respect and admiration, I offered the trust of moderator to Provo and to Paul, believing those are both men who'd earned my trust and my respect. Paul really makes me question my choices.
I'm blowed as
What happened? I missed out. If you don't mind filling me in.
It's all right, Jack. You made an error, Jack, but you can fix
it. Don't call him Jackie. That seems a bit disrespectful and slightly rude in undertone. Do you like the name Jackie? Jackie's a female name.
I definitely, Provo. You bring up a good point, man. Jackie is not a cool name.
I said Jack.
How about
Jacko?
Jacko?
I misheard you.
Please.
Hey, Jacko.
What's up, man? You just want to start something. You just want to start. You just want to start something, Provo. You just want to start some shit.
No, you're calling him Jackie. It just sounded rude.
Yeah, Jackie's too. It's kind of feminine.
Yeah, his name is Jack Talcott. You can call him Jack. You can call him Talcott.
You know what? Thank you. For most people, Jackie, I don't care, especially if it's said from a friend out of a place of love. I don't give a damn. But RCA has been a manipulative one that likes to be an agent of chaos and a disruptor. And frankly, I don't hold him in enough respect for endearing terms. So there was a question, though. You asked what had happened, what you missed, Dick. What you just witnessed.
And a MasterCard, right?
What you just witnessed prior to the RCA nonsense was my response to Paul's choices to block his father from commenting on my YouTube channel. So not a big deal. In the bigger scope of things, it really isn't shit.
Can we get Mars? Can we get you up here, Mars?
Just to clarify, Jack, can I clarify? I think it's only a 5-minute timeout.
I didn't block them. I put them in timeout like a hoe. For being hateful, just like you keep putting me in the back for 45. Oh, so they can't get 5 minutes in the back for actually making names that say I'm a pay Paul Bull fraud. And then my father shitting on me, acting like a hoe, but won't address claims. But you could put me in the back, leave him up, everyone else up, and I can't give him 5 minutes in the chamber acting like a child. That ain't right. I was following your lead. This is what I mean by leadership. We're on the damn field. You showed me to do a hit on my...
Paul, we had a track record where I could trust you. I wouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Thank you for setting the record straight that it was a simple act of showing some
I was
order.
fucking undertaking your will, and this is I'm like the guy at the Nuremberg trial now. I'm shaking because I didn't know.
right.
I was just following policy, man.
Well, all
I
right.
thought that's how it is over here. You pop motherfuckers
Right.
like
Don't
that.
introduce me to an
hey,
energy we ain't keeping. I might get
Paul,
comfortable blocking
Well,
motherfuckers.
Paul, you
Hey,
got to
there's a lot of
understand.
hate
You got
for me.
you got hundreds of subscribers, man, thousands, and you know, Jack, he's got maybe 10 people watching right now. So
Stop it, sir.
when you
See,
when
you're
you
doing it
block
again.
two of
Get
them,
the
that's
hell out
80%
of here.
left.
Get that son of
80%
a
left.
bitch out of here. How dare him? There's
Don't
50
treat me like
people,
that. You
60
always
people,
treat me like
70
that.
people
both
out
of
there.
you. Good heavens, please
Fucking
stop.
agent of chaos, Moose, since day one. I've been nothing but me since day one, and you see where it's gotten. Where's it gotten him? 2 people watching him and hating on Jack. See how he is? And he's got nothing created and nothing done.
It brought us all back to today. Even today, we've had our.
It is worth it to
I
me.
love you,
Whatever
Jack, and I'm
y'all
not
went
going to
through
sit
for
by
this moment
and
to
let
me, it is
everyone.
fucking worth it.
I'm not going to sit by and let everyone accept less for themselves. And if I have to be painted as the bad guy and be hated, then so be it. I'm tired of the agents of chaos. I'm tired of the whiners and complainers. I'm tired of the inactive activists. Everybody telling me all about anarchy and freedom when they can't manage their own damn legal paperwork, let alone their own soft ass and hard head. I'm running out of breath because I'm obese. Excuse me. I can't help that. I could, but I'm doing nothing about it. That's one of my shortcomings. Remember, you said let's start there.
You. Would you please stop? You're sharing your vulnerabilities. I honor that. We're not going to take advantage of that. The other thing though is
I told you I'd get an ice bath with you and really share vulnerabilities, and this is how you treat me? I was going to bear it all to you, pun intended.
Hey, the future, we're still together. We're still here.
Yeah, but I don't feel like we've really merged. You said you wanted to merge.
We haven't.
With me. That was the word you used. This is
Right.
far from merging. This is like the Great Wall of Trump.
You make it very challenging, Paul, and I don't understand.
Truth is combative. Truth is combative and vitriolic. It breaks down all that bullshit and impurity.
You know, Jack, I think it's a little disrespectful that you have Provo Kid up here. He's a legend, and he's just sitting here now. And you got Dick, Freedom Grower. He's a legend.
How dare you try to correct Jack and Eyes?
I'm not trying to correct him. I'm just saying he's got some really cool people up here, and they're going to get overwashed by you yelling at each other.
My broadcast, admittedly, and now you're doing it here, trying to direct his broadcast like Jack doesn't have an eye for talent. Are you kidding me?
So did I hear you want to merge?
It's an eye for talent.
Oh my God!
You're going to dovetail with Paul, Jack? Is that the plan?
First of all, let me recognize while Moose did offer an interruption, he actually brought up a very a good observation as well. I recognize the honor I've got. I've got Joe Cool, Provo Kid, Freedom Grower, Paul Enslaved. I got Timmy and even Moose and Sean
but Jack,
here.
you knew all that. He's constantly telling you shit you already know, acting like he's helping out, and it's embarrassing.
He's reminding me.
You knew that. He's reminding you. Oh, so now you need reminders. I didn't know. See, you're letting him convince you. You need to be reminded of shit. You know more than him.
Hey, Rocky had a coach too. Rocky had a coach.
Got a court jester in here now to keep everyone grounded. Some clown. It was
I think Moose is just trying to bring it back to the present moment, right? So with the present moment in your hand, Jack, please guide the conversation in the show.
Hey, thank you, brother. The blessings were being reminded. We all need reminders sometimes of the blessings that have come into our lives. And so I received that reminder, and Dick had the question about the merging. I'm not going to lie. I've had ideas of co-creating, collaborating, trying to see what could be emerged by bringing these fucking energies together. Somehow, if Paul and I could find a way to bring these oppositional energies into some sort of synergy.
Why won't you just treat me like the king that I am, like Jennifer constantly does, like it says on my new
just bend the knee. Just bend the knee. Why don't you bend the knee already?
Okay, and
Paul,
it's very big.
Paul would be more of the caboose, though, right? You'd be riding the horse on this deal, right, Jack? You'd be running the show.
Here, actually, no, I'm not sure where you're going with that, but to answer Paul's question, the reason I don't
just every relationship usually has the stronger and the weaker force.
Well,
yeah, you're like, I'm the king. If you acknowledge me as such, you'll be my queen.
Hold on a minute. If you don't distort what I'm going to say, I'll
All
share
right,
it
I'm
honestly.
sorry. I was in my imagination again.
Well, it kind of goes back to something that we've been discussing. Leadership. Myself, I consider myself a leader. I don't have people following me, but I know how to lead.
Wait
And
a
I've
second.
Jack, you got
I
440.
gotta stop you there. Usually leadership is characterized by the followers, not by the man himself claiming to lead who he says no one's following.
honor that. Fair enough. That
Like
is
folks
the
come to
truth.
me and go, Paulie, we
Well,
see you as a leader. I go, no, I'm just leading myself, and I lead them back to themselves. You're claiming to be a leader and no one's following. That's
Paul,
fascinating.
where my words are coming from is the past, the track record, which has shown a pattern of success. So I can reasonably anticipate more successful endeavors in leadership in the future. So besides that, what you say is
Forget
true.
about what you just said. Yeah, please.
Here's the other important aspect of leadership that I do trust and know. I have no problems turning over control and giving the reins over to someone I trust. Paul, if I could
only
trust
said that
you,
because less than 24 hours ago, I was listening in and I heard you giving Paul lashings. I mean, you were just like taking it to him.
I didn't even
about
hear that.
All the terrible things he'd done to you and how he really,
Oh my
had said all these
God,
awful things. So is
That's true. And here he stands again today supporting you.
resolve. We got
is
some
that what
shit
he could
in the
look forward
past.
to with your
You're
relationship?
telling me how hateful he's being, and I'm not even hearing this. I didn't know
It's
this.
not
Why
hateful.
you didn't tell me that?
I did tell you. You just
I don't
didn't listen.
remember you mentioning you hating on me 24 hours in a row like this.
It's not hating.
Well, it's
Stop
part of the
it.
loop, and you know that. It happens every day. We go through it every day.
Hey, let me get to the point. The point I was trying to make, Paul.
Right.
If I can trust you, you could fucking run the program, and you and I will figure out how to co-create. And you've got the talent in the broadcasting, but you got to trust me to bring what I can bring.
Okay.
I don't agree with none of that shit. You can trust Paul to be him. Don't think he's gonna be, and then blah blah blah. He can trust you of what he knows of you. That's the only way you guys are gonna work. If you like, this is Paul. He's an asshole. He's never on time. And that's who you got to work with.
Yeah,
he's
but
not gonna fucking change.
Expound on it. I mean, what do you need to trust Paul
That's
with?
my representative, Joe Cool. He'll be speaking.
What I would need from Paul or anyone else who I work with, is the trust that we can succeed. Now we would jointly determine what success would be.
Okay, well, there's someone in chat down there. If you could highlight that, they're pointing it out. Jack brings 0 followers and insanity. So that's something to consider.
Jack, are you going to take this kind of abuse again? Or are we going to? I mean, we've got all these panel members up here.
No, you're not
just gonna get
reminding
abused.
him of stuff now. You're riling him.
Well,
See what you're doing?
Here's the thing.
You're trying to get him riled up. First, it was calm down, Jack. We want to be positive. Now it's rile him up, right?
No,
I mean, it's not true. You have momentum, Jack. You're actually, on a
Why
good
do we
trajectory
have to
right
like
now.
each other or agree or even really have anything other than a dynamic that's compelling and gets down to something? It brings value.
Well, here's something I want.
I just want to know if Mars' mic working. Last time I was with him, his mic was real shitty. Is that Mars?
Hold on, my professional stalker hater is here. How are you, professional stalker
My
hater?
stalker hater, my professional
Another
stalker
professional
hater.
stalker hater with no life and purpose. How are you, sir?
He has a purpose.
Right, to stalk and hate on me.
Stalking
I said no other purpose other than stalking and hating on me, conceivably, is what I said.
Well, I mean, he's stalking the truth, right?
Right. So I am the truth. So he's stalking me. He's seeking me. That makes sense. Okay. I see where you're going with that. Thank you, Moose, for reminding me. You know what? Jack, you're right. This guy is good at reminding people of stuff. I almost forgot.
He's got some redeeming qualities.
He's a great third chair on any podcast.
Starting to settle in here when I'm not being ignored and insulted and mischaracterized and having my pain completely, just devalued and
we're not
invalidated.
doing that.
I might
We're
be
not.
a victim advocate. It's a good thing he's up here now because I'm starting to flash back to what happened earlier and might get riled up again and start venting, as Joe Cool said.
We don't want any more victims emerging. Okay,
right?
We're gonna strengthen.
Yeah,
them
no
all.
more massacres, dude.
Well, he also said that he believes I've been touched by something, and I want to tell him it's someone. It's my uncle.
An angel, or
yeah, I need to
the
do therapy
truth.
about this. Someone has
so
touched me early on in my life, and that's where a lot of this
Truth.
pain comes from, Jack.
Paul, if these are real, your story.
He's having fun. He's
I know he is, but with Paul, I do have trouble learning. I don't know. Maybe I am naive. I trust.
It was
people.
familial though, Jack. That's what always confused me and felt unattractive. Like the priest, he would never fuck me. He was fucking all the other kids, but he'd never fuck me. And I was like, what's wrong with me? Why not? Really fucked up my self-esteem long term.
Fucking priest would fuck me.
Self-doubt, man. It can
I have a self-esteem issue.
Right.
Fuck the world. The world sucks. I don't want to know niggas' problems no more.
See, I start sharing and everyone starts clamming up. See how awkward it is for me? This is why I can't be open. That's why I'm so guarded.
You just need Paul to be confident that he can succeed. That's what I heard, Jack. That you two can succeed together. That the two of you can succeed.
As in, I can succeed and he can like attach to that while I'm doing that. Like many folks.
No.
He can hitch his wagon to your
right. It's a moving
I
train.
think
He wants to
saying the least of what he's asking is you to consider that he is an asset as well. We can break it down to the lightweight.
Okay, I'll entertain this. Could you please tell me in what way, other than pure entertainment out of ridiculousness, what asset value do you bring to the table other than being a loving man who is, endearing to folks and also very confusing to folks? That is entertainment.
They're your assets.
I could do something with that to get down to some truth if you let me, maybe, but you'd have to. You would have to surrender that I'm always going to see you until you change your inner space as incompetent with me. If you're okay with that, we could work.
Here's where you're mistaken, because you're actually the problem. It's not me. So, and I'm happy to continue on without you.
Thank you, Jack.
Hey, Mars, I'm going to be a dick. Hey, Mars, don't let Paul up. Can you name some of Paul's shortcomings?
Timmy was unable to come up with any shortcomings from Paul, even though I feel there's been ample examples.
You don't have to do that. I had to say.
I said two.
You don't have to do it.
Funny.
It's too fucking
funny. I know Mitch is capable, but here, you know what? For anyone who does listen, I'll plant the seeds. It doesn't have to be Paul. If someone wants to join me with the belief that live without fear is a message worthy of supporting,
it's a good message.
Believe that change and righteousness are worthy of sharing throughout humanity, please join me. I have no problems turning over control for logistics or creativity, talent, stuff like that. But, there's opportunities for people to work together. And I thought what Paul had started with the proper instruction motivates people, the idea, that general consensus and the momentum he's started on his own. I thought
I gotta tell you, okay, after you just put out that announcement of anyone,
I think this is disrespectful to the rest of the crowd.
The calls and messages are flooding in. So that was good that you did that.
All right, thanks for the approval. Do you want to join or do you want to mock?
Yes, please. I've been wanting to join this. I just don't. They've always said I don't play well with others. I don't know what they mean, but keeps winding me up in these kind of situations. I always get put in time out.
Well, I've been trying to get you to see, but if you can only see me as some fucking entertainment, some piece of shit for you to mock.
Enlightenment is not taking.
No,
that's chill with the tone, man.
Whoa. This is really egoic. It feels like. And I don't want to believe you're being not like that.
You don't admit the value I offer other than what you can make fun of.
Jack, he turned you into your egoic position, Jack. You got to get out of it. Take a deep breath. Let's go back to the high vibes. Don't let him.
You already said I just projected onto you who and what I am. Why are you mad at me for constantly telling you who I am?
I am a man who has been blessed with wisdom and experience. Now, if you want to treat me like a
Jack,
joke
look,
and continue
let's say
treating me like a joke like you have, well, that is certainly your option.
Sun Tzu
I'm
say
treating
there
all
is a
of this.
place for everyone at war, even the coward. Under the right conditions, you put the sun in the enemy's face and you put them with the bad niggas going downhill. There's a place for everybody in battle. That was Sun Tzu said that.
Right. So I'm getting away from ego, from the belief about self, because if we're secure in self and who and what we are, we don't need validation, nor can we be validated from external sources. So I'm talking about playing roles and positions on a broadcast as long as it's authentic and not put on and scripted.
Right on.
It doesn't matter how I see anybody on here. It doesn't matter how you see me. We find a flow, we work together, we contribute who and what we are. If it's inherently valuable and you're secure about it, it won't matter with the rest. It only matters if you don't believe what you're saying.
Here's part of the difference between us, though, Paul, is
agreed.
I believe fully in everything I say because this is not a character.
Wait a second.
I'm not
So we
putting on
went
a
from
fucking
finding
show for entertainment. This is Jack.
great, and I didn't say it has to be. I said I could view it however I please, along with the audience who will do the same.
I understand, but
and
Paul,
why
you've
is
been
it you
playing a
told me the
character
whole
for a
broadcast?
long time, and I've been trying to have actual, real conversations with the man, with the
You
being.
just told me all broadcast we're trying to find unification and similarities. When I go that way and find unification and similarities, you immediately go to the difference between us. So no matter what side of the room I go to, you take up the opposing position.
All right, so
and
you
say,
found
I'm
more
the opposer.
complaints. You found more complaints. What do you see as the solution?
Oh, that was
You tell me. You're the one with all the problems.
You're the one imagining the complaints and disagreements.
I wasn't complaining. I told you how I thought and felt and what it could
Okay.
be. You fucking reacted, threw me in the back, and acted out over how true you are.
Actually,
really you are.
let me repeat reality to you once again, Paul.
Please do.
Okay.
Joe Cool's going to make sound effects as if
I could
relevant.
use what I
So
love
that's
to
really
say.
I love when he makes sound effects pretending like folks are being relevant. Go
He's
ahead.
paying attention. I mean,
Right.
it's absolute. I think it's fucking ridiculous that this stuff has to be repeated to you over and over.
So now I have to take on your belief of who you are inside of me even to work with you.
How about you just accept until you find actual evidence to prove what I'm saying is wrong? Shut the fuck up and accept it as real.
Well, why can't you accept that if I'm wrong, that you'll give me enough evidence to prove me wrong, and over the long term, you'll be proven right?
Paul,
why is it I have to adjust my position to meet you where you are, but you never have to adjust to meet where I am? Why
Paul,
is that?
if you understood me, then you wouldn't have this question, because what you're doing is the egoic must be proven. Okay.
Well, didn't I and Mitchell have our dust ups, so to speak, and still do apparently because he has the same kind of problem? I'm
I mean, is
fluid and
that true?
dynamic. I could have all of my opinions about him and even reserve them at times when we're in a good space and working together and getting the truth. I don't need him to like me or even agree with me.
But you avoid opportunities to create resolve, to create agreement. It's like
that's resolve on your terms. I might feel that I'm resolved within myself. I don't need your resolution outside of me.
Paul,
you do.
This is where, please, for the love of God, this is where learning from each other. I'm encouraging you and asking you to please.
You don't understand surrender. You talk surrender all the time. You don't understand it. If you understood surrender, you'd be perfectly okay with motherfuckers not liking you and not having resolution in this moment. The now, all we have. You'd be perfectly okay with that.
I am. I'm perfectly okay.
You never are.
Paul, look at me now. I'm peaceful. I'm relaxed. I'm chilled the fuck out, man.
You're desperately trying to control your impulse to control me. Are you fucking kidding me? You've shown it the whole broadcast for weeks and months. You're a controlling, selfish motherfucker. And if I push just the right buttons, you're gonna react and get me going.
Jack, what if
You
Provo has to
describing
leave, or
someone
what
as
if Dick
selfish,
has to go?
controlling motherfucker?
I mean, they
That
got
is just
content.
absolute hypocrisy, dude.
All I do is selfless service. I give myself and my life away day in and day out.
What
I'm here
about
right
Joe
now for the
Cool,
last
man? Joe
4
Cool's
hours
time
getting
valuable.
Joe Cool's having a time of his
views,
life.
creating content for you and others because I want to be part of the conversation.
I'm
So
loving
don't
this too.
tell
I
me that
appreciate
I don't
you
give
guys.
myself and my life away and neglect myself and everything else in selfless determination to an idea and a way of beingness to my own detriment at this point.
Yes, Paul, you're
I mean, do you always
self-sabotage
need
is
15 minutes
surrounded-
at a time,
Moose,
Ev?
Moose, please stop
I'm
for
sorry.
a moment.
I apologize.
Paul, I've pointed this out to you before as a possibility, and it is a probability that you are creating self-sabotage. You've created an echo chamber of people that inflate and continue perpetuating your ego.
Yeah, I am. I was on. Let me rephrase that.
All right,
Is
I've
there-
created an echo chamber. You're
Is there
definitely
the
not doing
opportunity,
that.
before you just deflect to what he did wrong, is there a chance that, is there an inherent danger in having, there is, in having an echo chamber, and have you created such a thing? Are you in danger?
What is the echo chamber narrative?
Everyone
we
afraid
have the
to say.
echo chamber. No.
Oh, I thought you was asking me what the echo chamber was.
Because everybody wants to do pop psychology language, and it doesn't.
That's
mean
all
that.
I got. I'm not a fucking
Okay, so
psychologist.
tell me all about with the echo chambers there. I'll concede Socratic method. Now, what's the narrative floating around in that echo chamber? Could you give it to me?
I don't know the narrative. But,
no, Jack's got it. No, Joe, please. Jack's got it all. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, the echo chamber is just what you constantly repeating, Paul. Paul's rights, Paul's freedom, Paul's truth,
Paul's rights and
Paul's
freedom.
property.
Paul's
It's
rights and freedom.
always. Well,
I advocate for my rights and freedoms. So much so, I get put in jail and get my rights and freedoms and property taken
Right, you're
regularly. How
constantly
fascinatingly
bringing that up,
selfish.
constantly
How fascinatingly
comparing
selfish
yourself.
and not selfless.
Not by your
Wow.
fellow man, but
Constantly
taking all your
comparing
anger out of
you
it.
to
Wow,
everyone
so I
else.
do everything you won't
By
do
the
for the
corporation
country
you respect.
and for the future, but I'm selfish and you're selfless. Great.
Paul, are you? Are you
I
doing
sacrifice
this for
with
the
consequences.
viewers?
I create results and success. You do
You
nothing and
accept,
complain,
Paul.
but you're selfless and I'm selfish.
Paul,
Right.
you accept the
I've created a
reward,
broadcast you came to me to ask to be part of so we
Jack,
can go do
may I ask you
I
one
created
question,
a
Jack?
position, a job for you.
Yeah, communication is breaking down a bit, guys. We're doing
Yeah,
this.
communication's breaking
I'm just
down. No,
asking,
he's
Jack,
a
can I ask you
broken
one
man and
question?
can't communicate.
Go ahead, Moose.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you think it's respectful of the other people on the panel to keep having it's just
No, it's not, and I don't mean to disrespect those others who have been patient and perhaps even withholding feedback and opinion.
and they might put you in a better mood, Jack, because they might
Well-
have a better vibe.
I'm confident of that. Go ahead, Joe. What were you
I was
saying?
just going to say, I think the vibe is going to establish itself. He is not going to be able to maintain that peaceful bliss shit that you keep talking about, especially with the list of characters on here. Best he can do is the best he can at this point. That's what I was thinking in my head.
My bad, Joe Cool. Hey, if you guys want me to stop reminding them,
No,
I
you're
will.
good, Moose. You're fine. Go ahead, Dick. You were about to pop off.
Yeah.
And I've always promoted as like a landscaper or a construction guy or just moving into a neighborhood that I don't know by making these little flyers that are about this big, and then you'll put the thing on the bottom where you can grab the number or grab the information or whatever.
Yeah.
And I've said that a couple times about how we could do that for these streams to actually circumvent the censorship and overcome the algorithm to get more eyes on the conversations if that's the goal.
Do you mean
in
literally? Do you mean literal paper, or are you
yeah,
talking?
you just take it's a
metaphorically?
postcard about yay big. They're pretty inexpensive to print up, and then you just start taking
So you're
them.
saying promote the streams through the way that people do on the streets. Interesting. I never
Yeah,
thought
if people want to help, they could just print a couple hundred of them themselves for $30 or whatever, and then just go around and plaster them all over the place. And that way it'll get
That'd
people
be
considering the
a joint.
conversation. And
yeah,
good idea, Dick.
Something to consider that's not too expensive to get going. And the only downside I've ever heard is somebody said, "Well, the FBI will pick it up. They'll be stumbling along, and then they'll, start profiling you more and all this." I'm going,
Yeah.
you're
Listen,
up public on YouTube for the whole world.
If the FBI ain't on you by now, they ain't doing their job. That's how I look at it, bro.
Amen.
If they ain't following Paul and me around, them niggas ain't doing that fucking job. All that shit we spew. I don't know about you cats.
Hey, they got to learn from somewhere, so they may as well pay attention. Hey, there's a lot of ideas, and honestly, where I was talking about, to come back to where Paul and I were talking about in front of everyone, really, I see this online thing, it's just one tool. It's one of many tools, really, for masterminding, for coordinating.
I think let me interrupt a little bit. I think that's what I saw in this guy's idea so much. He was mixing when you say that one facet. When you go put those up, that means you're in the street. That means there's a chance you meet real people in real neighborhoods. So
amen. And actually, maybe that's a way. You don't have the time for the full conversation with someone in the community, but
watch your background.
We can introduce him to our friend Z and show him what he thinks about his neighbors.
Well, where I was going is, if they connect and resonate with what's found online, then maybe that's an avenue to start those discussions in the community.
Yeah.
And honestly,
what discussion are they going to get, though, if right now, and forgive me, this is going to go left field, but if right now you had to write something on a small piece of paper and say, this is what I have to offer, come to my room. I don't know what you write on that piece of paper, but it would not be this. You would not be saying, God damn it, we're going to be a bunch of men getting our emotional baggage and getting it won't be that. You'll have an ideal that we probably aren't living up to.
It's a good point, Joe. You would want a clear message being presented, not only promoted, but when people do land online, what is it they're going to receive? What is the value?
And that way they'll stick. They'll hang around because you're the message that you say that you are. And listen, be clear. This group is capable of whatever you write on that thing. Right? The only thing standing in our way is us, me with my fucking entertainment for the shit where I'm adding to it with that. It's entertaining to me. I'm not helping the situation none, and I'm not going to characterize you guys. You know whatever the fuck loops that you're going through that keep us from doing that shit. Apparently, we ain't time. We're not adult enough. I don't know what the fuck it is. You and Paul can't even communicate. I wouldn't blame one or the other. Takes two to tango.
So, you're right. Hey, regarding this though, one of the ideas I have, and Joe, you've got the experience, maybe some of you others too, with the First Amendment auditors. I've had the idea and I've tried doing it myself, reached out to the sheriff's department. I was hoping to have conversations with some of the active men and women in the police.
Yeah. I could easily make that happen. Everybody I know got fucking contacts, blah, 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 blah. Can I ask you, what would your message be? Concisely. You'll never be able to do this. Concisely. What would your message be to that cop? What am I telling you, that cop, that I want you to meet my guy, he wants to talk to you about what?
A reminder of humanity. And
oh my God, he's going to smack me.
Well, the idea I was thinking is to try and approach those officers from a humanitarian level, to empathize with what they are seeing, right? They do see some of the people in the most tragic and worst times of their lives. So come to them with that compassionate reasoning, but at the same time with the intent to educate them on what their positions are actually doing.
I need to know what state.
I think Jack's right, but you might want to take a Brokeback Mountain style approach.
I'm sure I know whatever state and city you're in. I know the cop watcher in there, and you can talk to a cop. I just need to know where you are, and we can set that up.
Spokane.
I like
Spokane, Washington.
Hey, Jack, you seem like
it was a trip. I got stopped recently, and I didn't give the guy my ID.
Very good.
And I told him I was an auditor, which is sort of true. Sort of not true. It's not like really have put a lot of energy into that. But I figure they're always under the microscope if I'm interacting with them.
Yeah,
but the guy pulled out a QR code and he said, "Do you want to pull your smartphone out and take a shot of this? Because it'll have all the information on the stop. If you're, curious about it or whatever." I was like, man, I don't do all that shit. But that was a first for me on that one.
I've never heard that before, man. I'll be asking around. Check that out. Here they're supposed to write it. Everybody they interact with, they're supposed to write the case number and give you a physical piece of paper. They never do. This is Chicago. They never do, bro.
Yeah.
But yes, that's pretty professional. The guy who says, "Listen, everything you want to know is on here." There you go. But yeah.
Jack.
Hey, Dick, have you ever put those postcards up in your neighborhood?
I have, yeah, a lot.
You can tell he has, right? That's what he got the idea.
It's a good move. Jack, I got a question for you, and it's going to lead into a recommendation. Maybe you're familiar with it or not, but you seem like a leader to me. And my question to you, Jack, if you're at a table and you made dinner, when do you eat? Everybody sits down. Do you eat first or do you eat last, Jack?
It's a good question for many reasons.
To say, I think out of memory, I probably ate last. And that's probably what I would do. I haven't eaten with others in a long time. I don't know.
Interesting. So there's a book called it's written by an author named Simon Sinek, and it's called Leaders Eat Last. He's written.
Love him.
So you're familiar with him. I think you could pick up a few of these things with what Dick's saying and, his ideas of proliferating your content in the real world. I think if you adopted some of Simon Sinek's mission statement, like how to create a structure or organization. I looked at your website. You might have a little bit of like a taste of that there. But I think if you go back and you work with it and pick up with some of these other people who are putting down, plenty of opportunity for growth, brother.
Hey, and I want to clarify because Mitch is he's a stickler for the details. So you don't want to leave.
Yeah, what's the catch line? I just want to know what the catch line is for real.
So that postcard, I've used it for handyman stuff, for snow plowing, for light construction, for basic landscaping.
Well, I'm talking about this broadcast.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that. I haven't done it for YouTube broadcast, but I would assume it would work. You would be more strategic. Instead of just blasting a neighborhood like I do, you would blast coffee shops and social
colleges
centers where
or
people
whatever,
are having conversations. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not usually in those areas, but if I was, I would do it. And there's plenty of people I know that are pretty active.
You don't want your neighbor. You spend a lot of time with your here. Why wouldn't you want your neighbors thinking like you?
Yeah. You could go door to door.
I'm gonna steal that idea. Hey, what Provo brought up,
I think you'd make more of an impact though with less work. As far as your time and energy, if you put it in population centers. But at the beginning of
quality, not quantity, though.
Yeah, and then also to your point, Mitch, where you go into housing areas, there's usually like some kind of board for near the post office boxes for different announcements or whatever,
especially in small towns and stuff. Yeah,
but you might not hit them as much unless like a coffee shop and shit. They're more inclined about YouTube panels and links and shit. Here, I damn have to explain what an auditor and a cop watcher is to every fuck that I run across. It's here they're gonna be like, what the Spanish to them? But you take it to the youth or to that Starbucks dude talking about colleges where they love to argue about shit, and suddenly they're like, yeah, I got 7 YouTube channels. I'll go check it out.
It all depends on the purpose. I found it interesting, Provo.
What would the purpose be? If again, I think I asked you that, and you give me some whimsical. It will be about passion and coming together.
Well, Joe, do you want an answer?
You're not gonna give it to me.
Okay, then I won't bother. So let me get back to what I was trying to say.
I'm okay with that.
So what I was trying to say, Provo, thank you for bringing up the idea of Simon Sinek. That's actually another guy. If you guys haven't come across him, what came to my mind was Timmy regarding his experience with trying to help men with business. Simon Sinek has some incredible programs and concepts on corporate business life. He's a man I've also reached out to try and communicate with. So the concepts of what he's teaching is principles of leadership and being creative in the business environment. That's what I'd like to bring into our governments and into corporations.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Regarding
wasn't
that,
listening. If you're answering my question, I was looking up leaders eat last, and I think you were answering my question here. I didn't hear you.
no, it wasn't so much the question, but it was a
Okay.
comment on
I'm sorry.
what
Okay.
you were
All right.
saying.
All right.
And the idea of promoting, if I was to do that, and actually I said, if as this channel, if this grows, or if I end up building and growing a channel in some fashion, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll go promote it locally. But even still, what is the purpose of advertising? Are
Right.
you advertising for people to become subscribers and fans? Are
Right.
you advertising for people to learn and implement the knowledge? Are
Yes.
you
Right.
advertising for people to come and connect?
Yeah. I guess that's
Great
the
question.
question
That's
of
what I
which one
meant.
is on the flyer. I think that's what I was asking. What do you put on there? Are you advertising a place to come learn, a place to come entertain? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it depends on the channel, right? I mean, if you're in Paul's case, maybe his would be come join the conversation, you know.
You got to throw in
Ever
some of
thought
that
about
fucking
rights and
fuck the
freedoms?
government. Yeah, rights and freedom shit. He'd have to throw that in there, right? That's
Come for some entertainment,
stop
comedy, and
being a
some serious
slave.
conversations
Right,
about
stop
rights and
being a
freedom.
slave.
For
Well,
Jax, it might be more, let's talk about government secrets and ending wars. Let's
He'd
have
be
the
more about
conversation, you
God.
know?
I don't even know if he talks
the
about God and spiritual shit to me.
honestly, what I envisioned myself, my original ideas for the Live Without Fear was to bring it into the coaching arena. I had ideas of networking with all these other life coaches, coming together with the purposes of self-empowerment. Through self-empowerment and self-determination, growth, and goals, we're going to change this fucking world together. And I thought it would be welcome. I thought it would be a welcomed idea, free or very inexpensive education and tips on how to improve your life. I thought people might like that, especially with the heart of an activist of a better world, not profits. You
You
know,
can
the
do the
better
life
world is
coach
the
shit
goal.
for a while, right? You can do the life coach shit because you are good at that. You do offer the positive message and those things. However, if you ask a motherfucker again, come to your room and I'm going to teach you life coach shit, and you let us out panel, it's probably may deteriorate to a shit show depending on who the fuck you put up here, man. And that's the way it seems to happen. And I'm goofy. I
So
have
far,
no problem with
That's a
it.
place
so
I
far,
actually agree
we're
with
figuring
Jack
it
too,
out.
because you constantly push the Wim Hof cold therapy and the breathing techniques, and it's often overlooked. You know, it's almost been put out there so much, people just pass it off as just some other, you know, nonsense. And if you discipline yourself on that shit, it's life changing. I mean, I've since I had that skill, I've actually not been the same since. It's a reset for my body chemistry that was life changing.
Just
I love that
breathing techniques.
testimony, Dick.
Well, the
That's
cold therapy is also a
Oh,
great
you do
thing to
the cold
incorporate as
dips.
well. But
You do
the
that?
breathing techniques, you can enhance your physical capacity 30%. Anyone, I mean, literally, you can have the max push up or max pull up, have them do the breathing technique. They're immediately 30% better. I mean, always. So it's
it's
pretty
That's
impressive.
interesting.
amazing.
Yeah.
It is. And see these things, Dick, what my experience was the same thing. When I first tried and actually experienced the Wim Hof breathing, I recognized that stillness, that space, that serenity, that's the meditative mind. And that is the goal that we're supposed to live with.
Of
And so
course it is.
when I did that and I experienced just what Dick said, an increase in my physical ability, at the same time that self-control, it was like a fundamental shift and it opened my mind into far greater capacities of what might be possible. I love that testimony, Dick. It's
Yeah, the cold
powerful.
therapy will shock you into that know nothing meditative state too, where you're almost forced to go there because you have to incorporate the breathing to just push through that pain.
How
But
long do you
once you get
dip?
to the other side,
How long do you
the
dip in and how
autonomic
often? because I've heard different things. I heard that these guys who are trying to stay 30 and 40 minutes or whatever are crazy. Joe Rogan is saying
Yeah, I
that
don't
just,
do that.
he was
I
saying
don't do
this as
that.
long as you dip in there for it was less than a minute or
Yeah.
something. If you do that 2 or 3 times a day, you get better results than if you do it for these long periods of times. What do you believe?
I actually do it after I do my dishes because I have a holding tank so that it moves through, and then I have fresh water from the well, which is a lot colder. And then I'll go in, and then when I flip it over to the cold, I'm getting that just frigid, ice cold water, and then it just, I'll sit there for 5.
I can't imagine. I'm a
I stay
pussy, bro.
until
No
my body
fucking way.
regulates. That's how long I stay.
How long?
Once my body says it's not
Okay.
painful, I'm enjoying this, and I feel good, and I'm relaxed, and the water's not causing me discomfort.
So what
then
is
I get
that? I
out.
don't know. I'm guessing a couple 3 minutes or something, and you
Yeah,
get
5
used to it.
minutes. 5 minutes.
That still
tops.
sounds like an eternity to me. I'm a pussy.
It is.
Oh
It's
God.
torture. It's
Right,
physical
it
torture,
sounds
actually.
like
To your brain, that's how it feels.
I'm kind of a pussy too, but I do it every morning. I take my
Really?
hot shower
You
and
know
then I
that.
turn it to cold and allow it. But I'm kind of a pussy. I don't go for long stretches, and I haven't worked my way up to the
Oh,
real
fuck that.
true
I hate the
ice
cold. Fuck that.
bath.
Fuck
But
that. I hate getting out the shower and the bathroom is cold. Fuck
Joe,
that.
it feels better. You get used to it, and honestly, once you start getting used to getting out with that cold, you
Yeah.
warm up from from after the shower.
I believe it. I've heard enough
good.
testimony. I believe it's true, and all from people I respect. But I am too pussyfied, man. Fuck that. I'm serious, man. I'll heat my towel up. I'll turn the heat up. Niggas won't be in the hotel. Don't go in Joe room. He gonna be naked. It's 97 degrees, because I turn the heat up. So when I get out the shower, man, I want to. Fuck that. I hate the cold.
Hey, I got it.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, though, too, is nobody likes it.
All right, the fuck on. All right, that's how you train yourself. Grr.
Yeah.
Hey,
all things. Yeah, go ahead.
Guys,
I'm sorry.
Paul has still been patiently sitting in the back. I feel bad having these good conversations without his participation.
We're not
Yeah, he
against
should
it,
be here.
and none of us told you to drop his ass.
I know, but at the same time, too, looks like we lost Provo. Thank you for joining, Provo.
Great show, Talcott. Great show.
Well,
let's keep this going. Let's keep this going.
Do you have a headache, RCA? Looks like you got a migraine.
He's in his space.
Poor guy.
Hey,
That's usually what I
Jack.
do if I have one.
Yes, Paul.
So, lest we forget about all this, idea of Wim Hof and breathing techniques and martial arts and space development is really all just to attain a space of peace under pressure to go to war, you simple, stupid motherfucker. You want to do New World Order games?
Yes.
Get everybody real peaceful in their slavery, or do you want to do what they've been doing since the beginning of time, which is develop an internal state of patience and peace to be willfully active when the time comes? Thoughts, emotions, actions.
Mm-hmm.
So don't give us the first two without the third, because it's convenient to leave that out, please. Not for the good people out there.
Zebra
Well, it's to
doesn't
always
live
have
on
an always ready mindset, regardless of the circumstances. War, peace,
True.
everything in between.
Right. The
your
point is, these
interactions.
principles were developed chiefly by the war masters because they understood if they didn't maintain an internal space of constancy during the battle, they lose their fucking head.
Yeah, you see
Right.
red. You won't be able to control your energy.
The anxiety and the on edge has been conditioned, and there is a time and a place to have the instincts of reaction, but we don't have to spend our days aggravated.
I didn't tell you
and
anything about
engaged
reaction.
in
I said
battle.
responsibility. You do reaction.
Well, I'm bringing it back to an actual conversation on a YouTube, chat room, back to, it's not an act of war for us to sit and have fucking conversations like adults. We don't have
Right.
to.
I'm just wondering how many months and years of conversation with no action space with all that Wim Hof blowing and sucking.
Well, you seem to be on a roll talking all
I
day.
usually
every
am.
day.
A buttered roll.
Well, like I said, I'm actively seeking connection outside of these screens, actual
To do
conversation.
what, sir? To do what?
How many times do I have to explain it? I mean, I have
to come together.
I have the intentions of creating the opportunities for citizens' voices to be heard, right? To actually confront the people in the systems of government. Remember me talking about that?
Right.
Many,
Why
many
do you need
times?
other people and a whole bunch of people to do what you have a goal to do?
Because people are dying in wars, and I want to be a part of ending
because
that.
people are dying, you can't set a goal and hit it without a whole bunch of people
That's
who
not
aren't here
true.
and haven't been here since the beginning.
Who told you that?
You did.
No, you're misunderstanding the words that I've explained.
That happens a
And
lot.
I've explained it. Well, I know. For whatever reason, people have had a tough time either accepting my words or understanding them. I keep creating opportunities to try.
I clearly have a tough problem accepting them. And
Yes.
I'm so far over here that I don't believe that you accept them. I believe you know what I'm saying to you and you're ducking. Be clear. This is where I am. And this is why I'm trying to get you to define this. This is why I keep bringing that shit up every third day when I come over here. Define it. At some point.
It's true, Jack. I mean, these guys are trying to help you.
Are they?
Now, okay. Now you immediately go right into defensive. You're being attacked mode, and then talk about ego and defensive. Why would anybody do anything here at this moment?
Joe?
Read the room, Jack. Do you feel the
They're
energy?
here to help you, Jack.
I feel your energy, and again, and Paul, honestly, I'm regretting bringing you back up and regretting my choice not just to end
Well,
the
we
live
both
stream.
trigger egos equally for different
I
reasons.
know. And the wonderful thing is, I know when to put mine aside, when to walk away, and just enjoy the rest of my beautiful day. Because God bless. Today is a blessing. I'm so grateful for everything we've received and shared today.
Jack, before you take off, I want you to notice you have a full panel, okay, of really good people.
Damn good people.
You should think about that.
Oh, whoops. Hold on. Now we have a full panel of very good people. Damn good people.
You're getting your money's worth from StreamYard finally.
Welcome, Timmy. Welcome back.
I didn't mean to
Sorry,
leave
we had to put you in timeout, Timmy.
Yeah, I mean,
Suck a
Jack,
dick,
you're paying monthly now for this thing, and you throw so many people out so fast, you never even get to use the damn feature.
I know. Fucking crazy. Just confusing. It makes no sense that I'd actually want to be able to talk on my own screen. Holy shit.
Well,
That'd be funny if he actually complained to StreamYard. He doesn't want the feature anymore because he can't talk to 10 people at once. Yeah, I don't want this service anymore. There's too many people talking over each other.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter from Jack Talcott. He wants a format with only one square for him. He's the first person to ask for that.
Right. All right. Do we have that right?
Can I have
Actually, if
a
if they just made a bigger square for him, that'd be better.
Hey, is it possible, StreamYard, you could have 10 of me all at once? Like the Brady Bunch, except all me in every square. Holly Weird Squares with Jack. Can we do that one day, Jack? Let's get away from all the fucking negativity everyone else is creating around here with their cowardice and weakness.
Yes.
Let's get down to some content. I know I'll be demonized for wanting to entertain and have some fun because you said we should do that, and when I do that, I'll be hated for that too. So rights and freedoms, they hate me. Entertainment, they hate me.
What is the content? What would the content be? This will be great.
Holly Weird Squares with Jack. Are you kidding? He's center square. He's the guy asking the questions. He's the contestant.
Are we going to play dodgeball?
It works in every position.
Are we going to play metaverse dodgeball? Are we going to play dodgeball on the metaverse?
Do like Call of Duty network stream one day where we put on the little helmet and play.
Yeah,
I don't want to put the helmet on though because they'll get me caught in that verse, and I can't do it. I'm gonna do it one time.
Yeah,
like heroin, man. There's no one time only.
Like Inception, be 6 levels deep in that motherfucker and get lost.
I'll be scratching 2 weeks in for fucking metaverse with a helmet on. Jack, advocate that you put a helmet on, but a different kind of helmet for different experience.
Paul, you know what I'm sitting here thinking?
Oh,
You
God.
are an absolute lovable guy. You're so
Wow.
fucking
Thank
annoying.
you.
You do. You've got
You
so
are
many
completely
inherent
unlikable, especially after how you treated me, being so lovable as I am all this broadcast and many
It
other
makes
days.
me hate you more.
You're a challenging man to love. You are.
But isn't that, again, the things in life that are challenging are more fulfilling and worthy. Imagine how it feels to be considered one of my friends and loving me and all cupcaked out. But imagine how you got to get there. It's not hot and heavy with me. It's a long game.
That's subjective.
Gotta get on
too,
your
Jack.
knees, Jack.
I would say that Paul is not a difficult cat to love. And I think there are two routes that I see. If you kiss his ass and stay hid, it's one way to get along with him. But
Or if you stand for truth.
No. If you
you
kiss
can
my
get
ass,
up
I'm going to
here.
insult you for being an infidel.
Obviously,
That doesn't work.
you can get up here and tussle with this cat and still love him.
Yeah.
I think it's something to be said, about just change your mindset or something, man.
No, you're
right,
mistaken
Joe.
again, Joe
He's
Cool.
an
I love you.
easy
But
man to
if
love.
we do the wink and the nod, where you go God of all media and you're kissing my ass, then I wink back and we piss. But if you start kissing my ass just off ego bullshit manipulation, I will call you out.
I
And call
believe
you
that undoubtedly. I was thinking of
So
the
I don't
niggas in the
mind when
chat
folks
that
come
just
over and call me
remain quiet.
daddy.
I was thinking of the cats in chat that remain quiet. Paul's the greatest, and then go back to
Right.
that little shit. Yeah, you're in no danger. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe, I wouldn't say that because months will play out and I'll watch somebody
You'll
always
see
say
them.
good things about me and never question anything. And I'll go, you know what? You want a cult here. And I'm
Yes.
not going to give it to you. So
Yes.
there's folks who are down there who want a cult. They'll always agree with me just because it's me. I don't want that and I won't promote that. And if I see
Yeah.
that, I've done it on the women. I go, I see you down there. What you're doing, trying to play me or yourself. It ain't going to happen here.
Everybody has that, right? Everybody has that in their room. I noticed that it doesn't matter if the host is right or wrong, logical or not. You have some that just, hey man, keep it going.
Yeah.
The difference is that I just have better percentages because if a motherfucker's agreeing with me, I'm probably making a good point. You over on We Are Awake TV, they agree to shit that's like criminal in groups. They're like, oh, you
man,
just
that
advocated
guy's
some
fucking
crime
nuts.
be done. We're all for that. Yeah, that's a mob. I don't do none of that. And if I did, they'd go, what's Paulie on today? He must have had some good weed. They're not going to, again, we have better percentages. I have guys like Mitchell there who don't even like me, but come every day. And if I get out of line even one bit, if I don't get up possibly to keep me in line. So let's be real. With fans like mine, you don't even need haters because they're watching and they're living like me on some level. They want to know, and they're not going to let me play with them or myself.
He's fucking right. He
I'm
is
telling
fucking
you,
right.
man. You and me are so much alike. The benefit of all these critics is it gives you daily opportunities to self-evaluate and ask yourself what the fuck is going on.
Bro, if I go, I must be egoic and cult leading and narcissistic because I go to bed and sleep like a baby.
I do too.
I don't regret anything I do, and I encourage radical authenticity. So what better way to live that's fulfilling and peaceful when I'm not doing something, whatever this is? I could lay my head down and be peaceful because I cultivated radical authenticity here. I ain't trying to keep people off my shit. I say, come on up and have at it. Challenge me and let's get down to it. 90% of the time, it goes nowhere because they got nothing. They haven't been doing this as long as I've been doing it, the way I've been doing it. It's like going to a brain surgeon. I'm being egoic and saying, hey, can I offer an opinion on how you're going to do that lobotomy there? It's fucking laughable.
Hey, Jack, can you offer him your opinion real fast?
Actually, let me share some. This was a thought I had that, Paul, you're probably going to disagree with. Many may disagree with, but I was thinking about like the 1%, the way the power dynamic is of the world. Those that have won, they didn't fight. They weren't engaged in the battles. They outmaneuvered. So what are we doing?
They
fighting
outcompeted
each other.
They outcompeted.
They planned. They outmaneuvered.
That's
and they took
outcompeting.
advantage.
Part of competition, healthy or
fine.
dysfunctional, strategy and stratagem and hitting goals.
But they're not engaged in the conflict. They're not engaged in the battles.
They're controlling the conflicts and battles. Are you kidding? Why would they be engaged in what they're controlling and setting up? That's for the fools and chimpanzees.
Well, they're instigating, and people are voluntarily choosing to engage. To engage in the fight is to lose the war.
Right, but in order to win, one must first learn how to lose. And a lot of folks haven't learned how to lose gracefully and admit they got their ass whooped and why and show and change that. This is my point. Motherfuckers want to win, and I'm telling you, you haven't learned how to lose yet. I learned how to lose. I've been doing it all my life.
The first part of Sun Tzu is going to take a little second here. Is dedicated to not fighting. He gets that clear in the first epilogue, first opening, all of that bullshit, and then he tells a story about the three warriors. One has a bow and arrow, one has a sword. The other one is the planning guy, the guy who has mind. The crowd gets together. We like the sword guy. We like the arrow guy. And when they go ask him, you got to put this to bed. Who's the best warrior? They say it's the third guy who you don't even see. He make moves that you don't even see. He's the guy that prevents wars before they happen. Shit, there was another part to that shit which I didn't forget telling the story. But yes.
Yeah,
You know what I
likewise. So
think?
if you
People
go into
don't like
battle and you don't know you're going into battle, you're already dead. So I mean,
that's right.
The war is won in the planning room. That was him. Only a fool goes out there. He said the wars are won in the planning room.
Yeah, but the way that it's won is through perspective. You've already established your opponent is incompetent. So the war is won before we ever get on the field. Only the fool realizes.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Right. It's what I show here all the time. You see folks come up and they think they got a degree or they're a lawyer. I've already beaten them before we started and they're smirking. They don't realize till halfway through they've lost because they're engaged in foolish folly and mischief, entitlements. They don't know the lay of the land. They can't pick the tools up and use them at will, the words in this case. The Tao says the man who is fluent in the Tao uses words like garden tools. He picks them up and puts them down at will. These folks don't do that. They trip over their own words. They falter. They sacrifice their footing for a killing blow every single time.
There's strength in withholding the words, too.
Why would we need to? You're so oppositional. You'll always take a devil's advocate approach. To me, you're a devil because you'll always take the oppositional, belligerent, opposer view that makes no sense and doesn't promote growth.
Paul, admittedly, you're partially right. I think as soon as you said that, I saw the truth. You're right. I do kind of play the oppositional role with you quite often.
And then you'll set me up as the opposer and the shaitan. You're that.
Well, we are both many things to each other.
You have to be right. I want to make it right. I just happen to be right while you're wrong most of the time.
You believe that, and you tell others on this virtual reality that I'm wrong about many things, but you don't quite know.
You don't go to someone with, like, I don't go to the wizard with 93 battles and tell him how to do war better than me. Just like you don't come to me and tell me how to do war better than you when I have more than you on record as far as results in battles. You've not entered the field yet.
Right. You have a record of battles. I have a record of peace.
Ooh, whether that makes sense or not, that's a cold fucking argument.
I just explained to you that peace is cultivated for when the opposer comes along so you can do battle and be responsible. You have a habit of neglecting accountability, responsibility, and calling it peace. If you were truly accountable and responsible, you wouldn't be at peace. You'd be opposed like I am, standing in truth, just like the Christed being.
You want me angry like you, but you are not the Christed being.
You keep characterizing
and that is a blasphemy that I am really getting tired of hearing from you.
Passionate, compassion with passion, and indignant on truth with anger.
Paul, I actually discussed compassion because of your misunderstandings of the word. I discussed it earlier. Compassion is the softening of oneself from a place of strength for the purpose of sharing strength with someone who is in a softened or more vulnerable
And let's go back
state.
to the scripture.
That's
the
beautiful.
Scripture of
That's
Christ
beautiful.
in one. Milk for the babes, meat for the
Softening of
strong men.
oneself.
You see me on a metaverse with a bunch of men twice my age and tell me I should treat you like a bunch of women and children, and it's laughable.
No,
I
you
do it
should
every
treat
day.
yourself.
Yes,
I,
it's
Yeah.
I do it
laughable.
every day
So
in the form of that
soft ass.
compassion that dude
You're
just
so
said.
hard-headed in your ignorance and soft-assed, it is your undoing.
Paul, your excuse and your stubbornness is an excuse for hardness.
I'm not stubborn.
Yes. Oh, bullshit. You're not
in
stubborn,
my life.
Paul.
You are
You're
stagnant.
stubborn as fuck.
You are stagnant and entropic. I have a movement and projection and growth in my life.
I'm at the Google entropic. Oh, and with E, like entropy you're talking about. All right.
Paul's vocabulary is beautiful.
It means he's gotten no results.
And he used it well,
for 5
too.
years. His results are not growing and changing. He's getting no effects in his environment. He's clinging for power and control with an audience I've helped him cultivate.
Paul,
It's fucking laughable.
Paul, here's a different perspective from my position, is that you are stagnant in your growth, and I am prepared. I am
Jack,
ready to
I'm not
spring
taking government
in
money.
in part because of my experience with you, Paul.
I'm far from stagnant. Ask the Gib, Paul Unshaved. I'm grifting. The chart's going up. That's what he says every day.
Me. That's not me.
That's not you. Okay, someone else then. Figures. I got another fan out there. So I thought it was you. I thought it was you first, and I said the Gimp doesn't really write like that, and he doesn't use emojis like that. I don't think it's him. So sure enough, it's someone else. The point is I have so much growth and movement in my life. Folks won't get away from me either to get on top with it or to hate on it. You can't get anyone to listen to you. What do you think the difference is in that?
Well, the problem is I don't put myself above God. And I credit God for the knowledge
Whoa.
Nope.
You now just made an inference that I put myself above God. When you don't serve God in the truth, you take government money.
No, Paul.
I sacrifice myself for the truth and have to deal with consequences.
Your ego plays the victim, repeating.
Oh, I'm playing the victim. Okay.
Your ego plays the victim.
Your
ego,
yes. The character, not the man.
Yeah, I'm
plays the victim.
So he does nothing, generates no living, lives off everyone else in society, puts his burdens on society, comes on the metaverse, says, I only came on to ask others to help me with my life and problems.
Oh my God.
But yet, he's the Christ of being, asking for help, living off the government.
Paul, I made the mistake of asking the selfish for help. You're right. If you noticed, I stopped asking for help.
Don't you think it's selfish to ask other people living their lives for help for your life when you're not helping?
No, Paul.
You asked for help 10 minutes ago, right? Weren't we talking about pamphlets and stuff?
Well, that wasn't so much for me as it was the idea of a better world and the message of live without fear. That's where I'm inviting people to creatively, if you want to share some help, be part of that. Opportunities exist. You don't need approval or encouragement to help somebody out. Now, regarding what Paul was saying, though, every human being goes through periods of time in their life where they could use some help. The fact that I came and honestly I presented myself with some vulnerabilities, that was a long time ago, months ago, Paul. You get the fuck over that. I don't need shit from you.
Thank you, Jack. So a long time ago to you is months ago. Wow, you're so enlightened. When you talk to enlightened beings, they talk about lifetime after lifetime dedicating themselves to something. To you, a long time ago is a couple months ago. So very telling of your
perspective. Was a long time ago, Paul. I'm past this morning. This morning is ancient history. I don't give a fuck about
another twist and spin on your telling subpsychology.
No, Paul, as a man who
you're very selfish and impatient, and that you need to be an overnight celebrity like yesterday.
No, that was my ego. My
That's dope.
ego had hopes of rapid success and of,
Right,
you know,
rapid
great
success
things.
without doing anything. Right,
Well,
entitlement.
you don't know what I've done. I've done
Right.
many
I
things.
don't
and
know
I
because you've
continue
not
to
shown
do.
anything. That's how that
Well,
works. You don't know
the
what's not
closed
shown.
mind, Paul, your closed mind has been unwilling to accept what's been offered, and it's made no efforts to try and move
Did you
past
show
what
me
you've
again?
chosen to
Maybe I
believe.
missed it. Because you're going to point to your inner space now.
Well,
Which
I
can't
know
be
you
shown.
deny the value of inner space and the fact of
No,
what
I'm just saying it can't be shown or proven. There's no way to
Well,
show it or prove it. So you have to take your word
actually,
for it. Show something else. We don't have to take your
Paul,
word for.
well,
That's how you establish trust, right? Gimp says.
I give up. I give up trying to resolve. I give up trying to communicate with that man today. So,
Jack, you've done a lot of good work today. Take a rest.
John, thank you. That's kind of where I'm leaning. I mean, you guys have shared time and effort and intention. This has been a beautiful afternoon.
I had a blast, entertaining as fuck. I love it. I dig it. Nobody got hurt. I thought it was great.
Yeah,
What's
you
the
guys.
tangible
You guys are
result,
the
John
counter
Vance?
for each other. I mean, the similarity is you're both so stubborn.
Well, nothing with
but
you,
the
really.
counter, even if you never find resolve, which I think in a lot of cases you guys won't, because you are so far apart on your
and so stubborn
your viewpoints, but it still makes for a fiery, engaging conversation that causes you to think on a number of levels. And I think for that alone, you guys have a great chemistry and dynamic
Right
that
on.
does work well together to just cause thought-provoking conversation. I'm
It's
gonna head out
a,
though. Have a great evening, folks. Nice to see everyone.
Easy, buddy. I
Y'all
think
take
we
care.
all
Thank you,
cutting out.
brother.
You can say goodbye to your crowd. I'll be up. You guys be easy.
Joe, thank you, brother, as always. Honor and pleasure. For you guys too, the rest of you. Anything to add? Anything?
I just pray that Timmy let go any resentment he has towards me.
Why?
It feels
Well,
better to have
just-
no resentments. That's the easiest.
Yeah.
And Timmy, I do have respect for you. You present yourself as a strong and confident man, but my criticism of many strong and confident men today is there's nothing wrong with the feminine energy. Men need to be more, men can improve by becoming more accepting of others, more understanding. And it doesn't mean you have to accept problems. It just means you have to accept their existence and stop denying the fact that problems exist. If that makes sense?
I'm not upset with your existence. I don't want you to not
are.
exist.
I believe that. I believe that.
I'm not going to suggest that to you.
No, I know. Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap it up from here.
Hey,
Okay?
Jack. Hey, I appreciate you having me earlier, like in timeout for like a long ass time. I needed that. You know, sometimes people need timeouts for extended periods of time. You know, for no reason.
Well, RCA, thank you for finding the value in what happened. Okay? You could have got upset and disrespected, and I appreciate at least the words. It doesn't seem to be taken that way. And you're welcome. You're welcome here. Most people are welcome. No bridges are burned. At least from me. Paul, golly geez, man.
I'm submitting, Jack. I'm showing deference.
Hey, I mean,
No,
hey,
you're
take it,
not.
take it, Jack.
I receive Paul's respect and his care.
Yeah, he cares. He cares.
No, I didn't
I know
say
he
I
does.
was respecting you completely on all levels. I didn't. Why are you receiving something I'm not giving? See, this is the
Gosh, you can't let me have even just a little bit of respect from you.
I respect the fact. Let me try to hold on. Let me try to find something here. I gotta pull something out of somewhere. Hold on.
That was a
I
Tesla
respect
answer right
the
there.
fact that regardless of how triggered and egoic and ignorant and arrogant and insane you are in your ways, you still find it in your heart to love and forgive all of your confusion you have about other people. So that's a positive thing and allows us to keep coming back over and over again and sharing time and space and experience and giving these people a freak show to gander at.
Hey, Paul, we certainly have everyone guessing, even the two of us, I think. But hey, I'm going to wrap it up from here. Much love and respect to everyone. Thank you for joining us on the panel. Thank you for joining us in the chat and for sharing
I'm still
your
trying
time
to figure it out
at later dates. So peace for
All
everyone.
right, thanks,
God
Jack.